to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the entertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Happy Thanksgiving Eve. Drive safely today. A lot of you are traveling today, so be safe out there. We appreciate you getting up with us. Check in. We like to take attendance on holiday weeks like this. If you're up and about, 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. But let's be real, the Payne and Pendergast show is the 4-hour energy shot that you need now.
It's 100% what you need.
That's right,
just to get it going. Consider this. Before you take your first cup of coffee, take a little dose of Payne and Pendergast.
Got it,
Might
buddy.
be just as good.
How you feeling?
We are your matcha tea.
That's it. How you
I
doing?
don't know what matcha tea does. I know it was a big thing for a little while. I'm good. And by good, I mean I'm not as bad as I once was, but I'm still grasping for answers and looking for hope and something to prevent this Texans season from spiraling down the drain.
That's what I'm getting hit with a lot when I'm out and about from people. Like, okay, where's this thing going right now? You know?
I was almost a little bit late this morning because I went down a rabbit hole of looking for people who had offered suggestions, and I came across an article for ways the Texans could improve. And like the rest of this article was all kind of stuff that teams could do right now in the moment.
Yeah.
I almost threw my laptop against the wall when I got to the Texans section, and it said, upgrade the interior offensive line.
How the hell are they supposed to do
dirty
that?
SOBs.
Oh, my God.
What? Yeah, okay, well, how does that help me now? How does that help me right now? Doesn't help me a bit.
No.
The other one was Dalton Schultz could play better. And I'm like, yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
I can't even look at him.
So they're basically, the article was just these guys need to play better. That's how we upgrade things.
Well, not even they said in the offseason they should have addressed this. So, it was a complete miscarriage of the theme of the article.
Yeah.
They just flat out, it almost like they just threw up their hands when they got to the Texans.
Yeah.
They said, well, CJ should throw the deep ball better because he's not throwing the deep ball, as we know.
Yeah.
The advanced stats bear this out, but the eyeball test will tell you CJ's not throwing the deep ball as well as he did last year. The interior offensive line is in shambles, and they did single out Dalton Schultz as not getting nearly the separation that he did last year. We've seen his attempts at blocking and how pathetic and paltry they are. They didn't say swap out offensive coordinator, though.
Yeah.
Which I was surprised.
Really?
Just go ahead and try somebody.
Okay.
Try something. Anybody. Different.
Okay.
Just do something different.
You're throwing a lot out there right now that I'm reacting to in my brain. First of all,
sorry,
okay.
I'm trying to be your coffee.
That's okay. No, it's working. I'm feeling the energy.
Okay.
The Dalton Schultz thing is interesting because to me, the offseason with the Texans, and if we're going to grade the offseason for the Texans 12 games into the season, like how have the moves they made or not made in the offseason impacted this season? I think it's more about the moves they didn't make given the state of the team right now. Like they didn't address the interior of the offensive line. They didn't address maybe some of the depth issues at positions because of just that's the mood because of how the season's trending. The fact of the matter is most of the moves that they did make have worked out really, really well. Like Danielle Hunter all of a sudden is third on the odds board for Defensive Player of the Year, behind Will Anderson Jr., who is second, and T.J. Watt, who is first. So those, like the Danielle Hunter move has been great. The Joe Mixon move has been great. The Diggs trade got short-circuited by injury, but that move was going fine before it got short-circuited by injury. The moves they made on defense, Azeez Al-Shire, that's been drafting Kamari Lassiter, drafting Kalen Bullock. Those have been productive moves. And Dalton Schultz is the outlier. Extending Nico Collins, great move, phenomenal move, getting Nico for the price you got him. The Dalton Schultz contract has not worked out so far.
I'll tell you what, the Dalton Schultz contract hasn't. And we are getting to the portion of the season, Sean. If we're going to look at the positive side of the coin, there are a lot of our listeners out there who are screaming defiantly, and they're not happy about it, but they were right. They were right. They were wondering all offseason long, wait a minute, they're really just going to roll that interior offensive line. People that were upset with the people that weren't that impressed with Dalton Schultz last year, they weren't as angry about him getting an extension at all or a new contract. It was a side eye. It was a side eye. And then the other position that we probably haven't talked about a lot, but that was something a lot of people wanted addressed in the offseason was safety. That whether it's Justin Simmons or somebody else, and you look at where the Texans are right now, and as much as the defense has been the strength of the team, man, it's dicey at safety right now. Yep. It was already. Now Jalen Petrie gets hurt, which means that Jimmy Ward gets pulled away from playing safety, and safety was an issue in that Titans game. If Justin Simmons was on the roster, arguably you win that game just because you probably don't have as many flubs in the second.
Well, you don't have Eric Murray out there probably. You got Justin Simmons out there. I mean, the two of the biggest plays of the game, the two big chunk plays, Eric Murray was a big culprit in giving both of those up. A lot of people weighing in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line saying good morning on a Wednesday before Thanksgiving. We appreciate all of you. So the Schultz deal, the other thing that you brought up there in the beginning, just the that the article you're talking about didn't mention Bobby Slowick, and I've been thinking about this a lot the last couple of days. Real
quick, Sean.
Real
quick. The article I was reading was from former employer of Bobby Slowick.
Pro Football Focus. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Can we trust Pro Football Focus?
Look, we haven't even, for anybody that wants to rail against the stat nerds, I think a lot of you are missing out on the fact that Bobby Slowick was a 3-year employee of the paragon of the stat nerds that make everybody angry.
Yeah.
Focus. Yeah. You guys got to lean into that harder.
There you go. I've been thinking a lot about it the last couple of days because if they don't get this stuff fixed on offense, the best case is they win the division and then get rolled in the postseason if they don't fix some of these things. The worst case is they lose to Jacksonville on Sunday, totally plausible, by the way, and then it's a downward spiral from there, and then it's up to the Colts to see if they can do what the Texans did last year and seize the division. But the thing I've been thinking about is, okay, can they get this fixed? And the conclusion I've arrived at is if they could fix it, because we were told throughout the beginning of the season how the problems were all fixable. Right. That's what D'Amico told us in his press conferences and in his sit-downs, largely in his sit-downs with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, where he's in a far better mood than he is during his press conferences. He said these problems are fixable, which I took at face value that they are fixable, and I continue to take at face value that they are fixable. On offense, they've not been fixed. And we're in Week 13, and now the feeling I have is if they're not fixed by now, then they're not getting fixed. And I want them to prove me wrong. That's all.
Right.
Like I have a trust level of near zero right now that the folks in charge of fixing the ratchet local business that is the Texans offense, that the health department has come in and given it a D grade on the window there. There's roaches crawling around right now. That this particular management team that allowed it to drift into this state of disrepair is actually going to be the group that is able to pull it out of the rut, to get the ox out of the ditch. If we can honor late Bob McNair this morning, to pull the ox out of the ditch.
Was that a Bob McNair saying?
It was indeed. Okay. Yeah, you got to get the ox out of the ditch.
It's a good feeling when you rescue an animal that you're one day going to kill for food anyway, but still.
It's a great feeling.
I guess oxen, not as much. The thing about this, Sean, is I've been through this a few times in my life now. Been in or around the NFL since 1997.
Yeah.
And with new coaching regimes or brand new franchises, sometimes you make decisions at the inception that take a long time to reverse because there's contracts involved, there's seasons that have to play out, all of that. And I can tell you in 2002, the first year of the franchise, the big mistake the Texans made was going with way too much youth on offense.
Yeah.
Part of that was because of injuries. They ended up having to use youth. But we went into that season starting 6 rookies in the first game ever on offense.
Yeah.
6 rookies on offense with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, that's wild.
It was basically Steve McKinney, some journeymen, then some journeyman pros, and then a bunch of rookies. Poor Steve McKinney was the tip of a spear on a prepubescent offense. It was really tough. Did you
guys
on the tip of the offense? A limpid offense.
Okay.
Yes.
As a defensive player on that team,
Yeah.
When you guys are running out there for that first game against the Cowboys and you're standing on the sideline, national anthem playing, you're waiting for the game to start.
Yeah.
Was there any chatter amongst yourself, Gary Walker, Kylie Wong, some of the other vets, like watching the offense run out onto the field?
Nah. Everybody knew what we were in for. Like everybody was dialed in.
Yeah. No, I guess I don't mean like were you were you guys throwing shade at them privately here?
No,
but did you recognize that concern? Like, yeah, we might be a little screwed on offense.
I don't remember. Yeah. I don't know. I've told you before. I think every year except that one, I pretty much talked to myself into thinking that we were going to win the Super Bowl that year. Yeah. So we were and David Carr did some. Remember Gary Walker talked about this the other day. David Carr did some really impressive stuff in practice a lot. So you knew there was some upside there.
Yep.
I would say then, another big one that comes to mind was Gary Kubiak as a first-time head coach. I was very impressed with him. I was on that team. I thought the way he operated and everything else, I just had this sense that, okay, this guy's an NFL head coach.
Sure.
Sometimes you have a new coordinator or a new head coach and you're not quite sure. Gary Kubiak walked, talked, acted like an NFL head coach, but it was his hiring on the defensive side of the ball. And I think almost his hands-off approach to the defensive side of the ball that really it took a long time for them to work that way out. With D'Amico right now, the biggest mistake by far is he hired – this is how the offense has been operating the last 2 years. First-time offensive coordinator. You've had either a rookie or second-year center the entire time, well working with C.J. Stroud. And that is a whole lot of youth and inexperience. Oh, and an offensive line coach who had never coached in a system like this before.
There you go. Yeah.
And this is a system that there's way more individual player technique. Like there's a certain way you go about blocking dudes that's different than in a conventional gap
They can't
scheme.
do right now.
So you have so much either youth or inexperience on the offensive side of the ball, which is the side of the ball that usually requires more brain power. And it's hard to reverse all of that in the middle of a season.
Okay, so let's stick with that in the next segment leading in, because that leads to one of the most frustrating things that in my sitting and thinking about this team the last couple of days, one of the most frustrating things about the Texans faltering right now, and I want to tell you what that is. Keep texting in, people. We love hearing from you on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Good morning to all of you. We appreciate you getting up with us. More Texans coming up. And did D'Amico Ryans show his cards a little bit with Jalen Petrie and the nature of his injury on the Coaches Show? We'll get into that coming up next.
Ready? The Texans are headed to Jacksonville in need of a
up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. man who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
5 Hour Energy fan line. Nothing like some PP in the morning. Ha 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 ha. Morning, boys. I'm here for the sophomoric humor this early in the morning. Happy Thanksgiving, fellas. I'm thankful for Seth's outburst that perfectly encapsulate how I feel about the Texans. You have taken on, over the last several days, via show clips from your YouTube, you have taken on a bit of a voice of the people persona.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's
I'm trying not to. I'm on a social media just for mental health purposes. I'm only allowed on social media for a certain amount of the day, and I'm aware that I've had some clips being circulated, but I haven't kind of clicked on anything or anything. But I sense that, Sean.
Everything.
I sense that some of the things out there right now, people are
They're in agreement with you. I've seen a lot of Seth is saying exactly what I'm thinking. You know.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well,
don't tempt me on going into
don't. Stay on your
self-indulgent rabbit hole.
Stay on your detox. No, I'm just telling you.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, it's going well for you out there right now. I'm just out there. As you press your face up against the glass of social media to peer in and see how things are going. Don't just walk away. I'm telling you, it's going well for you.
Oh, no, I know. Because for every 1,000 comments, it's the one negative one. Every 1,000 positive comments, it's the one negative one that's going to stick in my craw.
That's the bird poop on the window right there. Yeah. Oh, damn.
No, I think, honestly, in a lot of ways, even I was on my YouTube stream yesterday, and one of our, my viewers who's also one of our listeners said, why is it now? And this is a guy that's been down on Bobby Slowick for a long time. Yeah. Why is it now? And I think that Titans game was really the culmination of a lot of things that we had identified that were issues going up against the Titans team that, bad as they are by record, the Titans team could challenge the Texans on those very issues. Texans failed in every regard. And that's where, when you lose to a 2-win football team, which includes in this period of several weeks, the Jets, you lost to the Jets. This is where the rubber met the road, I think, for a lot of people. And you say, all right, there's no more time left in the season. There's no fixes. This is getting worse. The Titans are have been a bad team. What the hell's going on?
Amidst everything you said right there, the three magic words, it's getting worse. That's the most frustrating thing, because we've been sold that these problems are fixable, that they can get fixed with the people that are in the building right now.
Yeah.
And they are. They're getting worse. They're not. It's the opposite of getting fixed. Like, it's deteriorating. The most frustrating thing for me, as I sat under a tree, metaphorically, and thought about this Texans team yesterday, I hate narratives. I really do. I'm more into, like, what do I see with my eyes? What's the truth? What are things telling me? I'm not a big narrative guy. The narrative that you must hire an offensive head coach in this day and age. We know Colin Cowherd is a big espouser of that. I actually checked with his producer yesterday, Greg Toohey, who's a Houstonian, listens to the show. We love Greg. And I said, hey, man, I haven't gotten to see everything lately with Colin. Has he pointed out that the Texans have struggled mightily offensively while having a defensive head coach? That's something that Cowherd likes to point out, but he's not alone. There's a lot of people that feel that way. And I don't necessarily feel that way. And let me say right now, I think DeMeco Ryans is a good head coach who's going rough patch right now. I think he's going to learn. Yeah. I think DeMeco's about to learn a lot of things over the next couple of months, I think, on how to be a CEO of the on-field product for the Texans. So I think hiring DeMeco Ryans was a great hire. I don't care that he's a defensive coordinator coming in. I don't care that that's his side of the ball, the area of expertise. I am more into my head coach being an overall leader and vision setter for the organization, a motivator, all of those things. Dan Campbell's probably the best example of that right now.
Yeah.
So real quick, Seth. So one of my most frustrating things about the Texans right now is that the narrative of you have to have an offensive head coach is getting fueled right now by the way they're operating. The offensive side of the football is what's failing this team. And DeMeco himself is saying things that are more defensive coordinator-like than head coach-like. You know what I mean? Like,
right, when he's given up, he's talking about how the defense needed to do more to win that game and
exactly
everything.
What
which
I'm
is
talking about.
Something
Yes.
that a defensive coordinator would say to his team, but not necessarily the unit.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people were really angry about that one because it felt to them like he was throwing the defense under the bus. I think DeMeco is aware also, though, as a defensive coach, he has to be careful not to let the offense think that he's favoring the defense or something. So I understand why coaches talk that way. I think just to address the original point, the league is helping you out a little bit in this regard when it comes to wondering whether you should hire an offensive or a defensive head coach. If you look at the division leaders, the Bills, 9-2, defensive head coach. Yep. The Chiefs, obviously, are the Chiefs. The 8-3, leading the division, tied with the Ravens. Those two are just above the Ravens, but those teams both have 8 wins. Steelers have a defensive-minded head coach. Ravens have a special teams coordinator as a head coach. Texans, defensive head coach. Yeah. Eagles are offense. Seahawks, division leader,
head coach.
Tied with the Cardinals, defensive head coach. Yeah. The Lions, Dan Campbell's not an offensive coordinator.
No.
He's an overseer of everything.
He was never an OC. Right? He was a tight ends coach, right?
Yeah, and then the Falcons, Raheem Morris, defensive-minded head coach. His second coaching job ever was at Cornell University, by the way.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The more you know. I want to circle
me
back.
and Andy Bernard hanging out later.
The three of you. I want to circle back to the very first one, the Bills, who you brought up. Defensive head coach who had the guts to fire his offensive coordinator in the middle of the season last year.
Kazam!
Right?
Good point, Sean Pendergast.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a defensive head coach in this day and age where it is still a game that's largely dictated by offenses, I know it looked like the defenses had figured a few things out earlier in the season with all this cover 2 and everything else. The offenses have gotten it back in gear. Then you better be good at hiring, and you better be ready to make tough decisions, and you better be ready to eject on your friends when the time comes.
Yeah,
and
right. That's when you pop the membrane as a head coach, is when you fire one of your friends. When you realize, hey, if I'm gonna listen to my own propaganda about the team always being the most important thing, you can't be a hypocrite and not keep the team as the ultimate and most important thing in the direction we're all pulling in. If you're not sacrificing a friendship along the way,
that's
at some
it,
point.
man. That's it. So that's what's frustrating to me is I hate that narrative of got to hire an offensive coach in this day and age, and I hate that the Texans right now have morphed into an example morphed into an example that helps fuel that narrative. I'm not saying they should have hired an offensive coach. I'm not saying that they I think I like D'Amico Ryans. Let me just say that. I just hate that this is where we're at right now, that they could point at the Texans and go, see, told you. They're going to squander one of the best young quarterbacks in football if they keep doing this. And, who knows? They might if they keep doing this.
The league, like I said, though, this is the worst year possibly in recent history for anybody to have that opinion, just because the majority of the most competitive teams in the league right now have defensive-minded head coaches.
I feel better. You made me feel better about it. Jalen Petrie, he's out. We'll get our first injury report, I should say, from practice today. I'm guessing Jalen Petrie will be out because here's what D'Amico Ryans had to say on his coach's show. But I thought if this is indeed what the situation is with Jalen Petrie, this isn't nearly as bad as it could be.
Jalen will be out for a couple weeks with a shoulder injury. Man, it's a gut punch to me. He's a guy that he did so much for me defensively, and what I was able to call, what I was able to do, just with the different things that he was able to do, whether it's blitzing or covering, like fitting in the run, like being a nickel and being able to fit in the run. Fit the way he run fit, just you don't see that much. Most people are trying to keep him out of the run fit, but I'm trying to get Jalen into the action as much as possible. He's just been such a dynamic playmaker for us all throughout the year. So we had to pick up the slack there. It's going to be tough. That's because how active he was, and just how instrumental he was to just how our scheme started to shift and change throughout the year. So we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up and try to hold it down for him as long as he needs to be out. But, man, praying for Jalen to have a speedy recovery.
All right, so he said at the beginning of that cut, Seth, Jalen Petrie is going to be out a couple weeks. Now, I don't know. There was no follow-up to it, so I don't know that it's literally a couple of weeks or if that's just a colloquial, he's going to be out for a little while kind of thing. He said a couple of weeks.
But it was short term. We'll see him next year.
And if we take it at face value, right. Like it sounds like he'll be back, right? It sounds like he'll be back. If it is a couple of weeks, this might be the one thing about the Week 14 bye that actually works out in the Texans' favor.
Well, it almost works out perfectly. If you looked at my most optimistic example of a guy who's played through a partial pec tear, would be Frank Ragnow, the center for the Lions.
Yeah.
And Frank Ragnow, and center is a position where you need your pec a lot more often and a lot more violently than at star or safety or whatever. He missed one game and then a bye week, or vice versa. He missed 2 weeks, and one of them was a bye week, and played the rest of the season and has played really well. But I went back and watched him versus the Texans, and damn, he put one on some of those defensive tackles, wearing that stupid little shower harness that doesn't work. I hate that thing so much. I hate it.
Really? It's just for show? It doesn't do anything?
I was trying to play through a chronically dislocating shoulder
they put
one
that
year,
on you?
And they put this little harness on that's supposed to restrict your range of motion. Yeah. And if anything, it just felt like all it did was when my shoulder would inevitably dislocate again, it felt like it was holding it out of the joint once it was out there. It's like, don't worry, we got it. Yeah. It ain't going nowhere now.
Yeah.
We got it right where we want
That's
it.
That's funny. So Petrie,
Petrie, there is hope. And then some of the other ones, though, as I was looking for evidence that, okay, he might be able to come back. Both the Watt brothers make an appearance. But JJ got his surgically repaired and then came back over 2 months later. The timeline doesn't work out there. TJ Watt tore his pec in the first game of his season and ended up missing 8 weeks. He didn't have surgery.
Okay.
But that timeline doesn't really work out either. So if I'm looking for the most optimistic, it's, hey, Frank Ragnow missed a couple weeks and came back. And so anywhere from 2 to 8 weeks is your most optimistic window right now if he chooses not to have surgery.
Yeah, this will I feel strongly that Jalen Petrie, if there's a sliver of a chance of him getting on the field, he'll be on the field.
I've seen a lot of people say that, hey, all right, just, take care of yourself. You want to be healthy for the long run. Just have Jalen Petrie get the surgery. This isn't the type of injury where I would worry about that. This is one of those things where as a player, I think most guys, when you're doing reward ratio, Petrie strikes me as a guy that says, well, if I tear it completely, I tear it completely. If I'm going to have surgery anyway, then what's the sum total of it is that, yeah, I'm going to have a few months off at some point. It's partially torn right now. Sometimes if you tear something completely, it makes the surgery a little simpler, actually. So we'll just go out and roll the dice and see what happens. The surgery takes about 3 months to recover from.
Yeah.
So whether I have it now or if I have it in January, it doesn't really change my offseason.
Yeah, Jalen Petre's going into his 4th year. If he gets surgery for a torn pectoral muscle, he's not missing anything that's going to impact his ability to be productive in 2025. What's he missing? Workouts in April, a couple OTAs, whatever.
My favorite injury where in the NFL you'll see that approach sometimes is with a partial plantar fascia tear. So plantar fasciitis, everybody knows it's really painful. A lot of the people listening have had it.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll get a partial tear. The solution, Sean, is to just slice through it completely. And then guys are fine to go out and play. So it's like, there are sometimes you just hope for the complete and total tear. Same thing with AC joints. Like, you don't really need your AC joint for anything, but it's painful as hell.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's better just to lop off the tip of your clavicle and just get back out there. Yeah.
I don't like this segment at all.
I love when the solution is just cut off a body part and just do it.
That's where you and I differ.
Started off with my foreskin when I was a baby. Just kept on that same attitude moving on.
I was there.
This thing going to be an annoyance to me? Lop it off. That's what I said to that stupid doctor.
I was there too. That's where the fork in the road was for me, though. I went with the
doctor was saying, Mrs. Payne, some people are choosing not to do this at all because why the hell are we doing this? And I said, shut up, wimp. Your job.
Those are your first words.
Do your job.
Seth's first words were screaming, do your job at a doctor in the delivery room. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. When the Texans hired DeMeco Ryans, I thought to myself, it would be wise for him to hire a veteran offensive coordinator to handle that side of the ball. When Kubiak brought in Wade Phillips to coach the defense, things turned. Something could happen now with a veteran offensive mind. I think it was on Twitter that I replied to a tweet about that yesterday. I know there's a few people that are dreaming about Gary Kubiak. I don't think that's happening. But in looking ahead and knowing that there is a decent chance the Texans are going to have to change coordinators here, maybe not. Maybe Bobby fixes it. Who knows? But let's pretend that could happen, and because it could. I want a veteran guy. I don't want a first-timer anymore. And that is because there had been talk of like, okay, well, let's give Gerard Johnson a shot here and see what he can do. And I think Gerard Johnson's a really good quarterback coach. I think he's a bright, young coach who's got a really bright future. I think this is very similar to 2010 when you had Frank Bush coordinating the Texans' defense, a defense that had a lot of talent on it. Ultimately, I know they made some additions in that offseason, some significant ones, but a lot of the guys that were on that defense that went from last in the league to top 5 were guys who were playing for Frank Bush the previous years.
Kareem Jackson went from being a bust to a Pro Bowler with the change of an offense or defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
The other big thing is the offensive line coach. I think maybe the best example of how much the offensive line coach still really matters, and especially in a scheme like this, might be Chris Forrester, the offensive line coach for the 49ers. Because remember, Chris Forrester was the guy who was caught on video talking to that stripper about how much he couldn't wait to snort coke off of her body when he was with the Dolphins.
Right.
He's still very well employed and compensated in the NFL. I think a lot of people thought, like, oh, no, Chris Forrester. Now, well, it turns out, he's a hell of an offensive line coach. So, yeah, he's got a job.
Yeah.
And he seems like a guy I want to hear some stories from.
Dude, at this point, I'd try to poach him and put hookers and blow in his contract.
I'd have him talk to Charles Barkley about Houston's strip club.
Yeah.
Like, hey, Chris.
Is this what you like? Is CJ going to get killed on your watch? No? Okay, here you go.
Getting an apartment above the men's club.
Brick of cocaine in a condo next to Treasures. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday, Thanksgiving Eve Wednesday. We'll get to headlines coming up next. Texans back at practice today. Big win for the Rockets last night. College football playoff rankings are out. Man, this is going to be a fun weekend of college football. We'll get into that in headlines coming up next. But first, Flight by Yingling. Amy and I went out.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. The energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Houston Texans. They're going to be back in practice today, getting ready for the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday. Texans a 5-point favorite right now in that game on Sunday. We'll dig into the Jags a little later in the show. Doug Peterson talked about C.J. Stroud, and D'Amico talked about the Jags. We'll get into that a little bit later on in the show. But they got to get this taste washed out from this Tennessee game, although D'Amico said earlier this week he wants it to linger and stick around. I hope they're playing highlights from the Titans game on the big screen throughout practice. That's the way you make it stick around. Remind them. Remind the players. That's what they're doing at Notre Dame this week. They're playing. They in the facility. They've got the 2022 loss at USC playing on all the TVs throughout the facility.
Can I tell you, in 1999, when we started off really hot, we finished 14-2 with the Jaguars that year.
Yeah.
The only team we couldn't beat was the Titans.
Yes.
You know? So I think it was after our second Titans loss of the season. We go out to practice on a Monday. We do our walkthrough, our corrections. And somebody in the Jacksonville practice field at the time, there was an elevated highway that went right along one of the sidelines, the fence. So like above the fence, there was the elevated highway. Somebody in the middle of the night had hung a huge banner and in spray paint had written, there's going to be some impressive Jacksonville grammar here. Y'all sucked. So the y'all was past tense too. So y'all just sucked. Dude. And it might be the kind of thing that normally I think a head coach would have removed, but Coughlin never wanted to shy away from just a little slap on the wrist. He left that up for like 3 days. I think when we came out to practice on Wednesday, the banner still said "Y'all suck." That's funny. As we went out, so as a constant reminder that we had let down our grammatically inept fan base, we practiced under a looming "Y'all sucked" sign. Yeah. Didn't fix the season. We had systemic issues that kept us from being as good as we could have been. Well, we lost to the Titans in the AFC Championship
you couldn't beat the Titans. Exactly.
The basic issue we had was that Samari Rolle was in Mark Brunell's brain that year.
Oh,
Samari Rolle, I want to say he had 5 interceptions versus Brunell
against
in that
you guys?
one. I want to say that feels like an exaggeration, but if you look at those 3 games, you're the box score nerd.
I'll go check it out. Yeah. I'll go find out.
Samari Rolle just really had Brunell's number that year.
Shocking that this fan be y'alled sucked. What was it? Y'alled sucked. Y'alled sucked. Yeah. Shocking, right, Ben?
I was in Miami with my new beach house. Well, it was a couple minutes from the beach.
Right. Sure it was.
Then he made one of us. He made the worst performing player from the game go out to a lobster dinner with her. That was
with Jags lady.
That was how we put. Oh, dude. Coughlin was petty AF, man. This was back in the day, we didn't all have our own, little personal movie theaters on our phone. So they'd play movies on the plane, and you'd watch the movies. After losses on the road, no movies.
No movies? You're grounded. You're grounded.
You don't get to watch Gladiator. Sorry.
You are grounded. It's funny, and we're in headlines right now. It's a pretty
sorry.
light. No, that's okay. It's a pretty light headline day. But as long as you're bringing up Coughlin, I've had several people ask me to ask you. I should have put it as a topic here, and we can repurpose it. People have asked me, like, how does Seth think Coughlin would be handling the Texans the way they're playing right now? Because we know D'Amico is the beacon of positivity in handling these things.
I'll tell you what, man. Coughlin. I mean, Coughlin. Guys respected Coughlin because he was very consistent. He wasn't going to sugarcoat anything, but he was very old school early in his career until he was like 68.
Right.
But like Tony Baselli, he never once told Tony Baselli he had a good game. And this is a guy who was a perennial All-Pro at that point.
A Hall of Famer now.
Yeah. Like he just wasn't. He was very withholding of the compliments.
Yeah.
He would have been treating it exactly the same way he treated it when we were really good, which is turning the screws constantly. He always wants pressure on people.
Yeah.
No pressure, no diamonds. He said that all the time. No pressure, no diamonds. Mm-hmm. No pressure, no diamonds. But he was hard on his coaches. Yeah. Like, as hard as he was on us, man, you'd hear stories about the way he held his coaches to a high standard.
That's great.
And I think, like, D'Amico's wired differently than Tom Coughlin. I don't want him to pretend to be Tom Coughlin.
Right.
But There came a point with the Jaguars there when we were really good, but we kept losing AFC Championship games. That he had to fire a couple of his friends.
Yeah.
That's the hard part. That's where the rubber meets the road as an NFL head coach. Can you fire your own friends?
That's it, man. That's why they pay you the big bucks for sure. Rockets last night 117 to 111. They beat the Timberwolves in overtime. Alperen Şengün, a triple-double. Amen Thompson was fantastic in this game down the stretch. That's a good win over the T-Wolves on the road.
Yes.
It was one of the NBA Cup games. I know that because the floor was the same color as Shrek or the Grinch or the slime from Nickelodeon. It was a bright green floor, and the Rockets have clinched their group in this NBA Cup, man. You know what? I was somebody who kind of chuckled and laughed at the whole in-season tournament thing in the NBA, kind of side-eyed it. Now that the Rockets are performing really well in these NBA Cup games, I want them to bring a title back to Houston. I want a parade for the NBA Cup when they win the whole thing.
The biggest thing about the NBA Cup is I think there was really, first and foremost, a lot of skepticism about how much the players would actually care about it. I think our image of NBA players has gotten so to the point where it feels like it's all about load management and individual achievement and this, that, the other thing, that I think people were more skeptical of the players' buy-in, where it feels like the players get into it.
They are. I think they are into it.
Yeah. So that's been fun. It injects a little bit more of just natural competitiveness that's not money-based or what have you. I think I'm liking this way more than I thought I would. Maybe it's also partly because the Rockets are good at it this year.
That's part of it, but I was real skeptical about it. I thought it was silly. I am open to being wrong on that. Like if it's another cool thing to root for and watch in sports, then I am here for it.
I always try to remind myself, Sean, as you know, like every now and then to step back and remember, oh yeah, this is all kind of weird.
Yes.
Like the fact that human beings even play sports. It's just and the fact that the industry surrounding watching people play sports, which they themselves are a strange, curious human thing.
Yeah.
It's all weird. So the idea that somehow people are going to care about this new way of watching people chase a bouncing ball around. Yeah, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise.
Yeah. No, I'm here for it. I like it. Baseball news. Blake Snell, this is the first big shoe to drop here in the Major League Baseball offseason.
Talk about modern athletes to hate because of load management.
Yeah, exactly. Right, Mr. 5 innings, Blake Snell, signing with the Dodgers. You know that Dodgers team, that the little plucky squad that pulls himself up by their $500 million bootstraps that won a World Series, Shohei Ohtani and company last year. 5 years, $182 million. That news came down while Amy and I were out last night having a couple drinks, and as I looked at my phone, I said, that is not the sandbox that the Astros are playing in this offseason.
Sean, you know what?
5 years, $182.
After the Jets game, I did a live stream with Greg Rosenthal from NFL.com, and his producer was a Dodgers fan. This was right after the Dodgers had won.
Yeah.
And so after we were done recording, it's like freaking 1 a.m. or whatever time it was, I had a nice little conversation with him. I don't know if this makes you feel better or worse. It seems like, I didn't realize this, Dodgers players themselves and then Dodgers fans, they also did kind of look at the COVID championship as a little bit of an asterisk.
Oh, good.
Like, okay, it's because a lot of the players and fans and everybody else themselves kind of said, okay, this feels different. This feels better than the last one.
Oh, the one they just won. Yeah. Like that felt better than the COVID one. Yeah.
Better than the COVID one. Yeah. I don't know if that makes you feel better or worse about your hatred for the Dodgers.
A little bit better.
Is it validation of your takes about the COVID championship?
Yeah, slightly better. Slightly better. I still hate them with the passion of 1,000 white-hot suns, but it makes me feel a little better.
The other thing about the COVID championship was that there's no celebration.
Right.
There's no mass communion to get together and celebrate because they weren't allowed to. So that to actually go out and be able to celebrate and set cars on fire and to loot and do all the things that they love to do in LA.
Flip cars, get into fights.
Any excuse to burn a couch, they're gonna go for it.
So Blake Snell is a Dodger, and we sit and wait on the Alex Bregman situation. But Snell first domino to drop this offseason in baseball. College football playoff rankings, new playoff rankings are out. Oregon, number 1, Ohio State 2, Texas is 3, Penn State 4, Notre Dame 5, so not much changing near the top, but there are a ton of games this weekend that will have major impact on college conference title week and these rankings ultimately.
And by the way, God bless anybody who's got the money to be able to go to that
UT A&M game.
Yeah, the Longhorn Aggies game.
Yeah.
Those prices are skyrocketing.
The highest price for any regular season game in history. Like
history?
The get-in
of the world?
Of the world.
Inflation adjusted?
Maybe so.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? Yes. 600. I think I saw last night $650 for a single ticket, like just a single standalone ticket. If you want tickets of like a pair, like sitting next to somebody, you can't get adjacent tickets for less than like $750 right now
per ticket.
Yeah.
Now, in that $600, is that a standing room only scenario?
Good question.
Also?
It's a good question. I don't know, because they're gonna sell enough to where they can say this is the biggest crowd in Kyle Field history.
The beer garden. Yeah.
Yep.
That's the best way to sell a crappy seat. Oh, you're in the beer garden.
The beer garden with a T. BIER. G-A umlauts over the A, R-T-E-N. Yeah.
Lucky you. You get to feel like a dirty Euro soccer fan.
Right. Enjoy.
Go press each other up against a chain link fence, weirdos.
Let's dig into the Jags a little bit. Seth, one of the things you tightened this past week, not a good team, but they had a good position group that matched up with a weakness for the Texans. Is there anything the Jags do particularly well that is a measuring stick for the Texans, the same way that Jeffrey Simmons, Tavondre Sweat, and company were last weekend in the loss to the Titans? We'll dig into that coming up next in the 7 o'clock hour. But first, I want to give a shout-out to Legacy Cigars and Lounge. And
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's dig into the Jags a little bit here. By the way, Seth and I are in on Friday this week, so this is not Seth and I today getting our last word in on the Texans and Jags before Texans Countdown at 9 a.m. on Sunday. We are here for you. The store is open on Friday. We are here for you on Friday this week.
By the way, I know some of you are all concerned about my recent spate of health curiosities. I think we're good.
Oh, yeah?
I think we're good. Yeah.
Okay.
Vasovagal syncope, Sean. The reason that I've passed out several times over the last couple weeks and what have you. Long story short, I've made great progress in reducing my blood pressure over the past year.
A little too much, maybe.
Turns out my body is like, hey, bro, what? WTF? Yeah, you spent 49 years of your life being borderline high blood pressure, and all of a sudden we're trying to operate like with a lower PSI here.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay,
just to eat more salt and get more angry.
There you go.
So thank you, Bobby Sloak. You've been helping in that regard.
Bobby Sloak is a lifesaver. He saved Seth's life. Yeah.
I'm like fluoride in the water, my blood pressure is. It's got to be the ideal amount versus, like right now I'm at the, it's a little, except it's unlike fluoride, it's too low.
Yeah.
It's too low.
Oh, good,
it's
man.
Not, it isn't too low. I think my body just has to adjust to it.
Okay, I'm glad you sounds like you got some answers then. I'm glad.
I think so, yeah. I've gotten all the tests done and everything. I didn't want to alarm anybody, but I've had a spate of tests over the last couple weeks that I feel pretty good about. I'm not going brain dead. I don't have a heart issue or anything. I genuinely do have to put more electrolytes in my diet.
Okay, good. I'm just glad you're getting answers on it. I've been concerned about you, just so you know. I know a little bit more than everybody else does. So I'm glad to hear that things are moving in the right direction.
Yeah, so you can stop sending me your suggestions that I need to eat more elderberries or whatever. Okay, I'm fine.
Are you talking to me or the audience on that
one?
Because I've been pounding you about these elderberries all the time.
I've had 2,900 homespun remedies sent my way to how to avoid getting sick so much. I haven't been sick that much.
Right.
I've just been passing out and hitting my head, okay?
Have they given you any solutions on how to not get hit by a garage door gate?
Well, I blame that on Bobby Sloak. I honestly
thought.
I think I may have been concussed already when I actually got hit by the barrier arm, garage barrier arm exit. Because I was a little confused to begin with, and I got hit in the head by barrier arm.
That's what you need.
And I ended up even more confused.
Oh my God. All right, so the Jags this weekend, Sunday noon kick here on Sports Radio 610, 9 a.m. Seth and I've got you for Texans Countdown. Your analysis or your previewing the Titans game last week, and it all came to fruition. But big litmus test for the Texans offensive line. It's a 2-8 football team, but here's the things they do well, and my God, they match up very poorly they match up from a Texans perspective. It's not good. They match up with the area that the Texans are most deficient in right now.
Yeah.
Do the Jags, in your first peek into the Jags, is there any of that dynamic going on with this matchup against the
Brian
2-9
Thomas?
team?
Yeah, Brian Thomas, the receiver. I think he's got some nastiness in him, and obviously that's tied to Trevor Lawrence and how he performs. So kind of like with Will Levis last week. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence has more stretches of really good play in his career than Will Levis does, but he's capable of good things, just not as consistently as people would like. But the ability of the Jaguars, just like the Titans, to potentially hit the Texans with deep shots when the safety play is inadequate or what have you. Yeah, that's a big deal this week.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas could be the one that on Friday we're like, I can't believe they did it again. I can't believe they did it again.
Right. Christian Kirk is out for the season, as is Gabe Davis. So they're not deep at receiver right now. This is clearly their number one target. And it's still up in the air as to whether or not Trevor Lawrence plays. He practiced on Monday. They were off yesterday. Here's Doug Peterson, coach of the Jags, earlier this week on Trevor Lawrence's status.
Trevor's going to practice today, and then we'll see where it's at from there.
Is it just based on how much he's able to go throughout the week?
Yeah, it'll just be a toleration thing with him, yeah.
Are you comfortable waiting until Friday or game time to decide?
Well, we'll find out today. We'll see where Trevor's at today. Then he's got tomorrow off. Come in and get treatment, and see where he's at on Wednesday, how he feels. He's feeling better today. So that's positive.
The Jags they were 8-3 last season, midway through the season, after beating the Texans here in Week 12. Since then, they are 3-14. The Jags are. That is a full 17-game season of first overall pick level play that the Jags have had since beating the Texans on the game where Matt Amendola boinked that 58-yard field goal that would have tied the game off the crossbar. They are 3-14, and yet with the way the Texans are playing right now, I'm nervous about everybody that they play.
Yeah.
Whether it's Trevor Lawrence or Mac Jones, I don't even care who's playing quarterback. Mac Jones makes me less nervous, but I can't trust the Texans right now.
The other thing I would say, if you look for strengths on the Texans team or on the Jaguars roster, I think their front seven is a pretty solid front seven.
It's good.
Their best, Hines Allen is their best defensive end and probably their best player in the front seven. I don't worry as much about edge rushers. In pass protection especially, the Texans' offensive tackles have been just fine. The ring is actually improved in some regards from the offensive tackles. So I'm not overly worried about that. The Texans, in looking for areas where there has been some progress, I think as an offensive line, they've done a more capable job of picking up blitzes, et cetera. So it's the one-on-one individual matchups between defensive tackles and the interior offensive line that scares me the most in any given week. And this isn't the week where that's a huge scare. Yeah. So I think we might come out of this game perhaps with a false hope that, oh, wow, it looks like the offensive line has figured some things out. But it's more so just that they weren't tested the way they were versus the Titans.
I'll take it. Going into the bye week, I'll take it. Like, if it's false hope, give me 2 weeks of false hope. It beats whatever we've been feeling over the last 6 weeks.
What if it's a false hope, though, that prevents them from
making a change?
Up the offensive play
calling? You and I are thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time. Yeah, like, is it something that D'Amico can use as justification that we're fixing some things and it's moving in the right direction? Yeah, that's a concern. That's a concern.
Well, and not even, to bounce off of something you said earlier, I think the biggest two examples that you can look for as to whether, hey, does it even make sense to make an in-season offensive coordinator change? The Lions really started their turnaround when they switched to Ben Johnson midseason, and Josh Allen's entire career trajectory changed last year when they switched to Joe Brady to be the offensive coordinator in the middle of last season, about 2/3 of the way through the year. Yeah. So, there's precedent. Recent precedents that are performing very well right now that had a big turnaround when they switched up offensive coordinators in season.
I guess knowing that the biggest issue with the Texans is the interior of the offensive line, if we're using those as comparisons, the biggest issue with Buffalo, what was the biggest issue with Buffalo when they cut Ken Dorsey loose last year?
The biggest thing the Buffalo was a dicey one because they had all these stats that showed that they were a top offense, but then when you would walk, I think a lot of it boiled down to the same things we say. Like, all right, you look good when you add up the stats in total. And mind you, the Bills looked a lot better than the Texans do right now offensively in terms of the stats. But in critical situations, and can you run the ball when you need to run the ball? Are you making it harder on Josh Allen or easier? People that watch the Bills every week were screaming, no, this ain't right. It's not getting done. The stat heads were saying, yes, but look at his EPA, et cetera, et cetera. And they just turned Josh Allen into a more professional quarterback. They gave him more answers to the test.
Yeah, that's my concern is that, and I love the examples of Buffalo and the example you just gave of Detroit there. Those, to me, what applies to the Texans there is that it's not unprecedented that you do something like this. It's not unprecedented that it can be a shot in the arm. My concern, I guess, would be I don't know, that's all it would be for the Texans, unless there's some drastic philosophical shift, because that's what it was. As you talk through the Buffalo thing, they did start to become way less Diggs reliant and much more run heavy and spread the ball out. I mean, it's a big reason why Stephon Diggs wanted out of it, because they started spreading the ball around. So, I mean, unless a new offensive coordinator is going to come in with some shift in how they're doing things, I don't know that firing the offensive coordinator fixes Juice Scruggs, Jared Patterson, and Shaq Mason.
I guess, right. But that's where we are, where look at, when you look at anything, whether it's in sports, business, or otherwise, where you've got multiple things that are underperforming across the board, whether it's your quarterback himself, whether it's the offensive line, whether it's your wide receiving core. Yes, you can reach into that bag and pull out an issue and try to blame it all on that. The sum total of everything is that the offensive coordinator is the guy who's responsible for the execution of the plays. We hear this every week. Oh, it's execution. Oh, it's the execution. Right. The offensive coordinator is responsible for the execution.
Yes.
There's lots of factors at play there, but these guys are not doing the things you're asking them to do. Why? And at this point in the year, you can't go back in time and change the personnel. You can't, there's certain things you cannot do. You can't go back in time and do it. The one big, actually notable and significant thing you can do at this point in the season is switch out play callers. And you don't know that it's going to work, but you have to recognize where you are. This is not a fluke at this point. This is not just a rough stretch. They've been one of the worst offenses in the league over the past several weeks.
Yep.
It's much now. Going back 6 or 7 weeks that CJ's stats are so abysmally low.
Yeah, 6.
Going back the last 6 weeks.
Going back to the New England week 6 was the last time CJ had a good game.
So you don't know that it's going to definitively make a difference, but you're already the worst in the league.
Yeah.
Are you worried that you're going to get worse?
Yeah.
If it's Gerard Johnson, if it's Bill Lazor, if it's Ben McDaniels, I don't know who they've got tabbed as the in-house replacement. But it's very unlikely you're going to get worse.
Yeah.
And I'll go back to what I said yesterday, which is if D'Amico had inherited Bobby Slowick, let's just say if D'Amico, instead of it being the hire of a first-time head coach who hired a first-time offensive coordinator, that's the situation we're in right now. If D'Amico had inherited Bobby Slowick, what would he be thinking about Bobby Slowick right now? If he detaches all loyalty and friendship and everything else from it, what about if you're the head coach of this team and you're looking at it as objectively as possible, what is Bobby Slowick doing to keep his job?
He would be, if I had to say, if you're asking what would D'Amico be saying, and total guess, obviously, it would be like, I can't believe I agreed to take the job with keeping this guy around.
Right, I can't believe I had this guy forced on me.
Yeah.
Like, oh, great. And you'd be thinking about all the other different guys that you might replace him with.
That's right.
And that's, look, Dan Campbell said it. The most important job of the head coach is who he hires. And D'Amico was a first-time head coach. This is a mistake that perhaps he made as a first coach. It's maybe the toughest one to extricate yourself from. But I feel like that's where we are right now.
Well, and it might be an oversimplification, but I think there's something to first-year head coach, first-time head coach, first-time OC, first-time QB coach, really. Gerard Johnson, I know Gerard's had some assistant QB jobs along the way. Like, this is the first time he's ever had the title, quarterbacks coach, rookie quarterback. Well, I'm talking, last year, rookie center, young offensive lineman. Like, that's, man, I've been involved in businesses before. The very first radio station I ever worked at in town, down the street, everybody was doing their job for the first time. And ultimately, it didn't work, I think a lot of that, first-time owner of a station, first-time GM, first-time program director. Me and John Harris had never hosted a show before. We were the afternoon show. That was a good decision. But the inexperience shows through, and there's nowhere to lean on. You know what I mean? There's nobody in that chain of command who says, "Oh yeah, I've seen this before." Like, really seen, not observed it, experienced. There's a difference between observing something and experiencing something, and there's nobody in that chain from D'Amico all the way down to Juice Scruggs at center. I know he's left guard now, so we'll put Jared Patterson in there, who's really experienced this type of patch before.
Okay, so in football, there's an old center line theory, which is that your smartest people on your football team ideally are the guys who are in that center line of the football, starting with center, going back to the quarterback, and then on the other side of the direction, your middle linebacker, your safety. You want those guys to be super, super heady dudes.
Yes.
And honestly, in the modern NFL, extend that to running back and pass protection.
No
makes
doubt.
a big difference if you got a smart dude in pass
Hell
protection.
yes.
But then imagine, too, that the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator are standing behind those guys, coaching from the end zone.
Correct.
On the offense, you have a young center behind him, a young quarterback, and directing the show is a first-time offensive coordinator with a first-time head coach at the helm. That's too much youth and inexperience. Yeah. That's just too much. You're not gonna paint a Picasso, right out the gate when you've got all that youth and inexperience right there. And it feels like it's all come to roost this season.
Yeah. Ironically, in year 2, where they've got a year under their belt, but it wasn't perfect last year either. It was encouraging last year. Text message, 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. How can anyone say with a straight face that Bobby Slowick is the problem when people last year were so worried about him leaving for a head coaching job? I'm confused.
Because you're not confused. Stop being that way. Stop being passive aggressive. And honestly, it's a fair question, but you can think this through for yourself. People wondered, as did Sean and I, exactly. Okay, Bobby Slowick hasn't truly demonstrated that he's a genuinely good offensive coordinator. But the reason that he was such a good, a hot prospect was that he had done really good things with a rookie quarterback, and that people are so desperate for offensive minds that he's going to get plucked potentially before he's really proven anything. So there's your answer for the first part. Why was there so much,
interest?
I don't want to even say optimism, interest and intrigue around Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
I think this is 100% what you and I were saying was he still hadn't demonstrated that he could actually put together a good rushing attack.
Right.
He still hadn't demonstrated that he was genuinely a good NFL offensive coordinator. And this year, so far, he's fallen flat on his face. So it doesn't, don't play dumb with me. You're being passive aggressive and you think you're making a smart point, but you're also just trying to be a smarmy D-bag way too early in the morning for a guy. I will thank you for helping raise my blood pressure, which I desperately need.
Yep.
So I appreciate you looking out for my health, but stop it. Stop it with that.
This is proof you've been listening.
I'm confused.
This is proof you're listening to your doctor, Seth, about getting your blood pressure back up a little bit. You did not assume positivity, nor even just. This person's a Southern Belle in your mind. I'm confused.
I'm confused. I thought you were telling me I'm going to do a little old Venn diagram where I basically put anybody where I want.
Right.
And I'm gonna do that thing that Seth hates so much, create a fictitious Venn diagram, and hey, Seth, you said that Bobby Slowick should be the head coach of the Texans, and now you're saying they should fire. Well, no, I never said he should be hired as a head coach or anything optimistic about what he had done. And now he's fallen flat on his face,
Yep. Someone throws in also, guys, don't forget, an O-line coach with no experience in the scheme. Bingo. I mean, it was...
Oh, yeah. Big mistake.
Yeah, in retrospect, it was a very, very, and it's coming to roost now, a very rickety foundation that they were, that they built the offense on, just in terms of experience.
And honestly, to respond to that comment again, we do this with players all the time. Somebody shows promise, hey, you're excited about them, and then it turns out they're a dud. That's what happens. Your initial stock report doesn't always stick and hold. Let me check on my Webvan stock this morning. Oh, okay. Oh, they're defunct. Have been for 20 years.
Yeah, guys get worse at their job or they get exposed.
But that is actually, okay, so in terms of hiring experience and what have you, kids, Webvan was a company that was going to deliver groceries back in 1999. The internet was all the rage back then, so you're going to be able to order groceries and have them delivered to you. It's a great idea. Everybody was gung-ho for it, myself included. They made a lot of mistakes. They were a bunch of guys that were just overly ambitious, didn't know what they were doing, and it failed. And people wondered, gosh, will we ever actually have mass scale grocery delivery? You know what Amazon did, Sean? Now that we're sitting here, it's 20 years later, and now we've got Amazon hired a bunch of the failed executives from Webvan.
That's smart.
And they learned from their mistakes, and they changed it, and they crafted it, and it was just obviously a much better and more professional operation.
Glorious. Now, right at your door in 2 hours. It's amazing.
And I think the Texans' offensive staff right now is a little bit like Webvan. They had a lot of guys with a lot of good ideas and a lot of potential, but it's just been poorly implemented.
Yep.
They are the web van of NFL offenses.
Text message. So you guys saying get rid of Bobby? Kind of. I mean, right now.
Yeah, I know. I've said that. What the hell's going on here, Sean? What? You're just intentionally trolling.
No, I'm not. No.
You're just worried about me falling down again. You're just trying to raise my blood pressure.
I'm finding the text that I know.
I am saying at the top of my voice, get rid of Bobby Slowick. I don't understand. Where have I been ambiguous in this?
This might be a person who hasn't been listening to the show the last few days.
Well,
and they want to hear you say it. You know what I mean? Like when Tony, I
feel like it's malpractice if you're not heavily considering replacing Bobby Slowick.
Right. Like when Tony Soprano asked one of his guys to go whack somebody, and he says, "You got it?" And they nod their head. They're like, "No. I need to hear you say it. Do you understand what I am saying?" And they go, "Yes, Tony. I understand. I need to whack Bobby Slowick. Yes."
Speak into this funny-shaped flower on my lapel.
Exactly.
Are you, Seth Payne, ready to fire Bobby Slowick? Yes. And I do it honestly, that part of it. I'm not even saying it with venom. I'm not saying it with anger towards Bobby Slowick or what have you. He's the wrong guy for the job right now. Yeah, they need to try something different. They've been one of the worst offenses in the league over the last 6 weeks. And other than loyalty to Bobby, I don't think there's a reason not to try somebody different or try something new. At the very least, a change in responsibilities during the bye week. I don't know what it looks like. Maybe we won't find out the actual answer. But it's broken right now. It's very, very broken.
Well, it's in the season. The season is in danger. I say the season's in danger of slipping away. I mean, they're going to make the playoffs in all likelihood, but they're not going to do anything if this is who they are. If this
you
is
had
who
an
they
aggressive offseason.
Yeah,
you had an aggressive offseason that was done. I know you made this point yesterday. The Texans themselves were never saying Super Bowl or bust.
Right.
But they operated in the offseason in a way that they should have expected much better than this.
Yes.
It's just that part of it has not worked out.
That's absolutely right. So
it's not like, it's a rebuild and you're going to, give them time. Like, no, screw that.
Well, the most important person in that building over there is C.J. Stroud. And the fact that he is at the bottom of the barrel statistically in almost every efficiency stat for quarterbacks over the last 6 weeks is inexcusable. And then look, it's not all on, it's not, CJ is not 0% culpable in that. Like, he can do some things better. But, man, it is happening on Bobby Slowick's watch, as is this offensive line wretchedness on the interior. And that's the big thing to me is, like, it's affecting how CJ Stroud plays. And they're lucky it hasn't, to our knowledge at least, affected him physically. To our knowledge. Nick Caserio dismissed it when he was on with us a week ago when we asked him point blank, is CJ hurt? And he said, injury report, much to do about nothing. That it's impacting CJ Stroud this negative is the big black mark of all of it. He's the one guy I care about more than anybody over there.
And I think, too, there's part of it. One guy I look at sometimes is Shaq Mason, because I think that Shaq Mason is not physically the same guy he used to be. He's on the backside of his career. But there's too many times where Shaq Mason looks tentative and looks maybe a little bit unsure of what he's supposed to be doing because he doesn't play with the same violence he used to play with. That's almost my canary in the coal mine is to all right, the offensive tackles are who they are. They're more finesse players than anything else. I don't like seeing Shaq Mason out there playing like a finesse player.
Right.
He's pulling, and at times it looks like he doesn't even is 100% certain who he's supposed to be targeting. The one pass protection where you're pulling the guard to take the defensive end.
I saw it.
Where, man, you got to get your butt out there,
dude.
If you want to pull that off. Athletically, you can't do the same thing, but he didn't even look like he had any urgency to it.
No.
So I don't know what the hell's going on the Juice Scruggs is just he's going to struggle no matter what.
Yeah.
But there's some other things on the offensive line where there's just an uncertainty about the way they operate that. To me, always comes back to when your veteran players look like they're uncertain, I blame coaching.
Yeah.
I just flat out do.
It's really troubling. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. Do you think CJ has the football equivalent of the yips? Offensive line is bad, so his internal clock is rushed. He's making bad decisions. I think firing the O-line coach would be better. We'll see what happens with the O-line coach. CJ with the yips is interesting because there's at least a couple of throws. I'm not talking about the interceptions. I'm talking about 3rd and 6, and you've got Nico for what last season would have been an easy 8-yard, just run 8 yards, turn around, and CJ hits him, and CJ's throwing it at Nico's knees. There's still throws that CJ makes, several every game, where I'm like, yikes, there's only a few guys. That throw he made wasn't a completion, but that throw he made to Tank Dell on 3rd and 19 where Tank couldn't haul it in, the DB got his hand in there and poked it away, that was a rope on 3rd and 19. Like, he still makes like 5 or 6 of those every game,
The one thing, too, is that I think, and I'm trying to be as honest as possible with myself when I do this, but I know on the TV copy or watching in person sometimes, there's throws that I think like, oh, that's an errant throw, that's not like CJ. Then you go back and you watch and, oh, okay, he was getting hit from the side.
Yes.
As he was. It looks way worse from the end zone copy than it did on the TV copy.
Yep.
So there's that. But there's definitely something. There's something on his deep balls that isn't quite right. Yeah. I think there are times where he's not stepping into the throw when he does have time. Which, it's either on CJ or it's also as part of an explanation. It's just because he doesn't feel comfortable and he doesn't trust the pass protection or what he's seeing and all of that. Which, CJ will take responsibility for that. He's got to get better. But when I also watch some of these other teams. And, man, I was watching Frank Ragnow, the center for the Lions, because he's playing with a partially torn pec. So I wanted to see, okay, could Jalen Petrie do this? The level, the technique, the operation on the offensive lines on a team like the Lions versus the Texans, it's just night and day. And you don't need a trained eye to see it.
No.
If you have NFL Plus, just go watch one series of the Lions and then one series of the Texans, and you'd think one is a college team and one is an NFL
That's
team.
A great way to put it. That's a great.
And now that's on the offensive line coach, that's on the individuals themselves, but just from footwork onto body posture into clarity of and focus, it's just night and day. And that's Frank Ragnow with a partially torn pec.
Yeah. So that raises an interesting question that I got to the Hughtopia mailbag yesterday. But Hughtopia, for those that don't know, I do a podcast, a Texans podcast. Monday, Wednesday, Friday it drops. Wednesday's a mailbag episode. So that baby's probably dropping sometime this morning. I recorded it last night. But it was an interesting question because, people came into the season with so much hope, expectations, all of those things. And the team got off to a 6-2 start. That was, if you watched every game snap to snap, you go, all right, this team's 6-2, but it's on the, largely on the back of being really good situationally at the end of games. They barely had a positive point differential, and they were 6-2 to start the season. So I had somebody ask me, when was your honeymoon is over moment for this season, right? Because I think by and large, Texan fans right now, there's very few Texan fans that are super optimistic. I don't think they're losing fans, but I think the fans are losing confidence in the team. And so I think you've got a fan base that by and large is anywhere from nervous and concerned to angry. And so there, was there an inflection point, where the honeymoon is over and you flipped from being hopeful and happy about the season to, okay, my Mondays suck now because of this team.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm curious what yours was, Seth, because for me it was the Jets game. It was the Jets game. It was the second half of that Jets game where you had a team on the ropes. You had a team at halftime where the fans were chanting, "Sell the team" to ownership. And in the second half of that football game, you allowed their offense to literally the only time you got off the field, you didn't get off the field. They had 3 touchdown drives, and they were taking knees at the end. That was it in the second half. Like, they didn't stop scoring touchdowns against you. And it may have had something to do with the fact that I was doing a post-game show after that till 1 a.m. But that was the honeymoon. For me, it was the Jets. I'm curious on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Like, what was if you're somebody who feels this way right now about the season, that it's taken a twist for you where you lack optimism or you're even angry about the season, where was your honeymoon is over moment?
Mine was the Jets game. It was a window of time, Sean.
Okay.
It was the Jets game followed by C.J. Stroud throwing that interception when he was targeting a wide-open Tank Dell in the end zone.
That's a good one.
Where he didn't put enough on the ball. He was late to make the decision.
Against the Lions.
All of those things. Yeah. Because that felt like a culmination of, all right, you just lost to the Jets. Oh, because it was a short week and you guys didn't have energy. I don't want to talk about that element of this team that seemingly can't handle a short week because my legs are tired. But then, yeah, the CJ just definitively not being the same guy and not making decisions the same way, and then perhaps for whatever reason not having as much on his deep ball this year. That's the toxic twist of CJ underperforming, distrust in Bobby Slowick, the team not showing up with energy when they need to, and throwing a dollop of can't score in the second half.
Yeah, right. Like every second half is a honeymoon is over moment.
Has our confused friend responded at all?
We're getting a lot of text, so I'm not sure.
Okay,
yeah,
right.
I'm not
my
sure.
The security settings on my computer won't allow me to get into our text system.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, so apologies to my confused fella.
No worries. I'll be sure to cherry pick the ones that get you appropriately agitated. Don't worry. A lot of people saying the Jets game, too, on the honeymoon is over moment. 5-Hour Energy fan line, text message, Jets game, too. Text message, I agree, Jets started it, and how we lost to the Lions sealed it. So similar to what you were saying, Seth, window of time of week 9 and 10 sort of combo platter.
I mean, you look at the stretch of games leading into that Jets game, and, you got the Bills, beat the Bills. All right, hey, Patriots, wasn't as pretty as we would have liked, but an authoritative victory over the Patriots.
Yeah, authoritative.
Packers, you're frustrated with the end-of-game management, but at the end of the day, you're on the road in Green Bay versus a very good team, and you had a shot there at the end. And then the Colts game, there were a lot of we were nervous about a bunch of things offensively, but you were just kind of uncertain about things, and then you drop a game for the second year in a row to the Jets right around the same time of year that you dropped the game to the Jets last year, and it feels like, oh, wait a second. Are we right back to square one with this team?
Yeah, and at the time they were 6-3, but it did feel that way. My honeymoon is over moment was when I learned Juice Scruggs would be the day one starter, and again when Seth went on a 10-minute on-air rant telling everyone how stupid I was.
Oh, yeah, that's that guy. I told you already, man. I've already conceded that you won that one.
Yeah.
Quit trying to rub it in my face, man. If you can't, I know that guy. That guy's unreasonable, though, because he wouldn't. I had some arguments and disagreements with him that he just wasn't even listening to what I was saying. Like, he just kept bringing up all these straw man arguments. So, but I've already conceded.
You did.
I've already conceded
times.
that one to you. So just shut your trap now.
There you go.
That guy is insufferable, man. That guy grinds my gears, which is good. So thank you for keeping me from passing out.
Driving his blood pressure up, which is what Seth needed,
syncope.
according to his doctor. Seth's the first person I have ever known whose doctor told him, we need your blood pressure to increase.
It's more complicated than that, but they don't need it to increase.
Few people say in the Vikings game, that's a little early for the honey. That to me was just, hey, man, Vikings are a little better than we thought they were. It was week 3, so I'm like, all right, even good teams get one of these during the year. I hate that the Texans are using theirs in week 3. Like, I hate that they're cashing their we got our asses kicked coupon in week 3, but that one wasn't as big a for the Vikings.
The one
game.
about that was that the Vikings defense, and I was curious about this, Brian Flores' defense was doing a lot of stuff that it's kind of like a Cliff Kingsbury offense. At the beginning of the year when you don't have a lot of film on it, it's a lot. It's a lot to process, and they don't have tendencies or anything. So I was able to excuse it a little in my mind of like, man, all right, this is if you'd caught the Vikings at the end of the year, it might have been different. But I wasn't panicking at that point. Nico wasn't there, et cetera, but it was, it was obviously a red flag.
Yeah, I'm with Seth. It was the Jets game in the interception.
Excuse me, Joe Mixon wasn't in the Vikings game.
Yeah, Joe Mixon. I'm with Seth. It was the Jets game and the interception to Tank. You're getting a lot of people agreeing with you on that. It began in Green Bay, and the Jets game sealed it. This is an interesting text message. I always like it when it starts with this. Guys, let's call it the way it really is. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Tell me what's the way it really is.
Tell us what it is. Here we go. This is a texter. This started last year, but we gave them a pass because they were winning. I need to know what this is. I need more specific. Like, what started last year?
There were plenty of passes given last year because it was the first year.
Right.
But again, I'll go back to you and I were never 100% sold on Bobby Slowick because we still needed to see him prove that he could actually deliver a really good offense. That's where I wasn't whistling past the graveyard on that. I had great concerned that they'd be able to put together an actual good rushing attack. And even when it's looked good this year, it's been more about Joe Mixon than the actual offensive line or the system itself. So it's one of those classic things where, look, there were warning signs, and we were monitoring those warning signs. The Texans have failed to deliver on almost every single one of those warning signs.
Yep.
That's the tough part of it. As far as, don't lump me in. Don't lump me in with the people that wanted to crown Bobby Slowick king and make him a head coach immediately. I very much like the upside of Bobby Slowick. I was very intrigued, and I was very optimistic. But he hadn't genuinely proven it to us yet.
That's right.
And this is where, yes, to go back to our confused fella, he's failed the test. He's just flat out failed that test. I don't know what's so complicated about it.
Right.
I just don't. I don't understand why it's hard to understand whether you're DeMeco Ryans or the guy who's confused about how I feel this way now. It's you get optimistic about something, and then the thing you were optimistic about turns out you shouldn't have been as optimistic, and then you change course. That's life.
Yeah, no.
Stop making it more complicated.
Right. If you're confused as to why, he was a big candidate last year, and now everybody's down on Bobby Slowick, you're somebody who. You would strike me as somebody who's surprised when you open up your app to look at the stock market. Well, the Dow is down today? It's down?
Yeah.
I thought it only went up.
Or just even like in the case of Webvan or anything else like that. You get, because the stock market is going to rise and fall. Individual companies are dive or fail.
Right.
And, you can do the hindsight and say, I wish I would have bought Apple stock back then. The fact of the matter is that there are 10 different stocks that you could have chosen that look just like Apple that you couldn't have predicted. And that's life. That's life.
Keep texting in 713-572-4610, 5-Hour Energy Fan Line. When was your, if indeed the honeymoon is over, when was your honeymoon is over moment for the Texans? There's one thing that I am really glad with the Texans that we don't have to worry about anymore in any of these off seasons, and we'll tell you what that is coming up next. But the Men's Tea Clinic on the dot.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom.
Is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This came out last week. The Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame, is down to its 25 semifinalists, and my immediate reaction wasn't even to look at the list. My immediate reaction was to say, I'm really glad we don't have to worry about this with Andre Johnson anymore. I'm glad we don't have to worry about bringing up the fact that Reggie Wayne had Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison and Edgerrin James, Hall of Famers themselves. Torrey Holt had Kurt Warner, Marshall Faulk, Isaac Bruce, Hall of Famers, and that Andre Johnson had not those guys.
The wide receiver log jam and kind of the multiple different ways you could slice all of that, that had the potential to be really, really annoying for multiple years if Andre hadn't gotten in. So yes, we don't have to worry about any of that.
I'm
anymore.
really glad we don't have to worry about that anymore. Really, really glad. It's an interesting group. I have become resigned to the fact that Eli Manning has a really good shot of getting in, just based purely on the lack of. I hate doing this with Hall of Famers because they're all phenomenal. They're 20. These are 25 immortals here, but like that's. I almost feel like they want to have a headliner every year, you know. And there are players out there. If it's not Eli, I don't know who the headliner is. I'll tell you the guy who I think should be the biggest lock to make it on here, and it's probably Luke Kuechly. That guy was a first-team All-Pro. He retired early, right? He retired with some tread still left on the tire. But he was a first-team All-Pro nearly every year he played in the NFL.
I met him very, very briefly at the Super Bowl this year, and I was kind of shocked by how big he is. That's he doesn't look big on the TV copy. No, and he has and he has the glasses, and he kind of just squirrely around. He never struck me. But I guess I'm getting more like that as I get older and as I get smaller. I'm like, these NFL players are actually pretty big.
Well, you're smaller now. So
I will say, amongst the Hall of Famers, that's a pretty consistent thought I have, which is. Usually when you meet, most people when they meet NFL linemen, I mean, I don't know about most people, but when you meet a guy just in street clothes, and he's by himself. He's not surrounded by other offensive linemen. A lot of times people were like, oh, he's not as big as I thought he'd be. Guys like J.J. Watt, Luke Kuechly, Elvin Bethea, any of these guys, Bruce Matthews, when you meet them in person, you're like, oh, this is a different type of human being.
Yeah.
This is like, these are guys, this is just like genuinely, I don't know if they're the same species as me.
Right.
They're just larger. They just got big. Like JJ, I always felt JJ could have easily been a 340-pound offensive tackle and not looked fat. He's just got a bigger frame than even other really good football players.
Yeah.
So a bit like that.
Kuechly, yeah. I think Kuechly should be the biggest lock. I think Eli's going to make it. I've come to grips with that. Eli, other than the 2 Super Bowls, is the definition of average. Like, he literally has a 500 career record. He's 117 and 117 in his career as a starting quarterback. Like, he's the definition of the middle of the road,
I'm stacking him up next to Joe Flacco right now because Joe Flacco's the other guy who had one very notable Super Bowl run where, man, he made some awesome plays. He also, on that Super Bowl run, checked down to a screen on 4th and 20 that ended up working out for him.
It happens.
But he also made some incredible throws that were above and beyond what he had done as a regular season quarterback anywhere else in his career. And I feel like Eli is that same guy. I mean, you look at Joe Flacco, they have about an identical QB rating. Flacco threw fewer interceptions, but in fewer games.
Yeah.
But I think it was still a much lower interception rate.
Very similar players.
Pass yards per game, like just about the same. All of these things. And the biggest difference is that Eli had 4, count them. We're talking about a quarterback here. 4 Pro Bowls in his entire career.
His whole carear. And he played a long time.
No All-Pros. Right. Like, he was never regarded as one of the best quarterbacks in the game.
No.
He was an active quarterback. He just had a couple of incredible throws in a couple of Super Bowls. And now, I feel like if you're going to let Eli in because of that, you got to put Justin Tuck in, a better player at his position than Eli Manning was at his.
On both those teams.
But was also an awesome in the Super Bowls. Yeah. Like how are Osi Umenyiora might as well get a Super Bowl because he might as well get a Hall of Fame bid because I think he was better at his position than Eli Manning was at his.
Quarterbacks.
So why is the quarterback the guy that gets to make the Hall of Fame simply because of a couple of performances in Super Bowls?
It's the marquee position. It's just it's quarterback, and he's royalty, man. He's a Manning.
Joe Flacco way more rushing touchdowns than Eli Manning.
Well, yeah.
That's disgusting, Eli Manning. How does Joe Flacco have 16 rushing touchdowns?
Joe Flacco's still playing. Eli Manning, broadcaster. So I think Eli's making it. I think
Is it unfair that I'm just assuming that Joe Flacco won't be in the Hall of Fame conversation?
No, I don't think I don't think he belongs anywhere near the Hall of Fame conversation.
My argument against Eli was when
I don't think Eli belongs in the Hall of Fame either.
On the Manning cast, I don't know if Eli even knows where the Hall of Fame is. I played in a Hall of Fame game against Eli Manning. No, wait, oh no, that wasn't Eli yet. Never mind. So this is the thing. I was watching the Manning cast, or a clip of the Manning cast. It was the play that was called back because of Laramie Tunsil's illegal man downfield. And I've never seen a quarterback fumble through what the actual rule was, and something that I thought every quarterback would know. Eli Manning looked like he was just now learning about illegal man downfield, in command of everything. And this is why I couldn't figure out. The next day after that game, we had multiple texts of people saying, well, why was it illegal man downfield when the pass was behind the line of scrimmage? And I'm like, why are people saying that? And I watched this clip from Eli, and it's because Eli said it.
He was planting
well, what? But it was behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Yes, every damn screen, Eli. What the hell are you talking about? That specifically screens when it matters the most, which are usually behind the line of scrimmage. What the hell are you talking about, Eli?
Brutal.
Based on that, he can't get into the Hall of Fame. I'm going to have John McClain bring that clip up when he argues against him.
I'm curious what John thinks. And when I've talked with John about Eli, John hasn't seemed nearly as bullish on Eli certainly being a first ballot Hall of Famer as some do out there, you know?
I wonder, do Giants fans even look at him as a bona fide Hall of Famer?
You know what? Giants fans probably, those 2 Super Bowls will create a lot of delusion. They will infect your brain with a lot of delusion Super Bowl rings. I hope to find that out someday. I would gladly have C.J. Stroud be a markedly average quarterback for his entire career and deliver us 2 Super Bowls to Houston than have him, throw for 5,000 yards 10 years in a row, and then the furthest we get is an AFC title game.
Hey, when was the last time we did a segment about whether or not C.J. Stroud is on pace for the Hall of Fame? Because he's not anymore.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
I guess that's the other part of it. I know that, look, some people are confused or wondering, Seth, can you flip on Bobby Slowick this fast? The answer is simply that for a couple reasons. One is that it's the one change you could make right now where you could go from being that could, if it works out, if maybe the guy is already in the organization, you could stop being one of the worst offenses in the league over the last 6 weeks, which they have been. Because are you going to get any worse than that? Probably not. And if you do, who cares? But the second is that, I had high hopes for Bobby Slowick, but as we said the entire offseason, he still hadn't proven that he was genuinely a good offensive coordinator yet. Offensive coordinators have to go through that same dynamic that rookie quarterbacks do, which is, hey, they've got a year of film on you. They're going to see what you can do. And so far, Bobby Slowick, every step along the way, hasn't done a single thing to back up or justify all of that praise and optimism that he created last year. So, and look, CJ ain't going anywhere. CJ's got that upside. We know it's there. He's still exhibiting it this year. He's just not operating the same way. He's not he's not as consistently accurate as he was. There's multiple reasons for that potentially, but at least one of them is if the entire operation around him was better, we'd have a better gauge for what CJ is doing and not doing well. But they're not helping him out in so many different facets and areas right now that I don't know. I just can't say that Bobby Slowick is the guy to figure it out for him.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thanksgiving Eve Wednesday. Keep texting in. Honeymoon is over moment for you this season with the Texans. Not saying you're out on them, but when did the mood turn for you? We're getting on that 5-Hour Energy fan line. We'll continue to mix those in. Seth and I tried to forecast the number of job openings that there will be at head coach in the NFL last week. I think there was one we were both counting on that, according to the owner now, might not be open. There might be an extension coming. You will not want to miss. I think you know who we're talking about. You will not want to miss this audio. That is coming up next.
How do you know something's good? It's got a track record, right? So your offensive coordinator, your defensive coordinator, you need a track record over time to figure out whether they're good or not. When it comes to a custom home builder, look no further than Kirk Holmes.
5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back, Payne and Pendergast. Before we get to Jerry Jones,
I want to get out in front of this before I make an inevitable mistake someday. So I've got this on record as me not trying to start a rift in the future. My phone, even after its brand new iPhone update, for whatever reason, 2 weeks into Bobby Slowick's tenure, will still autocorrect every time I say right Bobby Slowick to Bob Slovak. So at some point, I'm going to tweet out something like, they got to get rid of Bobby Slowick, except it's going to autocorrect because I'll be angry at the moment.
Yeah.
It's going to autocorrect to they got to get rid of Bob Slovak.
I wonder if he catches some of that already.
Bob's going to be like, what the hell?
What did I do
Seth,
to
what did I ever do to you? I thought we were cool, man.
Well, dude, and Bob Slovak's one of the nicest guys ever on top of that.
No,
like,
I feel so bad about it.
Yeah. Like, it'd be one thing.
Bob Slovak doesn't know what he's doing, and he hasn't the entire time he's been here.
Right. Like, it'd be one thing if that were actually true, but, like, he's the nicest guy ever. Oh, that's so funny.
He might be listening right now.
Oh, yeah.
So,
well, if he's not, someone will let him know. Like, hey, man.
It's so weird. Every time, and I correct it every time, and my phone won't learn that I'm trying to say Bobby Slowik. I've never once tweeted about Bob Slovak or anything.
A little too smart. He's probably in your contacts. You know what I mean? So they're like, oh, they fish. In a matter of a microsecond, they're able to fish in there in your contacts and go, oh, no.
It's one of the reminders that you can't trust AI. Like yesterday when I was searching, I plugged into Gemini. I just wanted Hall of Famers who went to small colleges.
Yeah.
And a respectable list of guys like, Walter Payton, Jerry Rice, DeMarcus Ware,
John
and
Randall,
Ed Reed.
Yeah.
Ed Reed, who went to the tiny University of Miami,
See?
which according to Gemini is not an FCS school. So I asked for clarification.
Oh, FBS, yeah, it's not. Yeah.
Or FBS, school, FBS school.
Yeah.
I think the best I can figure is that Gemini thought that it probably figured Miami of Ohio somehow. It got mixed up in its search.
Yeah. But
so it's like, but the problem is you come across articles that are like, that's how you can tell some of these articles are written completely by AI.
Yes.
Because it'll make big name swap errors that are glaring. And yet somehow this thing that's supposed to replace us all can't figure it out.
Yeah, that's
like Ed Reed went to the U.
Right. That's where I still feel good about our security out here in society as human beings versus the machines. For now.
I don't, because I'm more worried that people are going to start leaning on it more heavily than they should.
Yeah.
And these mistakes are going to end up with a nuclear bomb.
Oh, well, there's that. Yeah.
Lobbed at us at some point.
I hadn't thought that many steps ahead.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about the check coming every 2 weeks. So let's get to Jerry Jones here. Bob Slovak, noted. Seth is not mad at you.
Got to get rid of him. When has Bob Slovak ever demonstrated that he can actually execute at a championship offensive caliber?
That's true.
When has he shown that he can provide us an offensive, a championship caliber offense?
That's right. Has Bob Slovak ever really coordinated a good run game before? No.
Was D'Amico Ryan hire Bob Slovak?
That's right. Oh, man, people coming in the middle of this segment right now. Here was Jerry Jones yesterday on 105.3 The Fan up in Dallas. Mike McCarthy, I think the general thought is that he's going to be gone after this year. It's been a disappointing season for the Cowboys. Win over the Commanders on Sunday notwithstanding. But Jerry Jones says, hey, man, Mike McCarthy, who's operating with his contract being up at the end of the year as of right now, he might get an extension.
Well, I don't think that's crazy at all. That's not crazy. And listen, Mike McCarthy is an outstanding coach. I was listening to the game last night, watching it, and Aikman was talking about it, and he's reiterated that several times publicly. This Super Bowl winning coach. And Mike McCarthy has been there, done that. He's got great ideas. So bottom line is that in no place in my body language or anything else have you seen indications about what we're going to be doing relative to this staff at the end of this year. And we shouldn't. We got a lot of football left. I used to play 10 games in college. And so if you measured it by that, we've got 60% of a college season left. It's longer now, of course. But, 6 football games, that's a lifetime.
Dude, that was some serious meandering at the end there. We used to have college seasons were 10 games, so we've got 60% of a season back in 1962.
He was venturing into top quartile of the top quartile
He was going Irsay, yes.
He was, man. Earlier this year, he had something where he was doing just fine, but then he started bringing the actual math into it. And it was something about the salary cap that just made zero sense at all.
Yeah.
He's
a GM.
And it spoke to, this is the guy, he's the GM.
Yep.
And he doesn't understand some of the basic situation, like salary cap situation stuff when he uses the numbers. And that probably speaks to a lot of what's going on with the Cowboys, is that you've got a micromanaging owner who doesn't actually put in the time of a micromanager. And that's a tough spot to be in.
No. If you were a Cowboy fan hearing that Mike McCarthy might get an extension this offseason, how would you feel?
I feel like they're just saying that's just Jerry being Jerry.
Yeah.
That's just him, he's doing the right thing in terms of, all right, if you don't want things to turn any more toxic than they already are.
That's a good point.
Voice support. I feel like if I were an owner, which is unlikely to happen, or a head coach, doubly unlikely to, God, I don't want that for myself. If I were ever one of those two guys, I would have to have a really good plan for my coach speak or GM speak going into it, because there's times where you're just going to lie. And you got to tell yourself, it's just for the good of the team and everything. And he's kind of doing, I don't think there's a chance in hell he rehires Mike McCarthy, but he's trying to keep the train from going any further off the rails.
Yeah, they're having a weird year because they've been awful at home. They're 4-7. They're 0-5 at home, and they're 4-2 on the road. Like that's a strange season for two reasons. I mean, the one obvious reason, which is, oh my God, you're way better at home than you are on the road. But the other two weird things about it is they're getting destroyed in every game at home. They're not losing close games at home. They're getting smoked by an average of 24 points. Every single game at home this year, the Cowboys have trailed by 20 points at one point or another during those games. Oftentimes, at the final gun, they've trailed by 20 or more points. And real quick, the other weird thing is that they were an amazing home team until that Green Bay playoff game. It's like that Green Bay playoff game was like this pin that got stuck into a balloon, and the balloon pops, and all of a sudden they're awful. They were a great team at home for a few years there.
They're a lot like my ninth grade English teacher, Mr. Smith, who was an awesome teacher. But whenever, a couple times a year, the vice principal comes in to observe class, Mr. Smith would just completely fall apart when the vice principal was in there. Oh, it was awful, too, because he was kind of like, you could tell he was an aging hippie. And he was really cool because he was just, he was an English teacher.
Yeah.
I'm painting a picture here for you. Kind of like, looked like Tom Petty almost, like dressed like him and everything, too. But then you could tell you'd walk into class one or 2 days a year, and he was wearing a suit. And he looked all of a sudden like Welcome Back Kotter. And you could tell he was like nervous. And he ended up just sucking in front of the vice principal. He was trying to be somebody he wasn't. I feel like that's what the Cowboys are when they play at home.
Yeah.
It's like the vice principal is
They
there.
are. There's 93,000 vice principals.
They're all dressed up.
Yep.
They look like they should be a good teacher and or head football coach or a good home football team, and it just doesn't work out that way.
Why did he dress up for that day? I mean, I know why, because the vice principal's in there, but I know the reason why, but I would tell him, dude, it's not like they don't see you walking around the school the other 200 days out of the year that there's school. They know that you wear flip-flops and T-shirts every day.
Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
Kids, this might be hard to understand. There used to be a much greater stigma attached to people who smoked the marijuana, and it was a different time.
Yeah.
And I think people might look at Mr. Smith and they might think, hey, that guy also looks kind of like Jim from Taxi. And I don't know, maybe there were rumors or what have you that this guy maybe was a bit of a stoner. And I don't know, looking back on it, I have no clue or whatever, but that was the scuttlebutt.
Yeah.
And I think he knew and understood that, and he was trying real hard not to look like a stoner when the vice principal was in there.
I get the reason why, but my advice to him would have been dude, clearly how you look is affecting how you're performing right now. He might have been more comfortable in his usual attire.
I think he knew that because our vice principal, Mr. Allmansberger, that's the name of a vice principal, is it not?
Yeah.
He just comes. You feel like is this guy a vice principal or a Nazi?
Drill
I don't know.
sergeant. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. So it's Allmansberger, whatever. I think it was that dynamic. I think he was kind of really like, man, this guy probably try to make it through today, make it through the lesson plan, and
He's a good teacher, though, huh?
Oh, he was awesome.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know. I just liked him personally.
Yeah,
That's a good teacher in my book.
Yeah, for sure.
No, yeah, he pulled the creative. He got my creative juices going. He pulled it out. Yeah.
Okay, for you, he was good. Text message, and this is all it says, but they're referring to C.J. Stroud, obviously, and this might be a reply or a play off of a previous text, but after the talk with Caleb. Oh, this is an answer to the when was the honeymoon over question. Okay. This person is saying after the talk that CJ had with Caleb Williams after the Bears game, SMH.
Dude, that big bro is not working out right now, man. Oh,
CJ's probably got a lot of audio and video out there, like in terms of things he said this past offseason. Honestly, probably stuff that got us really gassed up as Texan fans, and I'm not mad about it or anything. And probably a lot of stuff that was closer to being the truth at the time. Like when he's declaring himself a top 5 quarterback on a podcast, the world wasn't up in arms about it or anything. Like it was the rookie of the year.
They create a lot of chatter amongst fan bases where you're in that upper echelon of quarterbacks and everything.
It was a landslide rookie of the year, showing off some of the bravado that got him to where he was. But now, man, in retrospect, I've seen a few people say that. I'm like, man, I bet a couple of things. There's going to be way less of CJ on the podcast circuit, way less of CJ on Radio Row if the season keeps going the way it is.
That's the one that, you know what, I've had multiple former either, NFL people. I say multiple, two that I can think of specifically that have basically legitimately texted me and were like, man, I hate that I'm even saying this, but, man, I mean, do you think maybe at least part of this was a little bit of the premature adulation?
Yeah.
Adulation. Premature adulation. Did we prematurely adulate on CJ Stroud? It affects lots of men at various times in their life, especially when they're younger. Premature adulation.
Right.
And I don't think so.
I think we adulate. You don't think we adulated prematurely?
No. I think this is where I'm going to put it.
Okay.
Let's look at previous cases of premature adulation. There was Baker Mayfield.
Yes.
I would say,
for sure.
Was it his first year or his second year that was really promising?
Well, no, his rookie year.
His rookie year,
because remember they let him handpick Freddie Kitchens as the coach. Yeah.
And then Justin Herbert. I think because Justin Herbert, and now Mina Kimes made a comparison to a C.J. Stroud to Justin Herbert comparison earlier in the year.
Yeah.
And she meant it in a very positive way, but the way that it was phrased in the headline, both Chargers fans and Texans fans were irate about it.
Okay.
I think it was a prescient observation. She noticed that CJ might be a premature adulator, which was that the circumstances around Justin, the circumstances around Justin Herbert made it really hard for him to kind of deliver on that promise from his first couple seasons.
Yeah.
And now you look this year with a different offensive coordinator, different head coach, everything else. The meat is swinging back up.
Yeah, well, that's interesting because as you're laying that out with Justin Herbert, I'm like, okay, well, that took a regime change.
It took a long time,
and it took a regime change to get that out of him. Like he didn't come in with Brandon Staley. I think it was still Anthony Lynn that was there when they drafted Herbert. But that right, he was offensive rookie of the year, and then
when he had Shane Steichen the first couple years, first as a quarterbacks coach, then as a he never had him as a coordinator.
Shane got promoted to Philly as the coordinator. So I think that's like overall because Herbert looks really good this year, but they're not asking him to do nearly as much as they were asking him to do with previous regimes a few years ago.
They weren't. Yeah, I mean, people were really upset with Lombardi for a long time there and wanted to get rid of him.
OC,
So he's been through a few. It's but it's not. So I think the thing with CJ is he's still doing a lot of things at an advanced level. He still makes throws that are way freakier than they even look on television necessarily when you look at some of the things he has to process in the pass protection that he's dealing with. But yes, clearly there's a hiccup here. And so I think in terms of putting him in the top 5 or anything like that, I think you and I got some pushback from our own listeners at times because we weren't ready to put him up there yet.
Yeah.
It was like, yes, he's on track for that, but he's not there yet.
Right.
He hasn't really proven it yet. Just as it was with Bobby Slowick, I'm still way more optimistic about C.J. Stroud long-term than I am Bobby Slowick.
Yep. Seth, I went through the exercise yesterday of tabulating the circle of swarm so far this year that we do. Like who's made it the most, who's made it a few times. I think you and I have done a pretty good job of kind of nailing the storylines of the Texans season so far via the number of times that we have put certain players in the circle of swarm. I've got the scoreboard. I've got the circle of swarm scoreboard through Week 12, and we will tell you who the leader in the clubhouse is coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. I've got the scoreboard out.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so those of you who listen to the show know that every Friday, or in the case of a Thursday game, we'll do it on Thursday. But before every Texans game, starting in week 3, we started doing this. Seth and I do a little thing called the Circle of Swarm. It's sort of the offshoot of the Circle of Trust that we do for the Astros, but with a little different set of rules. If you want to tune into it, if you haven't heard it before, we typically do it around 7:20-ish on Fridays. And we'll do one this Friday. Seth and I are both in this Friday to get you ready for Jacksonville and the Texans on Sunday. Noon kick in Jacksonville. You can hear it on Sports Radio 610.
Help you lower your blood sugar a little bit too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we do the Circle of Swarm, and we pick 6 guys. Seth picks 3, I pick 3, and they are the swarmiest of players for that week. Some of it's based on recency, previous performance, with a little bit of a sliver of how of how we hope that particular player plays the upcoming weekend. So the swarmiest of players get picked as one of the 6. So we've done this now 10 times. We've done it for weeks 3 through 12. We'll do another one this Friday for week 13. Seth, I don't know if you've looked at the scoreboard here.
I have.
Okay, you have. All right, so yep. I was going to have you guess, if you hadn't looked at it, as to who the swarmiest player has been so far. Who's been selected for the Circle of Swarm most so far this year?
Can I guess again, since maybe there's a chance I misremembered it?
Sure.
Danielle Hunter.
Danielle Hunter's number 1 with 7 selections. Give it to me. There we go.
I remembered something that I read 45 minutes ago.
7 times Danielle Hunter has been selected to the Circle of Swarm. He's number 1 on the list. Number 2 on the list, Azeez Al-Shire has been selected 6 times. Now, Azeez has been good this year, and we'll point out, Azeez, unlike Danielle Hunter, has actually missed a few weeks. So he's probably, Azeez has probably made it almost every week he's been on the field.
Yeah, and I think that really speaks to the nature of the award. It's not necessarily, hey, this is an all-pro or anything like that. It's how swarmy are you? And Azeez Al-Shire has an ability to hit people both in and out of bounds with a whole lot of thud.
Yes.
There was a particularly bad late hit call on him
really
last
bad.
week.
Yeah,
you can't have that. This team's not in a position where they can be just donating penalties to the total.
No.
But, he brings a thud to him.
So he's made it 6 times. 2 players have made it 5 times in the Circle of Swarm so far this year. Derek Stingley Jr. And Joe Mixon. And keep in mind, Joe Mixon missed a few weeks as well. We started this exercise up in week 3. He did not come back to the he was not back on the field till week 6.
So the swarmiest, remember, not MVP or anything, but the swarmiest so far have been Danielle Hunter, Azeez Al-Shire, Derek Stingley, and Joe Mixon.
Correct, yeah.
I think that, probably there are people listening to that at home be thinking, hey, where's Will Anderson, where's Jalen Petrie? Those guys are the guys that jump to the forefront of your mind.
Yeah.
Okay, those are swarmy type of players.
Yep. They're next.
So are people surprised that they're not in the top 5?
I don't know. I haven't seen, because I didn't post this on Twitter or anything. I haven't seen any texts yet. I'm sure people will weigh in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Next at 4, tied, are Jalen Petrie, Will Anderson Jr., And Nico Collins, who himself missed a bunch of time as well.
If Nico hadn't missed 5 games, I think he'd clearly be up there.
He would be.
That was just that's just simply him not being available to be in the circle of swarm.
Missed 5 games. Yeah.
I think we considered putting him in there 1 week after a bad performance, just even as he was on IR. Because we were like, man, we need that swarm out there.
We put him in 1 week. I can't remember if it was you or me. I think it was you, and I totally agreed with it. We put him in the week he was coming off of injured reserve, just because we needed him to swarm so badly.
Oh, you did? Okay.
We did, yeah.
That's Bush League.
He's
we
the only.
have done that.
He's the only player. It's our rules, man. We can do whatever we want. And then now you start to get into guys who've only made it a few times. 3 times in the circle of swarm: Kamari Lassiter, C.J. Stroud, Stephon Diggs.
3 times. I forgot about him. He was on this team, wasn't he?
He was.
Does that not seem like a distant and faint memory at this point?
It feels like a fever dream, honestly. Like it doesn't
really
feel real.
does.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him around the team at all, which is fine because he's got ACL surgery. You got to stay off your feet. But yeah, it is weird. Everything from all the offseason storylines and the ones that have evaporated, the Stephon Diggs intrigue right this moment feels like the one that I have to remind myself of.
Hey, what's the norm for that for a guy like Diggs who he tears his ACL? I've not seen the reports as to whether or not he's gotten the surgery yet. I mean, he's going to get surgery at some point if he hasn't yet. What is the norm for someone like him being around the team?
Usually, it depends. It just depends, and usually it's for one. Usually you don't have the surgery right away. They want all the swelling to die down and everything, so you want to keep your feet off. You do prehab where you're strengthening before you go into surgery.
Okay.
Then you have the surgery, and then you're off your feet for a couple weeks after that. So I don't know. You might start to see him probably right about now.
Okay.
Start to be around more. But he's a veteran player who's not from Houston, who's not under contract. You might not see him again. It might have been, he's off to different places, and wherever his off-season workout facility, he might want to do his rehab there. So he might not be. He might be like Justin Verlander and go elsewhere to do his rehab.
Man, that's sad. That is a sad ending to what was something that had everybody super hyped during the preseason, especially the way he played and conducted himself in the preseason. Like we all had such high hopes for the Stephon Diggs experiment, and he was good while he was on the field. He wasn't great, but he was good. And
it would be nice to see him around, but I don't think that's not the thing that's going to fix the Texans.
Yeah.
It would help, and I'm not on Stephon Diggs' watch.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious what the norm is there. 2 times in the circle of swarm: Kaimi Fairbairn, Neville Hewitt, Tim Settle. Now we're getting into some names now. Tim Settle and John Mechie have made it twice. And now the one-timers in the circle of swarm: Kalen Bullock, Darian Gumawale. God, I feel like you can almost name after which games they got in. You know, like Dare had the game where he scored the touchdown against Jacksonville. He was probably in the following week. Foley Fatukasi, Henry To'oTo'o, Damian Pierce. That had to be after the Patriots game with the long touchdown. Eric Murray made it one time. Danico Autry made it one time. Tank Dell, one time in the circle of swarm so far this year.
Of all those players that only have made it one time.
Tank's the story, man.
Right, and I feel like Bullock probably could have made it another couple times.
Yeah.
It's just it was in games where there were a lot of swarmy performances. So Bullock feels a little slight.
Yep.
Tank Dell's the one that's the biggest disappointment. I think that really, and that drop on the 3rd and long deep shot last week was particularly disheartening. We saw him drop a touchdown earlier in the season against the Patriots. That's the guy that you really, and then even when Stephon Diggs went out, you're thinking, all right, here's a chance for Tank Dell to really shine.
Yeah.
It just hasn't worked out so far.
Those are the plays that the Texans as a team were making last year, and particularly CJ and Tank and that connection they had. And what Seth's referring to, there was a 3rd and 19 going right to left from the press box. So they were headed south to north. So I forget what quarter it was, but it was a 3rd and 19, and CJ stepped up in the pocket and threw an absolute rope to Tank. And
as he was getting hit from his left.
Yeah, as CJ was getting hit from his left. Now, Tank wasn't uncontested. Like, he there was a DB there that got his hand in there, but I felt like it was one of those plays where last year Tank finds a way to make that catch. Like, he just strong hands it, and he's able to come down with it. And this season, as a team, and those two as a connection, it's just not there, man.
It's just off.
It's just off. Yeah, it's just off. So as far as the circle of swarm and the validated takes that we can take away from this, Danielle Hunter has been the swarmiest player. Can you make a case that he's been their best player this year? I think you can.
I think that probably in terms of consistency, and I think Will
and productivity. Now he's got 10.5 sacks.
Will went kind of through like the mini arc that he went through last year, a miniature version of it, where last year it really took him about 2/3 of the way through the season to really start rushing more like a polished NFL pass rusher. This year, at the beginning of the year, he was doing a lot of the same things he did at the beginning of last year, where he would turn everything into a bull rush, and he was getting close to the quarterback, but it wasn't a real pressure. It gets counted by NFL Next Gen as a real pressure, but it's not a genuine pressure. But then he started being a guy that was attacking edges. We saw it last week. Last week, it was really cool to hear Ross Tucker say a couple times, hey, he went against J.C. Latham, the Titans' left tackle, and all the time to Alabama, so this shouldn't be a surprise to J.C. Latham. The difference was that it was a better version of Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Will was using his power, but he was attacking edges. He was attacking the inside shoulder. He was attacking the outside shoulder. And I think that was a version of Will Anderson that J.C. Latham hadn't seen. So that part of it, and then now Will and Danielle are both, I believe, in the top 6 for sacks right now.
Yes.
If you're going to have 2 pass rushers in double-digit sacks, which they're both on pace to do, that's a menace. It's probably one thing that's been lost this week is the recognition of just how good the Texans' pass rush is right now.
That's why it's so infuriating that the offense is so far below average right now. Because honestly, if the offense were just average, if they were just protecting C.J. Stroud, average, and he's only getting sacked 1 or 2 times a game, and the team is running for 4 yards a carry. Can we get 4 yards a carry? Is that too much to ask? If you are just average offensively, you're getting 23, 24 points a game, something like that. This pass rush is enough to go steal you a road playoff win against a good team. You know what I mean? Like this, if you can just be average offensively, they force enough bad plays either through pressure that turns into interceptions or sacks that stall drives or actual fumbles forced. We've seen it all from these guys this year. And I think the offense is so bad right now that I think Danielle Hunter – I mean, look, they just sacked the quarterback 8 times on Sunday and lost at home to a bad team.
Is that so right now, just for anybody who's curious, Danielle Hunter is second in the NFL in sacks with 10.5.
Yeah.
Hendrickson is the leader with 11.5 sacks. Will Anderson is 5th in the NFL with 9.5 sacks.
Okay.
So they've got 2 of the top 5 sack artists in the league right now.
Yeah.
The other part of it, though, is that, they're getting a good pass rush, and yet they're still allowing too many passing touchdowns, and too many of them are deep shots. That first deep shot where Eric Murray – or no, the play where – not the first one, but when Eric Murray bid on the play action.
Yeah.
Wait, no, Henry To'oTo'o bid on the play action.
Bid on the play.
The first deep shot was the one where Eric Murray bid on the underneath move. He bid on a double move.
Yep.
That wasn't with a blitz. That was bad safety play. That was anticipating the ball coming out with a 4-man rush. It wasn't like that was bad safety play.
Yep.
And we've seen that too often. Bad and inconsistent play in the secondary isn't really allowing you to capitalize on how good the pass rush is.
Yeah. Azeez, number 2 on the Circle of Swarm list. That was a positive signing. I think that's indicative. I think the number of times maybe to the downside, like Mixon's only on here 5 times. Nico's only on here 4 times. Diggs is only on here 3 times. I think is indicative of the lack of availability of those 3 guys. It's a reminder, Seth, that they really only had those 3 guys on the field for a full game together, I think once all year long.
Yeah.
It was the Colts game in week 1, and that was the one game that was probably their best offense season, I would say, was week 1.
Have we had a single offensive lineman in the Circle of Swarm yet?
No. I feel like you and I almost have a mandate not to put one in. Do you think we'll get one in there?
How many times has Dalton Schultz been in the Circle of Swarm?
0.
He's not swarmy, you say.
No.
Is it a combination of his complete and total inability to block coupled with the fact that he can't get separation on his routes anymore?
That sounds about right.
The less than a year after getting a brand new contract from the Texans?
That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds, yeah. You know who I would
Is he the biggest? Okay, CJ's been a disappointment.
Yeah.
Is Dalton Schultz is he the biggest disappointment in terms of there's underperformance by Dell. Diggs wasn't as great as you hoped he could have been, but Schultz has been infuriatingly bad at times.
Individually, he's been bad, or he's been invisible in the passing game, things like that. But I would say, to me still, and I know it was an area of concern coming into that the interior offensive line has been this bad. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't expecting big things out of them, but that they've been so bad that they've damaged C.J. Stroud to this extent is to me that's the big. Dalton Schultz is one guy who plays tight end, and it's not a good contract right now. Good teams can deal with that. Good teams, you do what the interior of the offensive line is doing, you're not a good team anymore.
The biggest thing with Schultz that bothers me is just the complete and total lack of violence to anything that he does, or appetite for violence. It's frustrating, and the veteran players on the team that you hope a good example for everybody else, you feel like you're not getting it from some of those guys on offense. The offensive line, the tackles have been just fine, but not up to how much you're paying them to be. And certainly in the run game, there's nothing that you can hang your hat on with those guys. And it turns everything into a miserable feeling of just absolute mush on the offensive line.
The last set of regular season college football playoff rankings came out last night, so we get to see kind of what the matchups would be. Is the 12-team playoff doing it for you? Is the 12-team playoff a big reason why the most expensive regular season ticket in college football exists in this state right now? We'll tell you about that coming up next.
Oh, how are you feeling about your financial security long-term, especially in an election year? People get very nervous and antsy, and with good reason, in any election year. Call Trajan Wealth. It's as simple as that. It does not take
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Hope everybody's driving safe, getting out of town. Seth and I will be here on Friday. We're off tomorrow, but looking forward to digging into the Jags and the Texans throughout the rest of this show and the rest of the week here on Sports Radio 610. Noon kick on Sunday, 9 o'clock Texans countdown right here on Sports Radio 610. New college football playoff rankings are out. The local storylines go. I'll give you the top 5. Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, 1 through 5. So the Big Ten has 3 of the top 4 teams in this thing. Now, the way the 12-team tournament works, the top 4 seeds are going to go to the 4 best conference champions. So it's not as though 3 of the top 4 seeds are going to be Big Ten teams eventually, but these teams are all in line to make the 12-team tournament. As far as Texas goes, UT is number 3 with a 10-1 record that, if you dig into it, is not the most impressive of 10-1 records. They've not played a real strong schedule. Meanwhile, Seth, the Aggies are down at – now, if we're just going to do state of Texas, I should point out SMU is number 9 right now. They're in line to make the playoff.
SMU would play Notre Dame if the playoffs were to begin today.
They would, at Notre Dame. So that'd be a nice little cold weather game. The Aggies are 20th right now, but still control their own destiny, because if they beat UT Saturday night in a game that is going to be watched by a ton of people, and then they win that, they go to the SEC title game, and if they beat Georgia in the SEC title game, obviously they would get one of the top 4 seeds.
They were 16th headed into last weekend, right? And quadruple overtime, yada, yada, yada. Now they're 20th, but with a clear path to claw their way back up 8 more spots.
Yeah, they've lost the right games.
Yeah, they've lost the right game. Right, right. Yeah,
8-3, but they've lost the right games.
Yeah.
So that's going to be fun, man. The ticket prices for that Texas A&M game are crazy. We brought this up earlier. It's the most expensive regular season ticket in history of college football.
It's everything. I mean, it's about as much as you could have reasonably hoped for.
Yes.
Like, okay, obviously, dream scenario, it's the number 1 and number 2 team in the nation, whatever. But like, they're both teams that are in contention, and it's the rivalry that everybody's wanted for years, and it happens, and it's not some year where one team is good and one team is bad. This game matters, and it matters a lot.
Yeah.
And this is pretty cool. Of all the various things that are different in college football right now, most of which I still don't fully understand and comprehend, this one just feels right. It feels very, very good. It's something I'm thankful for this Thanksgiving.
I am thankful for. That's a good, Seth, that's a good call. I'm thankful that the Texas A&M game, a game in which I don't have a dog in the fight. And as soon as I say that, I'm going to get 3 texts from Longhorns and 4 texts from Aggie friends who say, yeah, you do. And no, I don't. I just want to, honestly, I want to see a classic. I want to see a great game. It's that they haven't played since 2011, to me, adds so much to this game, like that they've been kept apart for this long, that we haven't had those 2 fan bases in the same stadium like this for that long really is a huge part of the buildup for this thing.
I think, too, I mean, everything's changed so much, obviously, but I think amongst college teams and what have you, there is still, I think there's probably still more players on those teams that considered themselves either an Aggie or a Longhorn from the time they were teenagers.
Probably.
You know, like it's still, I feel like there's more invested in that rivalry than there is in a lot of other, where it's so mercenary everywhere else in college football. I feel like this is the closest you're going to get to just homegrown. Yeah, both my parents were Longhorns, or both my parents were Aggies, or what have you. So it feels real.
It does. The big storylines with the rankings that came out last night. To me, there's 2 big storylines going into the weekend. One is that, especially if there's an upset here, like if the Aggies do beat the Longhorns are favored in this game, but if the Aggies do beat the Longhorns, hey, what if one of these SEC teams loses a game that they're not supposed to this weekend? Like, the SEC is Texas with 1 loss, and then it's a slew of 2 and 3 loss teams. Like, that's a huge storyline is, man, is Alabama's season down the tubes because Oklahoma destroyed them last weekend? Or does the Alabama brand still carry enough cachet to where if there's enough silly stuff that happens this weekend, they could sneak back into the playoff? The other thing that's really interesting to me is that the top 5 conference champions automatically make the tournament. They automatically get in the 12-team tournament. The top 4 of those get a bye. The 5th one gets seeded wherever. The thought had always been that, okay, well, that's the Power 4 conferences plus a group of 5. So it'll be, the SEC, the ACC, the Big 10, and the Big 12. Their champions will all get in, and then the Mountain West or the American or whoever will get a team in. In this case, Boise State is the top group of 5 team right now. But what's interesting is Tulane. Tulane is sitting at number 17 right now in the American. If Tulane wins the American and moves up, the top Big 12 team in the rankings right now is Arizona State at 16. They're 1 spot ahead of Tulane. So the Big 12 teams, like, you can't find a Big 12 team until 16, and then you get Iowa State at 18, BYU at 19, Colorado's 25. There's plenty of them at the back end. But could we see the first ever 12-team college football playoff where 2 group of 5 conference champions are actually among the 5 best? Like, if Tulane wins out and Boise State wins out and the Big 12 is just this schmoz this week and in the conference title game, would the committee ever, especially in the first 12-team playoff, set a precedent where 2 group of 5s get in and one of them gets a bye?
Yeah.
And
then they got to, I guess, and do they kind of handicap, okay, how are these teams going to fare in the actual playoffs? If we're going to do this, you got to look at that element of it, because it is. That's basically what they're doing, is they're handicapping, which is, I feel like you've long maintained, you should just let actual professional handicappers handle all of this.
Yeah.
Because you got a bunch of amateur handicappers. People who are instructed to stay away from sports gambling their entire careers are now deciding, basically, are now being handicappers.
That's perfect.
And
Yes. Yeah.
No, let's let the actual pros do this. Right. But regardless, I think the fact that that's an actual scenario that's possible probably speaks to this. So far, I think the success of the 12-team playoff. Because I think when we first started talking playoffs or more, the thought was, God, there's like 2 or 3 teams in any given year that are actually capable of making a run. But because of NIL, so if you had done all of this without NIL, without transfer portal, rule changes, all of that, I think we would still be in that same situation. But you marry that now it's basically free agency in college football to the fact that more teams can make it to the tournament.
I love it.
And I think it's turning into something pretty cool. There's a lot of stuff that comes with it that you might not like about NIL and transfer portal, but in terms of competitiveness at the end of the year, it could end up being a really cool thing.
Yes.
It feels more like the anything could happen NFL feel to the playoffs, where, You know, in NFL, it's a smaller group of teams, but it's not out of the ordinary for a 6 seed to go. It's not impossible or unprecedented for a 6 seed to go to the Super Bowl.
It's one and done. You're not being asked to put together 5 games or 7 games. You know, you're not being asked to win 4 out of 7. You put together 60 good minutes of football, and yeah, you can make noise in this thing, man.
Who do you feel best about among the non-premier franchise programs right now, like Boise State or SMU?
Tulane. Tulane. Like SMU's in the ACC.
SMU. I know. I guess I'm compared to the Blue Bloods or what have you. Regardless of school size. Or
honestly,
anything.
And I'm saying this coming off of a week where they just got smoked by Ohio State. I still think Indiana's a really good football team. I know they're in the Big Ten, but like to your question is more about teams, right? Mm-hmm. I still think Indiana's a really good football team. I think some things went sideways for them in that Ohio State game. It was at Ohio State. So if you're able to get through the first round of the playoff, now you're playing all neutral site games, because the quarterfinals and the semifinals are all being played within the bowl structure, and then the championship game is in Atlanta, I believe, this year. So I still think very highly of Atlanta. I'm looking forward to seeing Ashton Genty, the running back from Boise State, go against some Power 4 competition when Boise makes it.
You and I now I share your pain, but maybe to a larger degree. You and I have both sent children to the University of Oregon who were not football fans,
correct,
and don't care about football one single bit. To where now I'm just kind of like, hey, did you see what Oregon did? No, Dad, I didn't. I didn't. Stop asking.
Judy's got Oregon in there, and she coached at Tennessee last year. I'm getting nothing.
She doesn't care a damn thing about any of it.
Getting nothing. Yeah, I'm getting nothing here. And meanwhile, my 2 sons, who could not be more dyed-in-the-wool fans of college football in their schools, TCU and Baylor. Like, they're both getting ready for the Fruity Pebbles Bowl and, the Cheez-It Bowl or whatever, And meanwhile, my daughter's got ties to 2 of the teams in the top 9 right now. She's like, nah, whatever.
You do a good job. By the way, it's cool that you have a kind of a gravitational pull for your sons. They both grew up in Chicago, but, you were living in Houston, and they both decided to go to Texas or go for college. Judy just was like, whatever, Dad.
I was for her going to Harvard.
Well, she hates the heat, though, too.
Yes.
So, and as a cross-country runner, especially if you hate the heat, Texas school probably not your go-to destination.
Not her deal. I think one of her visits was A&M. I know that was one of her top schools. She got offered a ride to A&M, but I was like, that ain't happening. She's
like, I can imagine the Aggie coaches were like, okay, so this student who also has has the option to go to Harvard just asked if it gets hot here in September.
Yeah.
I don't know how Harvard. She must be a really good runner if Harvard's still looking at her, because she just asked if it's hot in September in Texas.
Not a meteorology major. Yeah, exactly. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Let's circle back to the Jags and the Texans. Is there anything the Jags do particularly well, a la the Titans' interior D-line, that could be a measuring stick for the Houston Texans? And we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans and Doug Peterson, the head coaches. That's coming up next.
Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. Give them a call if you have been involved in an accident.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Wow, man, I keep forgetting, like, college football or college basketball started too. Like, Amy and I went out last night. We walked into a place and the Cougs are on TV. I'm like, the Cougs are playing Alabama tonight? What the hell's going on? What month is it right now? Duke lost last night. I normally feel like a tremor in the force when Duke loses, and I felt nothing last night. College basketball started up is weird. I'm just looking at the scoreboard on the screen in here. Football is here, though. Week 13 of the NFL season, Texans and Jags. Jags are 2-9. Jags are 3-14 since a win over the Texans in Week 12 last year at NRG Stadium. If you recall, that was the game where the backup, the Texans' replacement kicker, Matt Amendola, boinked a 58-yard potential game-tying field goal off the crossbar. Jags went to 8-3 in that game. Texans fell to 6-5. It's funny, the Texans fell to 6-5 in that game, and I still feel like in the postgame everybody was probably, even off a loss to the Jags, probably like, hey, but we're 6-5 and we're moving in the right direction. Texans are 7-5 right now, and you'd think that they were the biggest dumpster fire in the league based on how everybody feels because of the offense, but such is the nature of expectations. And such is the nature of being told that a problem is fixable, and it continues to not only not get fixed, but it gets worse. So hopefully it gets better this weekend with the Jags. Seth, do the Jags do anything as well as the Titans play? we know the Titans are not a great team, but their interior defensive line is elite. It's really good with Jeffrey Simmons, Tavondre Sweat. The defense as a whole is very, very good. And that lined up perfectly for the Titans against what the Texans do very poorly, which is protect and open up holes with the interior of the offensive line. Is there anything the Jags do that should scare Texan fans? Maybe even some of the same stuff the Titans did, I would
think
guess.
just Brian Thomas, the receiver, first and foremost, is nasty. And Trevor Lawrence hasn't been playing as bad as the team has been or the circumstances around him. But for the Texans who still struggle at giving up deep shots, obviously, versus quarterbacks that connect with a good wide receiver, that's in a week where you're going in short a safety, because you lose Jalen Petrie, who wasn't technically a safety, but Jimmy Ward's going to take his spot. So you don't feel awesome about the safety position right now. Yeah, I think it's Brian Thomas on deep shots when somebody screws up in the secondary is probably what I worry about most in terms of just a fly in the ointment in a matchup that on paper still looks like it should favor the Texans. That's a big deal.
And that was a game in Week 4. You recall the Texans game in Week 4. They played the Jags once already this year. It came down to a game-winning drive at the end. It's probably the last time that the Texans as a team in a crucial spot did something really good in the second half offensively, that game-winning drive where it culminated with the Dart touchdown. If you recall in that game in Week 4, Seth, that was another one of those games early in the season where wide receivers were getting open on deep shots, and Brian Thomas was one of them, and the quarterback, in this case Trevor Lawrence, was just missing them. A lot like Anthony Richardson in Week 1, where A.D. Mitchell gets open a couple times, and he just overshoots him. Brian Thomas was getting open in that game against the Texans DBs. Now, they're missing a couple of the guys that would normally draw some attention. Christian Kirk is out for the rest of the season. Gabe Davis, who was one of their free agency signings this offseason, out for the rest of the season. So at the wide receiver position, it is kind of a one-man show right now.
I think on the other side of the ball, when you look at the Jaguars, horrible pass defense, respectable enough run defense, and I think their front seven, their defensive line and their linebackers are a respectable bunch. But the best players are probably the edge rushers, and Hines Allen, their best guy amongst them. I don't worry as much about defensive ends as I worry about defensive tackles. So I don't like this Jaguars defense doesn't have the same ability to attack the weakness of your offense, the interior offensive line, as well as the Titans could. And the Titans are a genuinely solid defense, I think. The numbers don't all bear it out because their offense has been so bad. So it's not the same challenge. But it's not like they're not as bad as, say, the Dallas Cowboys defense.
Right.
So, yeah, this is certainly, and I think the line, what has the line gone down to?
It's down to 5. It started at 6. So
started at 6, so it's not moving or anything.
No, and it's not moved through like a crucial number yet either, like 3 or anything like that. They get Campbell back, the cornerback who missed the first game, so that's a good, and they gave him a big extension this offseason. So that's a guy they're getting back in the secondary that'll make life a little more difficult for a quarterback who's had interception issues of late, C.J. Stroud. Here was Doug Peterson earlier this week, head coach of the Jags, talking about C.J. Stroud and where he sees C.J. Stroud among quarterbacks in the NFL.
Listen, this league, this business, playing the quarterback position is hard, right? Playing any position is hard, and he's an exceptional quarterback, good young quarterback in this league that the league needs. He's an exciting player. I don't know everything that goes on down there. You know, I'm sure there's been injury. You know, guys have missed. He's missed his playmakers from time to time, and then there's the film. There's the film out there. There's ways to, you know, what he's put on film, you know, the explosive plays, things of that nature. Defenses have time to scheme that, right? To play defense against it. So it's the natural progression, and he's going to continue to make his plays and lead that football team and continue to be a great player. And he's just going to continue to get better each and every game, each and every season. But I think one thing, and I don't know CJ, you know, personally, other than just talking to him when we play, but he knows that he's a piece of that offense, right? He's a piece of that team, and he's going to continue to improve and get better to help his team win, just like Trevor is here, or, you know, Josh Allen is here. You know, they're one piece to the big whole pot.
I think the big thing with the Texans offense just looking at it from 35,000 foot, is that it's an offense that wants to tie the run game and the pass game together, do all that. And that works out really, really well when guys are actually performing and can do the things you're asking them to do. But they can't run the ball. They just haven't been able to all year, including in games in which Joe Mixon ran for over 100 yards. The Patriots game, Joe Mixon had one huge run, and Dameon Pierce had one huge run. The sum total on the rest of the carries, they were less than 2 yards per carry in that game. So when you go against good teams where, hey, even if you break a long run or something, down in and down out, you can't run the football. And when I watched the Titans play against the Texans, you could see, wow, that defense knows that the Texans cannot run the football. Their linebackers do not give a single damn about your play action. Like, they're not going to bite on anything because they can handle it with one hand tied behind their back. And they did. And a lot of the things that Bobby wants to do, because they cannot run the football against good run defenses especially, and sometimes even against bad ones with any kind of consistency, it throws a gum into the entire system. And it's kind of like this isn't even fair to the Rockets to bring this up, but like when the Rockets were really good offensively, but, you know, they rely heavily on threes, they go against a good team like the Spurs in the playoffs, and the Spurs get, over the course of a 7-game series, like, all right, hey, we know what we got to take care of. We can take care of the threes, and we got to take care of the rim. We don't worry about anything else. Teams are approaching the Texans in a way where the Texans are not as good as the Rockets' offense was by a long shot, but teams have that same mentality. Like, all right, we know what they can hurt us with, and we know what they can't, and we're just going to go ahead and take care of it. Good luck running the ball. I mean, the entire first half of the season was, just see these guys are playing a lot of cover, too.
Yeah.
Who'd have thunk it? Yeah. Well, I guess we should try to run the ball. No, it's hard to run the football.
It was.
Hey, what the hell?
It was wild watching some of the all-22 snippets that got put out there from the Titans game of some of the run plays for the Texans and the linebackers for the Titans, like, not even bothering, like, flowing with the direction of the play.
They're just sitting back waiting for the cutback.
They're waiting in the cutback lane.
Yeah,
like Joe Mixon cutting back, like, hey, buddy, fancy meeting you here, right here in this little cutback lane.
It's like when you're dating a crazy woman and she leaves, but you know she's going to come back. You know, you're like, fine, go out, go do whatever. You'll be back.
You'll be in the cutback lane.
That's what the Titans were dating, a crazy gal. And they're like, all right.
Named Josephine Mixon, crazy gal.
Waiting for you, and I'll emotionally abuse you when you get back here.
Yeah,
it's a big old dysfunctional thing going on last week.
So bad for Mixon, man. I felt so bad for him. We're still getting a lot of texts from people. Our question a little bit earlier. If you're a Texan fan who's upset right now with the team, when was the honeymoon over for you? What was the moment or maybe collection of a window of the season where the relationship with you and the Texans became a whole lot more complicated and anger-driven? This is the first one I've seen of this. Mine was the pounding that the O-line took in the Green Bay game, and I would say the pounding CJ took because of the O-line. I'll add to that. It felt the same as the Astros early in the season watching our bullpen suck, and guess what happened when the postseason rolled around? You
know, the big thing about the Green Bay game that was really frustrating was how many miscommunications there were in pass protection. There were 2 instances in that game where Laramie and or Titus clearly thought that they and the running back in pass protection were handling one player while somebody else ran free. You know, there's a clear miscommunication about what they were looking for in protection. I think they've actually improved in that regard. Maybe part of it just because Patterson started playing center, so maybe the calls are a little crisper and more accurate or on time, whatever it might be. So they've improved in that regard. But you still have, round about the same time, when they started figuring the calls out a little bit, a lot of teams, especially the ones with really good defensive tackles, realize, like, why bother with a blitz when we've got Quinnen Williams on Kenyon Green or Kendrick Green, or then the next week we've got whomever on Juice Scruggs? Like, we're just gonna go right up the gut on him.
Yeah, no, Quinnen Williams becomes a one-man blitz in that scenario right there.
Right,
he runs right past the person. Have you seen that? It looks like Titus Howard has either a family member or a burner account that's been vociferously defending him on Twitter over the last week or so?
I saw, I've been trying to stay off social media more, so I catch little snippets and then I step away.
Yeah.
And I saw that there was drama between you and some guy that was angrily defending Titus Howard.
Angrily defending
Titus. And he's from Alabama, this guy.
I didn't look at the bio to see where they're from.
I thought he was from Alabama, which is where Titus Howard went to school.
Yeah, Alabama State. Alabama? Yeah, he went to Alabama State. Yeah, he's from Alabama. And so, I've been told that it might be
I stepped away.
Yeah. That it might be a family member. That particular person, whoever it is, there's some people speculating that it's Titus with a burner or whatever, because Titus, he got off of Twitter, which is probably
smart.
Yeah, very smart, I would say. Whoever it is, I don't have them bookmarked or anything like that. I didn't follow them, certainly. It's Tyran, Tyran, then with some numbers after it. Mm-hmm. And there's no indication that they're a family member of Titus Howard, other than 90% of their tweets are defending Titus Howard on X.
This is the thing is, these days, whenever I see something that looks like it could be a burner account, I assume it's somebody who's created something that looks like a burner account.
Yeah.
Yeah, because people do this all the time. Look, this is obviously a burner account for such and such. I feel like more times than not, that's actually somebody who wants to make that person. It's somebody that, wants to make it look like Titus Howard has a burner account.
Yeah, and look, if it's let's say it's a family member, if it's Titus with a burner account, then he obviously there's issues there. Just get back on your regular account and do what you used to do. If it's a family member defending him, I don't have a big issue with it. I think some of the reasons they came after me with about my opinions, because I retweeted a couple plays that Titus struggled on. Titus is a fairly infuriating player for me this year. He's not having a good season. I don't like the interviews he does after games. His version of accountability is not really the version that I would deploy if I were him. We let we were the better team. We should have won the game. The game slipped away. He said that against the Jets, where they clearly were not the better team. So I don't have a problem with them defending him, but the whoever it is, him or her, was coming at me with the "you never played." The whole "you never played" thing. And and you're probably trash on the radio too. And I'm like, all right, well, you're not the first person to say that either. Right, yeah. I've got nice callous skin on the "you're trash on the radio" thing. You can't get me with that one.
Plus if he says probably too, that's a whole, I could if probably is in the realm of insults now, then boy, I'm excited.
Oh yeah,
I can lob all kinds of probably.
Appreciate you taking your foot off the gas a little bit. Most people tell me I'm definitely trash on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
That you're leaving it open that I might not be trash on the radio is really kind of you, sir or ma'am, whoever you may be. I saw that, man. Whoever it is just coming and just swinging away like Jon Snow standing there, Seth, with the sword in his hand, and all of Ramsey's army coming at him there, that meme, and they're ready to defend Titus Howard.
I do that. The thing is that Titus and Laramie they're fine. They're not, if you had 5 guys playing like them, you wouldn't have an atrocious offensive line. I think it's the sum total of everything where they're fine, but they're not better than fine. Laramie's very, very good in pass protection, very good, but we're talking about an entire football game here. And we're not, hey, how are you good at one aspect of the game?
Yeah.
It's okay, he's sometimes okay as a run block, other times looks like a adolescent being handled by an adult as a run blocker.
Yeah.
So they're not neither one of them are Trent Williams.
Here's the problem. Okay, I'm glad you brought up Trent Williams. That's a good one. Or watch anybody on the Detroit Lions offensive line. The problem for the Texans is that those two, while they are fine as tackles, getting paid a lot of money to be just fine as tackles.
The standard isn't fine, right? Yeah.
Right. Well, and the standard from the tone, they're the tone setters of that room.
Mm-hmm.
And they do not set a tone of violence and viciousness like the good teams, like Trent Williams in San Francisco, or name a guy that's, Penei Sewell or Ragnow or whoever on the offensive line in Detroit. There's any number of other offensive lines we could go through where the viciousness factor is much, much higher than the Tunsil and Howard-led Texans line.
Think of Penei Sewell. Why is Penei Sewell better than Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard? Penei Sewell had a couple of really rough snaps versus the Texans.
Yeah.
He let up more pressures in that game than he had previously the entire season.
Yep.
He had some ugly snaps versus guys like Danielle Hunter, and yet he also had plays in the run game or on screens where Collinsworth was annoyingly yet appropriately gushing about Penei Sewell.
Mm-hmm.
He's just in a different caliber. He's in a different weight class. Trent Williams, Penei Sewell, those guys are in a different weight class than anything close to what the Texans could hope to be. offensive.
Yeah, well put. Well put. All right, you can continue to text in here in the 9 o'clock hour, 5-hour Energy fan line. 5-hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Up next, did D'Amico Ryans give us a window into exactly how long Jalen Petrie is going to be out? And one move each AFC team should have made in the offseason. Which one is I've not looked at this yet. I'm going to try to guess which one is the move the Texans should have made. We will get to that coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers at 1801 Post Oak is the place to go this holiday season, especially when you consider that, look, they know, they've been here in Houston for going on 6 decades. They know that guys like us, every now and then, we procrastinate. That's why they're open on Sundays in the month of December and during the holiday season. And they have their Winter Wonders open house next weekend, Friday through Sunday. Go on out, and not only do they have incredible selections from incredible brands and designers, but they've also got food and drink, and there's a festive atmosphere, and you can go in and lean on the Zadok family and their expert staff to find the perfect gift this holiday season. It's the Winter Wonders open house next Friday and Saturday, December.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a quick update on, I guess this is the closest thing to an update on Jalen Petrie. This is D'Amico Ryans on the Coaches Show earlier this week. This is the most definitive thing we've gotten out of the team so far. A reminder, they're back at practice today, so we'll get an injury report today, which I would expect to have Petrie as a did not participate shoulder is what that's going to say probably. But here's D'Amico on his Coaches Show.
Jalen will be out for a couple weeks with a shoulder injury. Man, it's a gut punch to me. He's a guy that he did so much for me defensively, and what I was able to call, what I was able to do, just with the different things that he was able to do, whether it's blitzing or covering, like fitting in the run, like being a nickel and being able to fit in the run fit. The way he fits in the run fit is just you don't see that much. Yeah. Most people are trying to keep him out of the run fit, but I'm trying to get Jalen into the action as much as possible. He's just been such a dynamic playmaker for us all throughout the year. Yeah. So we had to pick up the slack there. It's going to be tough. Yep. That's because how active he was and, just how instrumental he was to just how our scheme started to shift and change throughout the year. So we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up and try to hold it down for him as long as he needs to be out. But, man, praying for Jalen to have a speedy recovery.
Two things about that. One was that I choose to read into that relatively optimistically because D'Amico said he's going to be out for at least a couple of weeks. If we look at the center for the Lions, Frank Ragnow, who's been playing on a partially torn pec all season long, he missed 2 weeks. One of them was a bye week. So I think this is if you're going to figure out whether Petrie can play through this or not, certainly keep him out this week, assess during the bye week, and then make that decision sometime then, and depending on what Jalen Petrie's second opinion is, et cetera, et cetera. It's not out of the realm of possibilities that he plays. So there's that. The other part is, man, is D'Amico's talking about how good it is to be able to have Jalen Petrie do what he does in the run game as well, because he's basically playing linebacker time. Where's Christian Harris, and does he come back, and what's he look like when he comes back? Because that at least, man, that could end up being a nice little flavor change at the end of the season that teams don't have film on. Yeah. And if you got Azeez Elshire, Christian Harris, Henry To'oTo'o, Devin White, all those guys out there as linebackers potentially, then, that can add a wrinkle that could work out for you and maybe make up for some of the loss of Jalen Petrie. But the other part on the loss of Jalen Petrie is, hey, all right, there were times where they had him playing slot corner against good receivers and we didn't feel good about it. Mm-hmm. Well, now you're going to have the same situation where you've got Jimmy Ward covering guys in the slot and you don't feel great about the matchup, but then you've got a worse safety behind you because Jimmy Ward's not playing safety anymore. Yeah. That's the part that's really tough, with or without Christian Harris. But at least if, let's say, Jalen Petrie can't come back, if they can get Christian Harris back at some point, that's hopefully a big boost, but we don't know how he's going to look, what kind of shape he's in, all that.
That would be something, man. Like if just out of nowhere today we got a Christian Harris's practice window has been open, because that's how these things go, is they allow them back at practice. He won't be activated yet. You got to see how he looks in practice. You got 21 days of being of being allowed to practice with the team, and then after 21 days the team's got to bleep or get off the pot with you.
We had one report that he might be back, or they're thinking about week 15
after
right?
the bye. Yeah, that would be the game after the bye week. Yes.
Yeah. So there's one more game before possibly Christian Harris news.
Yeah, and honestly,
maybe we get some news at some point, but it doesn't. I'm not looking at anything before that first game back for Christian Harris.
Look, I mean, let's call it what it is. I mean, like this Sunday shouldn't be a game where losing Jalen Petrie and not having Christian Harris back is the difference in winning or losing the game. Like the Texans have plenty of other things that can cause a loss against the Jags. But after that bye week, Miami, and the topic on TV 2 seconds ago, Seth, on First Take was, is Miami in position to salvage their season? They're 5-6 now. Miami had been an afterthought with Tua out because they've been so bad. Like their backup quarterback, there might not be a worse backup quarterback situation than the one the Dolphins were dealing with without Tua. Like they had Skylar Thompson and Tim Boyle and just Snoop Huntley. Like it was bad. It was real bad in Miami. They got Tua back now, and that offense is clicking these last few games. And so, yeah, like getting Christian Harris back, any reinforcements you can get back for Miami on the Miami Week 15, 6 days later the Chiefs, and then 4 days after that the Ravens.
What's
God, they got to win this Sunday, man. Dude, they have to win this game.
No. If they lose, look, I feel this Titans game was one where, man, opinions, the scale flipped definitively to pessimism, extreme panic, all of that. Losing to the Titans in the way that they lost. It was not a flukish loss.
Right.
They got beat by the Titans.
Yep.
Feel like you know what? Credit to just about everybody in Houston. I don't know if I've heard a single person say, well, Kaimi missed a 28-yard field goal. Because A, we've seen Kaimi miss point-blank field goals already this season. And B, you got physically destroyed in too many places to ever feel like, versus a 2-win football team, that one just got away. Even if you had won that game. If Kaimi had somehow figured out a way to kick a 28-yard field goal and then you ended up winning after it got tied up, we would probably be pretty much at the same level of panic given the way the rest of that game went.
Yeah, no, you're right. In the big picture, nobody brought up Kaimi. And then even and to take it to a maybe even a more micro level, nobody was blaming Kaimi either after the game. And I'm going based off of post-game show.
Yeah.
We get the immediate temperature of people, especially leaving the stadium and whatnot. There wasn't a single phone call that we got talking about Kaimi Fairbairn missing a 28-yard field goal. And that's how it should be for a couple of reasons. One, I know Kaimi's been a little shakier of late, but Kaimi has far and away been one of the reasons why you're 7-5 as opposed to 5-7 this season. Like he's been by and large very, very good, especially from distance. Even the one long one that he missed, the 58-yarder at the end of the Detroit game, that was John Weeks had a high snap on that one, which Weeks took ownership of. But the other thing I would say about Kaimi missing the field goal too is, and to the point where I think the fan about this, that wasn't why you lost that game. There were 10 other there were 15 other dumb things the team did in that game that caused the Titans to be able to take that thing.
I thought Clint put it so well in the post game when he said, "Hey, when you point to, the Texans have made mistakes in critical situations that have hurt them," Clint made a really good point, which is, well, of course they have, because they make those same mistakes in other situations. So it's not like they are a glisteningly clean operation and then all of a sudden they choke up in the moment.
Right.
No, it's when you commit as many penalties as they do, when you make as many mental errors, when you flat out get beat physically as much as you do, it's going to show up in critical situations too. So the missed 28-yard field goal does not. There's no part of anybody, I don't think, who's been following the Texans who thought, oh boy, they just bad luck on that one.
Right.
If If it were against the Lions or somebody like that, then I would spot you it, but not versus the Titans.
This will be one of those games this Sunday, Seth, that if they win the game, I think people are just going into the bye week with a sigh of relief. Like, okay, I mean, this is a team with a lot of issues, and they're 8-5 right now. Like that's how I'll feel. Depending on how the game looks, like if it looks like if it looks like every other win over the Jags in Jacksonville the last few years, where the Texans. Like last year, they beat them by 20 there in week 3. That was D'Amico's first win as head coach. They go there and take care of business. I'll be like, okay, I feel good going into the bye week, and boy, do they have a tough menu coming out of the bye week. If they lose this game, all this playing down to the level of competition talk, how did they play down to the – I forget about the records. If you're 2-5 in your last 7 games – right. You're not playing down to the level of anybody. You are that level. You are those teams.
You know what you do? You go back and you say, wow, the Lions really played down to their level of competition.
That's exactly right, yes.
The Green Bay really played down to the level of competition. You start to worry. You wonder about some of those teams. Like, oh, wow, they just don't seem to be as consistently good.
I'll point out that the Texans were +3 in turnover margin in both of those games, and they lost them, and that is the quintessential played down to. When you lose the turnover battle, but you still find a way to win the game, you have played down to the level of your competition.
In hindsight, you go into that game, and if you think about the Texans as a bad team, or a mediocre team, what you'd say is, okay, the one thing that could hurt us is this opportunistic Texans defense, and we let them do it. If all we had done is just not turn the ball over, probably would have beat the Texans by 20 points.
Yep.
So they played down to the competition in that regard.
Yep, they sure did. All right, hey, we'll get to the one move each AFC team should have made. Pro Football Focus had a piece on that. I've not looked at it yet. I'm going to try to guess. Seth's seen it. I'm going to try to guess it.
I've seen it.
I'm going to narrow down the honeymoon is over moment here down to a few, and I might put up a poll on this thing, but I think there's a few instances this season that have separated themselves on the text page as to when Texan fans, their mood turned significantly with their relationship with this team. We'll go to the 5-Hour Energy fan line for that, and that's all coming up next.
Hey, do this next. Call. You've got questions about your future.
Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610 Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, we got some breaking news in the NFL. Daniel Jones has found a new home.
Is it Minnesota?
It is Minnesota. Give him a ding, Ben. Give him a ding for that. Hell, you know
That
what?
was one of the. That was just one of the speculated areas
Seth,
that had been reported on.
there's 31 other teams in the league besides the Giants. I'm going to acknowledge Seth Payne for that one.
Acknowledge me.
I will. I'm going to acknowledge him right now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Vikings are the home for wayward, failed New York tippy-top draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Darnold having a pretty good year. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Now Daniel Jones wants to get put through that Sam Darnold car wash, apparently. That's a good place to go. Daniel Jones, certainly, I mean, the Vikings are they're a Super Bowl contender. They're not the best team in the NFC, but they're 9-2. And I think ultimately Darnold is probably what limits them compared to, say, the Lions or the Eagles maybe in the NFC. But they're a good team who could easily get to the Super Bowl. Daniel Jones just goes there, and that's probably all about getting in a room with Kevin O'Connell, I would imagine. Right?
Yeah,
If you're Daniel
that's
Jones?
a long-term move.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. I need some. I haven't had the right kind of instruction since the coach there at Duke that everybody loves so much.
David Cutcliffe is his name.
Cutcliffe, thank you, David Cutcliffe.
Yeah.
That you know what? I bet David Cutcliffe was involved in the decision making because Cutcliffe's the guy that the Mannings would go back to every offseason and kind of break their game. Peyton and Eli would go back and start from scratch, like IDing coverages and things like that, like from the very they'd work back up through all the mental side of everything to kind of just to really just look for blind spots and all of that. So I bet Cutcliffe was recommended that, or at least was part of recommending that.
Yep. The one move each AFC South or each AFC team should have made in the offseason.
Oh yeah. So Pro Football Focus. I was just trying to look for some information. And I stumbled across this article. And it was from a couple weeks ago, but it still holds. They gave recommendations for something that they should have done in the offseason for each of these teams. Guess what they said that the Texans should have done?
Is this a situation where the obvious answer is the right? Like, their offensive line stinks.
Yeah, they should have gone out and
interior O-line.
Is it? It's simple. It was pretty easy. That was a pretty easy test I gave you.
That was the $100 question on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Your interior offensive line, as of 2 weeks ago, was 28th in pass blocking grades, 30th in run blocking grades.
Say that again. Say
the
that.
Interior offensive line, they were 28th in pass blocking grades and 30th in run blocking
Okay, can
grades.
I just tell you my first reaction to that when you say that? When you say that their pass blocking grade is 28th, my reaction is there are four teams that are worse than the Texans interior offensive line at protecting the quarterback. Like, who are the teams that are worse than them in that metric, and how many quarterbacks has that line sent to the infirmary from the sheer pounding that they've taken? Like,
I know the really bad offensive lines, like in total right now, are the Cowboys.
Yeah,
I mean they're
sounds right.
We saw that. The Raiders. The Saints.
Okay.
Those are the entire offensive line.
Yeah.
Because even the Saints, like Trevor Penning's the opposite of Laramie Tunsil. I see all these O-line nerds tweet out about how incredible Trevor Penning is as a run blocker, and it's true. He does some really impressive things. But I'm like, it's 2024. He gets destroyed. Yeah. And part of his run blocking, it's always like some impressive clip of him driving a 220-pound guy out of bounds or something. Yeah. There's woefulness all around. The problem is if you look at those teams, the Cowboys, the Raiders, the Saints, let's say, the Rams and the Jaguars. Those are the five worst offensive lines, at least as of
that's good. The Jags are down there?
Week.
The Jags are down there? Okay, good.
Yeah.
That makes me feel good about this weekend, that the Jags are down that far. Okay, so the obvious answer to that question.
The Titans had a horrible offensive line, too. And the Texans took advantage of it.
Right.
They took advantage of it.
Yeah.
Titans have a horrible offensive line, but hey, you know what? They got a couple good wide receivers like Calvin Ridley.
They did.
You know? And now all of a sudden you're facing the play. You're facing the team that Calvin Ridley was at last year, the Jaguars, and lo and behold, the Jaguars have Brian Thomas.
They did part of the job. I mean, they got 8 sacks, but they did allow Tony Pollard to run for a $110 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
They didn't defend the run very well. Hopefully it's better against the Jags. I liked hearing that about the Jags. All right, so if that question, what's the one move each AFC team should have made in the offseason? And the answer to the Texans is one. If I found that article and made you guess, you would have guessed interior offensive line also. What would number 2 be on the list for you? What would be, if you can't take interior offensive line off the table, what's the next move the Texans should have made in retrospect this offseason?
It's a really good question. I think finding a different backup running back for one.
Yep.
Because Damian Pierce has had 2 big moments this year. 3 really. I mean, it's a couple nice returns, 1 really nice long run.
Wow.
But his injury issues have continued to be an issue. He hasn't really flashed as a runner other than that one play versus the Patriots. It would feel weird to say, okay, safety. Yeah.
Yeah.
In which a lot of our listeners, again, I've eaten a lot of crow this morning, everybody.
You have.
I got feathers coming out of my mouth every time I sneeze.
Picking it out of his teeth, yeah.
Yes. I've eaten a lot of crow, a lot of corvid death this morning.
That's right.
Because I've conceded victory to a lot of you. The people that in the offseason, our one listener especially who was adamant about the fact that why are the Texans not giving Jarrett Patterson a chance to compete at center or guard? Yep, you win that argument.
He's right, yeah.
You win that argument. And then, the people that were clamoring for Justin Simmons or anybody else at safety, 100%, because right now, man, it's thin right there.
Yeah.
And you're going up against good offenses or Will Levis. It hurts you. It can come back and bite you.
I would say you nailed it. I think the depth at running back and the depth in the secondary. You have this many positions where if you get hit with an injury to your starter, you're dipping into real like low-level street type free agents is troubling. I don't know what happens if Joe Mixon goes out. This offense is sunk. It's bad.
By the way, I was those rankings. I don't know what the hell I was looking at. I was wrong on the bottom 5. Okay. This makes more sense. This is the
bottom 5 offensive
bottom
lines.
5. Patriots are last, according to PFF. Bengals are 31st.
Okay.
Titans are 30th.
Okay.
Texans are 29th.
Yep.
And the Giants are 28th.
That's
that
overall offensive line play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
29th, huh?
I was in a world where there were 22 teams in the NFL. Apparently,
that's okay. You were harkening back to
22 and
simpler time and
backwards.
place back in back in the 60s where everything was cool. There was no problems at all. Yeah. Okay, so the honeymoon is over moments, that's been sort of a theme since 8 o'clock because I had a listener to the Utopia podcast pose the question in the mailbag episode, what was your honeymoon is over moment for the Texans for this season? In other words, what was the moment or window of time where your mood changed about this team from hope and happiness to being upset, anxious, maybe even angry about the team? Mine was the Jets game, the end of the Jets game where I'm like, I cannot believe they just lost to the Jets, a team whose fans were chanting, sell the team at halftime. Seth, yours was sort of a combo window of the Jets game into the Lions game, specifically when the Texans had a chance to go up 30-13, and CJ just underthrows back reception Tank Dell.
Yeah, he was late to make the decision to throw to Tank Dell and then underthrew him to a Tank Dell that could have been wide open in any part of like 1/3 of the end zone. He had a whole third of the end zone to explore.
Think about
to really
that.
use the space, and he would have been wide open. And that right there was where I felt like, okay, something's wrong with this offense. Something's wrong with CJ. This just doesn't look right. And then you stack that on top of the fact that they had just lost to the Jets, and just got completely shut out in the second half of that game. That was that whole period there was rough for me.
You hit that play, you're up 30-13, and I think they go on to win that game if they hit that play and they're up 30. Like the defense was playing well enough to hold a 30-13 lead midway through the third quarter, I think.
It's almost like CJ in his mind was like, wait a second, isn't this the second half? Oh,
we're not supposed to score.
I shouldn't have a chance to. Oh, I guess I better throw it.
I better throw it, yeah. And of all the DBs to intercept it, Carlton Davis, who CJ and Tank tore up a year ago when he was playing for Tampa Bay. I mean,
he was victimized and humiliated going into that game.
I mean, that was a kind of an under-the-radar thing. The Carlton Davis, the fourth or whatever he is, revenge game in that game.
He heard about it that week, too, Carlton Davis.
I bet he did.
And he remembered it, you know.
I bet he did.
Kudos to you, Carlton.
The third one that I would say honeymoon is over moment that's getting the most run on the 5 Hour Energy fan line is early in the season. There were people who were saying the Minnesota game. They were so angry with you get off to a 2-0 start. A 2-0 start with 2 wins that you probably should have won by more in both games. So you're already kind of sloppy in a winning situation over the Colts and the Bears in weeks 1 and 2. And then you go to Minnesota and you just get embarrassed from jump in that game. And so there's a lot of people saying honeymoon was over in week 3.
You know, I guess maybe it just comes through your individual scale for pessimism, or maybe you just see things more clearly. I was able to make excuses for that game, like that were, they're still excuses. They still stink whenever you're making an excuse.
Yep.
But it was early enough in the season against a defense that's really hard to figure out. It's early in the year when you don't have any film. Flores was calling the game differently than he had previously. So there was a lot that was new about that defense, and it was really confusing. And that kind of that's come back around a little bit. The Vikings aren't ambushing people the way they were early in the season. But, in hindsight especially, sure. Everything that showed up in that game continued to be an issue. The other excuse that I made for them at the time was, and it wasn't an excuse I felt great about, was, all right, well, you don't have Joe Mixon. And it's still BS because it's an excuse, but at the very least it should be better with Joe Mixon. And what we've seen since Joe Mixon has returned is that, he's still capable of churning out lots of yardage, doing good things. Yeah. But on a down-by-down basis, they don't consistently run the ball well.
Nope.
And when they go up against genuinely good run defenses, like the Titans and the Lions, those are the 2 good run defenses they've faced with Joe Mixon. He's averaged less than 2 yards per carry.
All right.
So it's bad. It's really bad.
So if I put poll form, Pender poll on Twitter form, what should the 4 choices be? Jets game, Lions game, specifically Tank INT, Minnesota game. Should the 4th one be other, and then have people reply with what other is? Because I sense that those are the 3 that are getting the most run via the text page right now. All right, so 4th
that's probably the best way to do it.
4th will be other. And there may be, and other can
That's
be.
how the engagement farmers do it.
Other
too,
can
because
be.
They know that
Right.
4th one, I'll get extra replies and replies to those replies.
Good call, Seth. Yeah, absolutely. Engagement farmers. I am Farmer Sean. So, and I would say, I wonder, what I would tell people when I put this up, it's appropriate if you'd like to answer the honeymoon's not over. Maybe you're able to put up with a lot. There's a lot of very tolerant spouses out there that put up with a lot, and they say, you know what? I knew what I was marrying here.
Oh, you know what? That's true. That's a good point. If we look at it that way, let's make that analogy.
Yeah.
How is a football season like a marriage?
Yeah.
I think there are a lot of marriages that, the husband and wife aren't necessarily on the same page about some things early on. You don't realize that it was even going to be an issue.
Right.
Maybe you've been in a relationship for years, but it's different when you're married and cohabitating.
Yeah.
And that you can have a little bit of a rocky patch where you start to come to learn how you need to operate within that marriage. And then over time, it can become a very, very strong marriage.
Yes.
The Texans, though, the problem is that they started off with a honeymoon phase.
Yeah.
And then they hit the rocky stage.
Well,
Turns out, oh, wow, he's a much bigger drinker.
Well, yeah, like this isn't
oh, wow,
even,
she really just takes lots of things as insults, doesn't she? Oh, boy. Wow.
Yeah.
Where do I go from there? Boy, the way her ex-boyfriend wronged her seems to be coming up quite a bit.
Yes, yeah.
You got to figure out a way to work through that stuff.
This is not leaving the toilet seat up stuff. This is deep-seated, like leave the toilet seat up. Leave the toilet seat up. That's we got stuffed on 4th and 1, but we still won the game. Yeah.
This is you've got secret credit cards type of stuff.
Right.
And not in a cute little way.
Right.
Like in a seriously in debt, what are you doing going to our credit rating as a couple? Yeah.
Yeah. Not everybody does that? Okay. I'm just joking, Amy, if you're listening right now.
John, why are you getting all these offers for payday loans?
Right.
I don't know. What the hell's going on?
Exactly. Reggie Atatula, not married. John Lopez, happily married for decades.
Yes. And we just got to love each other better. That's the refrain. We just got to love each other more.
Do you guys have the question I had posed, it came from the mailbag for my podcast, the Utopia Football Podcast, and the question was a good one. It was, when was your honeymoon is over moment for this team this year? Assuming you came in with great love, hope, and happiness for this team, which I think a lot of us did. Do you have one? Is there a moment where you're like,
that's a great question, and you're putting that as a poll.
Your mood. I'm going to put it up as a poll. Your mood turned on this team from hope and happiness to anger and anxiety.
Jets.
That was mine too.
Yeah.
Jets game. Yeah. Final whistle, final gun of the Jets game where I'm like, I can't believe that I about this 3 hours and then talk about it the next day.
You could talk yourself into all kinds of, this or that until the Jets game. Then you couldn't talk yourself into. I think we came in Monday and we both agreed.
That'd have been Friday at that
Friday.
point.
It was the very next day. Friday. The wounds were still fresh.
Yeah, like this is what they are. They're not what we thought they were.
Yeah, and it's definitely Jets for me because that's when I got more negative than I have been. I think we've had conversations about, I'm trying to find. I feel like I'm being real negative early on in the season. I'm like, okay,
yeah, they were 6-3 after that.
Right. I felt like I was a lot negative early on in the season, and it was kind of identifying that, hey, the process doesn't look quite right, but you're getting the results. And I was like, you know what? I'll acquiesce and I'll fall back to the place where, as long as you're getting wins and you're progressing forward, right?
You were right.
And I was like, all right. We're getting to that place, and I was like, I can live with that. I can live with the progressive approach, and then the Jets broke it for me. So it's definitely
we identified a medical condition during this show. It was pretty impressive. It's a condition known as premature adulation. And we realized, a lot of us turned out we were premature adulators. And this is what happens. You have a long build-up period, There's a whole lot of foreplay to this season, man. It was an entire offseason, and you get worked up. You're hunched over in your denim jeans. And but then all of a sudden, boom, premature adulation.
Right, you realize
we should have gone into this season with 3 emotional condoms. Yeah. We all succumb to it. It happens to young men.
We did.
It happens to a lot of honeymoons. Yeah. Works out that way.
Yeah. That shame, though. Yeah. That does explain the shame.
Shame. All right, on that note.
You're just so pretty. Seriously, look at that depth chart. I was just so excited.
It's the hottest depth chart
so
ever.
Like, oh my God, I've never been with a depth chart like that before.
It's true. It's true.
And then I come in and it's like,
oh my God.
My eyes were clouded.
All right.
Yes.
We are done. We are out of time.
I love you guys.
Oh, I love you too. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, happy Thanksgiving and antibodies to you, my
Happy
friend.
Thanksgiving and all the emotional condoms to you. I hope you get emotional condoms in your Christmas condom.
Thank you. Okay.
What? Christmas condom.
The handoff of this show to you guys the last 2 days.
I love it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Christmas condoms.
Amy and I hang condoms. We hang gigantic condoms from the mantle.
Yeah.
With condoms inside of them. Yeah. It's inception of condoms is what it is.
Shout out to all the kids out of school.
Yeah. No, they're out of school. It's
fine.
fine.
It was the holidays.
Yeah, no, we're good.
All right, we're done. Seth, I'll talk to you on Friday, buddy. Have a good happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Sure.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. I mean, this is the most awkward handoff. Way more awkward than the one that got fumbled in the Titans.
Yeah, keep your hands away from it, dude. Lay it off.
Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
And we take the ball and we go run. Yes. It is in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula. I was really hoping that Sean would say tryptophan to you. We're heading into the Thanksgiving holiday. Hope you are having a great time. In fact, this is the busiest travel day of the year.
Yes, it is.
So we appreciate you letting us hang out with you, whether you're finishing up work before you get the day off or, traveling to grandma's house or whatever, or if you're just, hanging around on and operating as normal. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday. You can get involved in quite a few ways. We do have the Twitch and the YouTube going for you. Twitch is 610 Houston, YouTube, Sports Radio 610. And then, of course, shout out to 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans for the 5 Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. where the texts that are there when we start the show are very fun, just because Sean and Seth have had a fantastic end of their show. And I'll read this without any context, mind you, from the 281. One wife got breast implants, but still ugly inside.
Yeah.
I'm
just sitting here thinking all the ways that my life revolves around premature adulation. Like pretty much everything. Pretty much everything.
The premature adulation of this all does fit into what we're starting with here.
Yes, it does.
Because
remarkably.
And I will point fingers away from myself to make sure that the block stays cool for me. But remember that one time when you were ready to declare this team a Super Bowl contender?
I do. I said they looked the part. What game was that? No, not Buffalo, was it? What game was it?
I think it was Buffalo.
Buffalo, yeah.
It was either Buffalo or Indy at home, I think. I think it might have been Indy at home, made him a Buffalo. But I remember you were agitating.
No, it was well into the year. It was about 4. It was Buffalo.
You came in here and you agitated.
I think the age. I think once you get to that age, you lose a little bit of control with it.
They had. Well, you're telling me that.
By the way, we will find a way to become a little bit more reeled in as the segment goes along. I promise.
Yeah.
But yeah, early on, there was a lot of hype for this, and with all the wins, it was like, hey, just find a way to win. There's still some stuff to clean up, but find a way to win. And then, as we mentioned, you get to that Jets game, and it's like, oh, okay,
yeah,
that kind of breaks the facade there. And since then, really, it's since the Patriots game.
Yes,
you've had a woeful go of it in a lot of different ways. A lot of things have popped up. And one of the things that's been assured, Nick Caserio, general manager of this team, in his sit-down with Vandermeer and Harris, as he always does on a Tuesday, said it just yesterday again that a lot of these things are fixable. And I kind of want to, ask, are there things that seem fixable? One of those things that I think a lot of people are honed in right now is the play caller, right? Is one of those. Is, hey, can you fix some of these things by simply moving away from the play caller that currently is, and maybe handing some of those duties over? I said duty over to somebody else. And we've talked about that, and we can continue to talk about that a little bit. But I think you would agree that it feels like that's unlikely.
Look, how many times have we heard, and don't measure a guess because it's a lot. We just have to play better. It's fixable. It's us. It's 13. It's week 13. So you really have to look hard. Like, what is, if you tried for 12 weeks and you're going into week 13 and you're still saying it's fixable, it's us, is it?
Well, I kind of want to get to some of that. And I mean, let's go through some of the things that have been issues with this team and see if we find anything that's fixable. You let us know on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Again, 713-572-4610. If there are things that you have any level of hope or belief that are fixable. And I really, truly do intend to come from this from a more optimistic standpoint. Like, I am looking for reasons to be optimistic.
Sincerely. We're thinking about this.
Because I don't want this season to be any level of letdown. I don't want this season to be I'll use this word, a waste.
Yeah.
And it's starting to feel like the worm is turning in some ways where we're starting to move towards that perspective. And so I want to get to a place where, okay, if you're telling me it's fixable, let's look at some things and see, are they fixable? I'll throw up the one that I guess we'll do this from this perspective. What are the issues? And then we'll see if they're fixable. And I'll start with this issue right here. Offensive line. Not fixable in any way.
Before you even finished.
Because there's the pass protection element of this, which it does feel like I was about to say it stabilized a little bit, or it had stabilized for a game or two after you had to make a change with Kenyon Green being lost to injury for the season. You bring in Jarrett Patterson, you move him to center, and then slide your scrubs to guard. And it feels like the communication issues leveled out. But you're coming off a game where a team that is not really known as a pass rushing team was able to apply 40% pressure back. Like, is pass protection, do we feel like it is fixed there? Do you feel like there's anything that can be done there?
I answered it so quickly because I think, number one, it's been fixed. Like, this is
quote unquote fixed.
This is better.
This represents an improvement.
This represents better, and it's not good. So that alone tells you fixable to a degree that it's going to be a plus, or at least not a consistent minus. I don't see how it can be. And then the number two for me, the second part that I think is crucial, is there is something going on in that offensive line room. Now, it's easy to point to Laramie Tunsil
As the captain.
As the captain, as the guy that sort of has this sort of casual approach, seems to do just enough to stay, as graded highly as a pass rusher, but doesn't really seem to care about other things as much. Doesn't seem to have, as big and nasty as he can be, doesn't seem to be like a killer on the field. And so when your captain is the guy that's leading the room, can you get better?
That's an interesting question because I think mentality is one of those things that we throw up there, but better is relative, right? Mm-hmm. Are they going to get great? No. Yeah. I think that's well out. Are they going to get really good? No.
Again.
But, can you get better? I think that there's a possibility, and I want to harken back to, and I wish I would have found this audio for you, Fig, so I'll raise my hand and take responsibility for this. But you recall, was it last week, where Nick Caserio had a response that seemed to open up the possibility of that they're still open to moving around things on the offensive line. Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm not making this up. I'm not just lying here. There was that response. Is it possible that this is not the only iteration of the offensive line, and that it's maybe, especially with a bye week, you could see another change, considering that I think one of the issues with the offensive line as currently constituted, where you go left to right, Tunsil, Scruggs, Patterson, Mason, Howard. I think one of the issues that you have in the interior is just a flat-out, some of these dudes aren't at a high enough level just generally. Yeah, the communication is better, but I still harken back to the one play where the singular sack that the Dallas Cowboys were able to get was because Juice Scruggs just got beat, right? Just flat-out got beat, and it felt like – and it didn't feel like one of those things where it was like, damn, less effort from Juice or whatever. Just one of those, that guy can be better than you and get past you. Is it possible that now we go to musical chairs? I know that we had conversations. Even our guy B. Scott, when he was in a few weeks back, was like, what do y'all talk about? Please do not do this. Y'all are driving me crazy. But is it possible that just to get the size and the physicality, and I know that you'd be moving a tackle away who has been all right on the outside, but doing the musical chairs where you bring Titus Howard in to guard and then play Blake Fisher, a dude who you clearly drafted for a reason, and he acquitted himself all right when he had an opportunity to have a full week in preparation to play at a tackle position. Does that cross your mind at all as a possibility of getting some level of fixable?
It's possible, but that's the most obvious one. The other thing is they've been adding guys on the offensive line, specifically the interior offensive line. Do you want to give Zach Thomas a shot? You want to get somebody off the practice squad like Tremaine Antrim or Killian Zaire?
I don't want to be disrespectful, but
you know what I mean?
In my brain, that was what happened in my brain, and I don't want to be disrespectful. Those dudes are playing professional football.
Tremaine Antrim.
God bless him. God bless him.
I mean, other than Titus Howard back to guard and Blake Fisher at tackle, what is there?
And I'm just trying to put up are there possibilities of seeing fixable? And it feels like there may be, possibly, but it's slim pickings.
But does that?
It's not Kendrick Green. It's not Kendrick Green stepping in, is it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, does that equate to fixed?
I don't think so. All right, let's look at some other possible potential fixables. How about penalties? Which also comes into the offensive line, but is not exclusive to the offensive line at this point. Do you feel like penalties are fixable with this team?
That's not as an abrupt no, but they were really bad, worst in the league. Then they seem to be okay.
They seem to have a stretch.
Okay, and now they're really bad, and guess what? They're still worst in the league. Well, actually, Ravens surpassed them Monday night, but they're second worst in the league in penalties as a team. It's not just Laramie Tunsil. As a team.
This one, I think, ties in for me a little bit with the energy that we saw or the lack thereof in this game, like the urgency that was there. And those things are fixable if for no other reason than so many people. And this made me go and this morning do a Google search or a Bing search, whatever search is best for you. I personally did use Google, I'll admit, but I
was using Bing.
I would use a lot of people actually.
Really?
I would actually use Ask Jeeves. Ask Jeeves was still in the game. I'm not gonna lie. I have a nostalgia.
Bing is now on all the Windows laptops, so it's being used.
Yeah,
more.
they forcing us.
Yeah, they're forcing you.
Yeah. And, now, one of the things that I think is interesting, it made me go and look up who is the sports psychologist, because I do wonder if everybody just needs a nice little session where they get an opportunity to delve deep on their psyches. Because it does feel like there is a decent amount of mental issues that are happening right now on this team. And I wonder if that couldn't be soothed a little bit with a little bit of sports psychology.
Yeah. Nah.
No? Okay.
Well, this is a team, specifically I'm thinking about the offensive line and the penalties and all that stuff. Sports, I'm a big advocate of the psychology of sports, as you know. But I think this is one where this is like dad psychology, kick in the pants, have some pride. Get your ass together. That you're
gonna do right if I give this whooping.
That's right. Like dad psychology is what this team needs, and I know they've been probably getting a lot of that in the meeting rooms. It's not sticking. There are elements of psychology, of sport that are so important, and I'm a big advocate. But getting these guys just to have some pride, I think they need some dad psychology, and I'm sure they've been getting it, and it's just not clicking.
Do you have? I feel like I know where this is going before. You have any hope that the messaging that seemingly was, handed down after the Titans game being we have to decide who we want to be, that has any level of grasp here?
I think that's part of what I just mentioned. Like have some pride, man. We got to decide who we're going to be. I think it's the messaging is there. Is it going to resonate? Is it going to stick? Well, again, I keep going back to where we are in the season. You're 13 weeks in. It's got to. If it didn't stick by now, when is it? From
the 346, the team needs Framber Valdez's sports therapist.
Well, it worked.
It did, right?
Occasionally.
That's sincerely. I'm trying to find anything because, the mental issues that are showing up is really frustrating. And that's the one that is often said to be fixable. But as you mentioned, we have gone a lot of weeks where these things keep popping up, and it becomes really concerning if they can get themselves right in that way. All right, how about some other things as we try and figure out. Are they fixable? How about the explosives defensively? Because this is one of those things that it felt like the dam broke against the Titans because they had been there sneakily. Those potential for explosives had been there sneakily all the way since week 1 when you got the likes like Alex Pierce running down the field on you, right? And there have been instances where teams just didn't connect. That was the Josh Allen thing. There was a lot of big up in this defense for limiting Josh Allen, and absolutely deservedly so.
Dudes.
But there was some misses. Just some straight up, that dude was open, but. Yeah. And that was not, the butt was not there when it came to the Titans game with Will Levis, frustratingly enough. Do you feel like the explosives are something that is fixable for this defense?
I would say this one probably more than anything else. Maybe, and that's not very authoritative, but maybe, because the bad part is those dudes were running open. They just missed them when Jimmy Ward was still in a safety. Now you got Eric Murray back there with Kalen Bullock.
Yeah.
So it doesn't exactly, give you a lot of encouragement and confidence. But nevertheless, Kalen Bullock is a ball hawk. I've said it since early on. The ball finds him. That might be good. Maybe they're going to make a switch, as you suggested. Maybe something with Jeff Okudah or someone.
I was like, wait, what did I suggest?
To put Lassiter, on the slot. So maybe, but again, I can't be very convincing with that.
Yeah, and one of the things I also wonder about is how about some of these other lapses in coverage underneath that when we're talking about toe and some of those things that feel fixable for you?
What's the update on Christian Harris?
We'll let you know when we get the update.
Very good.
We'll let you know.
The thing that I guess you can be, if you choose to be hopeful in this way, which I have guarded my heart against at this point, is that there's a possibility, I think there's been scuttlebutt that after the bye week is when you might be shooting to possibly get Christian Harris. We have not gotten this in really official capacities.
Yeah.
But that has kind of been the speculation from folks that are near the team, like a Jonathan Alexander or Aaron Wilson have kind of hypothesized that that's where you could. So maybe you get that guy back, and that guy absolutely is somebody
better in coverage.
You feel better in coverage, and also feel better about triggering and getting downfield at the right time, which it felt like the defense had a little bit of hesitation with, or just biting on play action and such.
Toe, especially on a touchdown.
Second half scoring.
How many touchdowns since week 6, 7?
I believe that is the one. that you got
Yeah.
at the end of the Cowboys game that you were gunning for.
Yeah.
They got out there and they were like, this is a mission.
Yeah.
When the game was kind of over, they were like, no, we got to make sure that the offense scores here. And that was the thing that got them.
That's got to be fixable, right? It's got to be.
It's kind of bizarre.
Yeah,
to be honest.
it's such an aberration. It's so weird. I'm going to say yes. As crazy as that sounds.
Is that optimism?
I'm going to say yes, as crazy as that sounds. Only because Nico's still back. He's been ramping up the last couple of weeks and looked pretty good. He can still, do some things. Joe Mixon, the fact that he's not running anymore is that,
he's running. The teams like the Titans got out here and recognized, hey, man, that cutback is coming.
Yeah.
And I thought Sam Warren did a fantastic job breaking this down, as it seems like he does week after week. Shout out to that man at the Houston Chronicle. But he did a fantastic breakdown about the Titans sitting on that cutback. And you would think, all right, well, if they're sitting on the cutback, just go ahead and go with the blocked play and follow the flow. Except you were not getting, good results on that either, right? Do you
I'm gonna say yes? Mechie a little bit of life. Tank Dell a little bit more comfortable.
Well, that comes back to one of these things, which is C.J. Stroud.
Is C.J.
fixable?
That is probably the number one question. Is C.J. Stroud fixable
in this season? Because I think some of the things is like interceptions, errant passes. He's had some things that are there, and you've seen still the flashes of the C.J. Stroud that we have come accustomed to and that we believe is the true C.J. Stroud.
And this is where I disagree with what Ron was kind of hinging their show around early on yesterday about, Bobby Slowick is not – I don't want to talk about Bobby Slowick. He's not the problem. There are so many other things with this. While that is true, C.J. Stroud, if there is a change with the play caller, no matter where you go, there's got to be a level of, okay, now let's see what we can do. And just a smidge of more confidence, maybe an adjustment that gives him an adjustment in the play calling that gives him more room, more time, maybe a better blocker, something like that in the backfield. So I'm going to say yes, C.J. Stroud is fixable. He's been rattled. He's been not himself. He's been inaccurate. But if you just do some sort of change, give him that little breath of fresh air, I think it might help.
Or even just get more of those easy answers in the game plan to hopefully help him out. I thought that as much as Bobby Slowick has gotten his derision even on this show, like I feel like there was a trend forward in some of those easy answers using a whole bunch of play action in that game. Keep filtering those things in, Bobby. Like, let's see if you can get some level of better play out of that. And they need J.J. Watt to walk into the locker room ready to play. Okay, all right.
J.J. Watt's not walking through that door.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're trying to fix there.
I don't know if that's going to work.
Well, yeah, we'll see. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, getting going on Thanksgiving Eve, I guess is the way that I'll call it. Coming up next, we got to get to our question of the day as we'll have Adam Spillane in at 10:40. What's your favorite non-food thing about Thanksgiving? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Thanksgiving football is on Sports Radio.
fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving Eve to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula taking you through this day, through what is typically a big-time travel day. Let us know if you're traveling, where you're traveling to, what's happening with you on this Wednesday ahead of Thanksgiving on the 5-Hour Energy Fan Line, 713-572-4610. That's also where you can answer our question of the day. What's your favorite non-food thing about Thanksgiving, which we'll get to in just a second.
Not travel.
Yeah, I imagine that's not high.
Hey, I would say travel was lovely coming into work.
Well, yeah. Oh,
that is
no
true.
traffic.
It is.
Man,
it is
took
nice.
me about 20 minutes to get here.
No
man.
traffic.
Yeah,
maybe that's one.
Hey,
that's one of mine.
Go ahead and take that positive if you need to. Someone asked on the YouTube, though, because we were just talking about what are the fixable things, or are these things fixable? As the Texans will frequently talk about, hey, these things are fixable, these things are fixable. Which ones are? And what I think one of the things that kind of people talked about is just they feel like the cheery demeanor, for lack of a better term, of the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, is wearing thin. And somebody asked, what is DeMeco like behind closed doors? He has to be more stern and less positive, right? And I think that is the way that I generally approach it. Like, if we're basing this off of some of the things that we've heard from various players, like Aziz, for one, has talked about how he can be tough. They go back and forth a little bit, especially when he was in San Francisco with Aziz, like having that kind of relationship. That was something that he was used to, knowing that DeMeco would get after him. And so I have a strong feeling that that's the case. I do wonder, though, how far that reaches around the team, right? He is the head coach, but he is also very much involved and embedded in the defense as the defensive coordinator or defensive play caller, because I don't want to take any shine from Matt Burke. I do wonder, like, if that is more on with the defense, where he has, I imagine, a lot more contact than and I wonder how much that happens with the offense, or how much that is left and delegated to Bobby Slowick to get done.
Nah, don't worry about that. Like anyone listening, not just you, Richie. I'm not picking on you.
That's fine.
Anyone listening, like, and you're wondering, and I get it. His persona is kind of defensive and dismissive and apologetic, and not apologetic, but makes excuses, and it's not, doesn't single anybody out. That, I can tell you, that is not him behind closed doors. He has that Gary Kubiak gene. He turns into
That's
something
what I was
else.
thinking about. Because when you look at Gary Kubiak, like, in the public, you're like, oh, this is a nice, sweet guy.
Oh, he can fire.
He'd tear one in you.
And DeMeco, to your second point there, Reggie, he's told us he goes into the offensive room.
Okay.
He's told us he does that. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. It's other stuff. There's a lot of other stuff to worry about, but I think he brings it.
All right. Question of the day. What's your favorite non-food thing about Thanksgiving? I like to call Thanksgiving food's birthday because, look, man, that is the star of the show on that day, especially if your family can cook. And if they don't, God bless you. I hope that you enjoy the day regardless. But there's a lot of other things about Thanksgiving. What's your favorite non-food thing?
All right. So I got 4 that immediately popped into mind. I'm going to go through them. I don't want to steal anybody's. Maybe I am, whatever. I'm a sucker for a Thanksgiving Day parade, man.
It's not my favorite.
I'm a sucker.
I enjoy it. Like,
we go to the one here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You actually go out and get out in these streets.
We walk to it because we live right here in the First Ward. We just walk to the Thanksgiving parade.
That's interesting. The Thanksgiving
That's
parade.
a little too much for me.
I'm a sucker, man.
I'm not up and out early. Now, what I am is like up in the house because now we cooking, right?
Yeah.
But it is nice to have the parade on.
That's when we were in the suburbs. We would turn them on.
I just kind of like the
background noise.
Yeah. It makes the day feel like it's special.
Yeah. And you see a random performer. Oh, is that Brandy performing?
Yeah, exactly. That's like the perfect name because you're like, damn, I ain't thought about Brandy in a few months.
Yeah, I forgot about her.
I thought about her in a while. Yeah, it's good to see Brandy's all right and getting a little bit of work.
Hey, whatever, man. I just love a good Thanksgiving Day parade. It sort of like kicks everything off, and the kids' faces and all that stuff. A couple more here. I love, and this is just me being dad and now grandpa, I love seeing which young adult, like early 20s, still gets sent to the kids' table. And bitch and moan the whole time. Man, I'm 20, man. I'm 20. Sorry. You're still one of the youngest.
We ain't got enough seats for you, my boy.
You go sit at the kids'
Maybe
table.
next year.
And
I do appreciate
rub it
though.
in, man. I rub it in.
Of course you do. I should have known. I do wonder, like, I enjoy it when the person goes to the kids' table and is just like, you know what? Enjoying this. We gonna have fun over here at this table too. Hey, well, you know what you eating over there? What's happening? What's happening over there? What's your favorite color? Oh, really? Blue? Mine too. Yeah.
Yeah. You got like an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 20-year-old. I just love that. That's awesome. And then the last one for me is, putting somebody on the spot. I never tell anyone.
Oh, boo.
In advance. You're
the worst. Who's one of those?
Who's gonna say grace? And I'm like, Jacob, it's your turn. And he's like, wait, what? And they just like fumble through grace. It's like, thank you for this day.
Speaking of the public speaking element from the 832, we go around the table and share what we've been thankful for this year. I feel like I didn't know that was people's favorites, which, I mean, shout out to you for being like a grateful person and appreciative. Mm-hmm. That's always an interesting part of the day where it feels like people are like, hey, man, can we just eat?
Yeah.
Hey.
I think that whenever you go around the table, and maybe I'm just cynical, I don't think anybody really has anything. Like, they just make stuff up.
We never even I'm sorry, my family don't even do that.
Yeah.
We just go and get you a plate, boy. And that's it. You might say a prayer to yourself.
Talk about being put on the spot. People are like, I'm thankful for... And then,
I would make it uncomfortable if you put me on the spot to pray.
Yeah. That too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if you put me on the spot to pray, I'm like, hey, God, what's up, man? Hey, man, I'm really grateful for all this food that was prepared, dog.
Well, it's on the table. Figgy's coming over for Thanksgiving. You still coming over?
Yeah, I'll come over.
So it might be you, man.
Okay.
Well, you're going to get that right there.
Hey, man. Hey, I might make it a little uncomfortable because I know y'all Catholics, right?
No. Episcopalian.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Catholic light. All the sin, half the guilt.
Okay.
All right. That's one way to put that.
Okay, because I'm not familiar with the name of the Father, Son.
Well, we still do that.
I might take it to Baptist. I might go old Baptist. You know what I mean? We got the food.
God, that would be so awesome. I might have to pick you now.
Shout out to the 832. Their favorite non-food thing about Thanksgiving, the short work week. God bless you.
You're darn
Absolutely. Right. Another thing, after my 4th plate of food, a good nap on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving might be the only day where I am actively trying to get a solid nap in, especially because of the football game. Somebody said the football, and to some degree, but this is where I'd like to get my rocks off because part of it was actually the college football as opposed to the NFL football.
Yeah.
But college football is having to vacate because the NFL done taken the whole block.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I forgot the most important one. My favorite non-food thing about Thanksgiving. That's when we decide what country we're doing for our Christmas dinner.
Ah, okay.
You may not know about this.
Not familiar.
So about the last 10, 12 years, rather than a traditional Christmas dinner, we pick a country. And like we've done Italy, we've done Germany, we've done the Caribbean, we've done Japan, we've done last year, I believe, we did India. And we cook for our Christmas dinner all the foods authentic from that country, and we decorate the house with colors. We did the Persian countries, and we do decorations and colors, and everybody dresses up, something themed like that. So that is my favorite Christmas tradition. Is we pick a country and just do all, like we might pick Nigeria, we might pick whatever, and then just dig in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm interested. Favorite, huh? From the 713 that won on at Thanksgiving that wants to talk about this recent election. That's your favorite, huh?
I don't know if that's favorite.
One of my favorite things, and this obviously don't count now, but as a kid, we used to love going outside playing tackle football.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
Turkey bowl. All the cousins. We go up to the school around the corner in that big old field and play, then come back later hungry and dirty.
That is the thing about Thanksgiving. Obviously, people mention family, but there's also like there's some parts of the family that you're like, but there's definitely like the few cousins or whatever that you just don't get to see
You only
enough.
see twice a year.
Then you get to go out, play some basketball, maybe go for a walk, before eating, something like that. Yeah, no, that definitely is one of my favorites, just getting to see some of those family members that you don't see often in that opportunity, and you can just kind of go over and chill. But yeah, excited for this Thanksgiving. Somebody said I enjoy being the drunk uncle. Well, yeah, I bet that is fun.
It's kind of fun that we a little older now, so it's kind of fun seeing your younger cousins or nieces and nephews and be like, damn, boy, you getting big.
I remember when you was just this tall.
Dang, you in the 7th grade? Man, I remember when you was born. I was holding you when you was a baby. Now you that person.
Yeah, it's a fun place to be. And no matter how you are enjoying your Thanksgiving, hope you enjoy it. We appreciate you rocking with us in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's jump in with our Rockets insider, Adam Spillane, Rockets and Astros insider. Talk to him about some Rockets, especially after a big victory in Minnesota. We'll talk about that next.
Thirsty.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. 5hourenergy.com.
Visit. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo.
You know what it is. Baseball Spo, Adam Spillane. Also, Basketball Spo, same man, joins us in studio here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Spo, what's happening, man?
Do you have NBA Cup fever?
I actually do.
Hey, last night wasn't bad.
3 wins away.
They are
3 wins away from bringing home the cup.
Yeah, let's start there. Your Houston Rockets get another win. Their 13th of the season and their third in NBA Cup group play. Group A in the West is won by them. It's four group play games. They've won the first 3. They'll play Sacramento on Tuesday next week. Correct?
I think so.
And but they will move into the quarterfinals. They'll have an opportunity then to continue going through this. If they win in the quarterfinals, then it's off to Vegas for the little 4-team tournament to see if
Adam
they can.
Spillane will be there
if they can hoist something.
Hey, if somebody books the flight, I'll go.
He's a Vegas guy.
I'm not booking that on my own. I'll tell you that for sure.
That is fair. That is fair. But hey, man, speaking of, just great play. How impressive? There was 2 guys that I want to ask pretty much the same question about. Just how impressive was it to see Jabari Smith in the way that he played really validate his place on this team?
He was awesome. He really was. And I had somebody kind of got into a back and forth yesterday with somebody who basically said that he, and I can't remember the exact wording that this guy used, but basically said that they got nothing out of that pick, out of that Jabari Smith Jr. pick. And, you watch him play, and listen, I understand it's not as consistent as maybe you would want, and maybe he doesn't shoot it as well as you would want, but he knows how to impact the basketball game. And you saw that last night where he had a huge, what did he only take 8 shots in last night's game, I believe it was? For somebody to only take, 8 shots in a game and to impact it the way that he did.
9 shots.
9 shots.
Yeah.
That's really hard to do.
Yeah.
But there is a reason why he continues to start on this team, and it's because the versatility that he brings you. It's because he does have the ability to make shots at all 3 levels, and he did it last night, and he's a big reason why they were able to win that game.
So was Amon Thompson.
Yes.
Late,
and in place of Jalen Green.
Mm-hmm.
In fourth quarter and overtime. What are you reading there, man?
It's I believe that's back-to-back games where he finished the game over Green, and we've talked about the starters in the past, and we actually talked about this with Ime Udoka for a while before the game last Wednesday against Indiana about the starters and why he's kind of seemingly always been reticent to make a move there, and a big reason is that the starters are together, and so I absolutely understand that Amen Thompson he was terrific down the stretch yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
The big steal to really get them into overtime.
Behind,
to get them into overtime. And then he makes the big
pocket 3.
Corner. That's a big shot for him, obviously, just because if he can become a guy who you've got to defend out there, that really changes the equation for him.
I love that he took it confidently.
Yeah, that's and it's the same thing with Jabari. When Jabari's not shooting it well, a lot of times it's up here.
Yeah,
it gets in his head. And he said that Jabari said one of the reasons why he shot it better is that he's just not thinking. He's just going out there and shooting the ball. But with the starting lineup, Udoka has basically been of the approach of, I like the way these 5 guys fit with one another.
Mm-hmm.
I like how you have offense and playmaking with Jalen Green, who can get to the rim and he can get you points in a hurry when he's going good. He can also defend. He's been a much better defender, especially this year. Like those 5 guys work really well together. Doesn't mean they're going to close the game.
Yeah.
And that's what matters more than anything
Correct.
else. To me, it's not who cares who starts.
It always has been.
And remember, Ime Udoka came from the Spurs. And what did the Spurs do for years and years and years?
Manu off the bench?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They had Manu Ginobili coming off their bench during really the heyday of that Spurs run. So it's not about who starts the game. It's about who finishes the game. And it would be one thing if that starting 5 were just getting murdered every single night. But that starting lineup has been really good, and they are outscoring the opponent when they are out there together. And then you have the Tari Eason, Amin Thompson kind of bench unit that can kind of come in and change games when they need them. I don't see a reason for them to change the starting lineup at this point. We'll see in another month how things go. But I think that right now, the way that it's going right now is working out just fine.
Speaking of closing games, it felt like Alperen Şengün really put his stamp on that one late in the game, especially going directly into the chest of Rudy Gobert. It felt like, and I know Kelly Iko did something for The Athletic, pointing to, for the Rockets, the big concern being, in essence, like, hey, when that offense bogs down, when it's the late moments where you just need a basket, where do you go? And I don't know that you have great answers with that, but Alperen Şengün took another step in giving you that idea that, hey, just let him post up. He'll make the right decision for the most part.
Yeah, the overtime was big because they were really struggling to find offense at the end of regulation, and part of that was, Şengün, I think, was 7 of 21 from the field at one point in that game, but he was able to be a little bit more physical with Gobert in overtime, and he worked Gobert in the end of that game. That's not a small thing.
That's a big thing.
4-time defensive player of the year.
We're talking about Rudy Gobert here. We're not talking about some guy coming off the street. He's had success against Gobert before, but this season he's had some trouble against size. Talked about this with you guys last week. That I don't think he's 100% at this point, health-wise. But to see him kind of take advantage of Gobert the way that he did last night, I think that they've got to feel like that's a step in the right direction. And the schedule's kind of been tough for them just with all the back-to-backs that they've had, and they've got another one tonight. But they'll get a couple days off after today's game, and maybe that can kind of let them get a little rested and get some practice time in and allow them to work on some stuff.
All right, we got to get to the Astros, man.
Yeah.
A lot of news happening with the Astros, especially Alex Bregman. You said it here last week. The Astros, if they, or maybe it was a week before, but like if it'll be kind of a sign if they leak, an offer to Alex Bregman. And I was thinking like low ball offer like we've seen in the past. This wasn't necessarily low ball, but it wasn't what he's ultimately going to get.
It's not what he wants.
Yeah.
And Bob Nightingale was the one who got the
You
offer.
also called that.
Yeah, I won the pool. I believe Nightingale said 6 years, 156 is what the Astros offered him. But he also added they're more than $50 million apart.
Yeah.
And I had somebody send me, somebody who knows this stuff well, basically say to me, what a horse bleep offer.
Oh, really?
Yes. So, like, in the fact that they're $50 million apart tells you all you need to know about.
Well, $50 million according to Bregman's side. I mean, we don't know what the actual offer is going to be.
That's probably coming from the Astros.
You think?
Yeah. I think the Astros are the ones who probably leaked the offer, and I think that the Astros are the ones that probably said, this is what he's looking for.
Yeah.
And it's a way to just kind of make it seem like Boris is asking for the moon and the sun here, when he's just asking for what he should be asking for.
Yeah.
If they... I think that he's probably gone at this point. I think that was kind of my one tell for you guys was that once the offer gets out there, it probably means that they aren't serious about bringing him back. So now the question is, well, what now?
Yeah.
And Jim Crane has said the championship window is never closed as long as I own the team. I don't see how the championship window stays open if Alex Bregman is playing for somebody else. Now, maybe somebody can be in a different direction where that's the case. But I look at third base in that organization, and there really isn't anybody there.
Yeah.
It's Mauricio Dubon, who I don't think anybody believes is an everyday third baseman. You have a bunch of minor league guys who have not proven anything at the major league level. Shea Whitcomb had a 4-error game in replacing Bregman at that last home game of the regular season. You have Zach DeCinto, who's really never been tested at third base at this level. You have Bryce Matthews, a first-round pick a couple of years ago, who, according to someone within that one of the player development coaches, is like, no, he's a year away.
Yeah.
He's a year away just with the bat. And this is a guy who really didn't play a lot of third base at all in the minor leagues. So what do you do? What is the
if the window's open,
Yes,
especially?
yeah, so
it's one thing to call these guys up when it's you're just sort of trying to develop
yeah,
or whatever.
So how are you? And let's be honest, third base was one of their strengths last year. Bregman was very good. He didn't swing the bat well at the start of the year, but defensively he won the Gold Glove. Like that wasn't a fluke Gold Glove. So how are you replacing that production and still expecting to compete next year? I don't see how that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. And then you get to, okay, that's just for 2025. Well, 2026,
yeah.
Like I had some people tell me, well, they get a lot of money coming off the books in 2026. Well, some of that money is Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez.
Yeah.
How are they replacing that production?
Yeah.
They don't have anything in the system. They can't go out and trade for anybody because they really don't have anybody in the system. So if they want to contend, the only way that they can do that is spend money, frankly, somewhat irresponsibly. Okay?
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just what
we
have
saw
to
it yesterday.
do. Yes, the Dodgers have been doing that. And listen, I get the Dodgers make a lot of money and the Dodgers print money, but so what? And if you're a fan of the team, I don't care. Listen, I'm not a fan of the team.
Loves this.
I'm not a fan of the team. I don't care what happens. Listen, October was nice and relaxing for me this past fall. I only had to deal with 2 games. But if you're a fan of the team, shouldn't you want them to contend? As this is an era of Astros baseball that we have never seen and will never see again. Shouldn't you want that window to be kept open for as long as humanly possible?
Yeah.
And to me, the only way that they can do that is to spend money and to probably spend money irresponsibly. Now, if you're fine with Jim Crane, and Jim Crane's not cheap. I don't want it to come off as me saying that Jim Crane is being cheap. He's not. He spent a lot of money.
But you have to
last
overpay.
year. Yes, but if you're going to go out there and say the window will always be open when I'm the owner, then you actually are going to have to spend more money than maybe you want to make that happen. And I promise you, Jim Crane can go and sign Alex Bregman today. He could go and sign Max Fried in free agency. He could go and give Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez extensions. He will be plenty rich.
Yeah.
Will he have overpaid for all those guys? Absolutely. But guess what? He is not going to have to endure one of the horrors of normal life, like flying economy or flying commercial.
You're gonna be checked
or having to clean your own bathroom. He won't have to deal with that. I promise you. He'll have plenty of money.
Payday loans out there.
Yeah. He's not going to have to go to one of the check places.
Hey Lopez, let me hold something.
He's gonna be able to have plenty of money left over. It's just that, do the customers care?
Yeah.
And it's wild to me how many fans are like, no, they can't spend that money. He's spending that.
Why? What do you care?
Yeah. You're not getting any of the money?
Say it.
Are they hanging banners?
Say it.
Houston Astros 2025, we turn to profits.
Say it.
Are they going to put a banner up?
This is the best version of Adam Spillane that there's ever going to be. So you gotta say it.
It's not your money. It's just not. It's not your money. And
not my money.
Jim Crane and that group paid like $640 million for the Astros in 13 years ago?
And what's it worth?
They are worth well over $3 billion now.
Yeah.
So they will be just fine, but they want to run it like a business.
Mm-hmm.
And for them, it's great. For you, the customer, that's not great in my opinion. But hey, to each his own. If you're content with the championship window being shut, then hey, that's up to you.
Yeah.
And the scary thing for me is, okay, if the championship window is shut and you want to be like very responsible with the way that you spend money, what is the plan for ultimately getting back to being good at baseball? And I don't actually see that going forward. That's the thing that scares me.
My fear would be that they try and tear it all down like they did in 2011 and 2012.
4 years on fire?
Yeah.
Is what we're doing?
And listen, teams have tried that and they obviously were successful in doing it. It's really hard to pull that off.
Yeah.
There are a whole lot more teams that have failed trying to do that than have succeeded in trying to do that.
That's our guy, Adam Spillane, always pumping you up with the excitement and flowers and roses. No, we appreciate your insight on basketball, baseball, and everything else. We didn't even hit you about the Indiana. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, how about that? They're done.
Just beat Purdue. beat Purdue by 100 in the season's a success.
There you go. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Spo, we appreciate your time, my man. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, oh, man, what a travesty. You might not get Tommy DeVito on Thanksgiving. We'll talk about that more next.
Ready? The Texans.
5hourenergy.com. The energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you Quicksist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL, and it's brought to you by Quick Assist. Tired of the hassle of selling your tickets? Say goodbye to the stress and let the experts get you the best price. Download Quick Assist from your app store today, and they'll handle the rest. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. All right, yesterday, Lopez, you mentioned that linebacker, two-time Pro Bowl linebacker, in fact, Shaq Barrett, who announced his retirement in July, has applied for immediate reinstatement. So, he wants to come back. The Dolphins have his rights. And so you were like, hey, I hadn't even thought about this because that brought you back to the J.J. Watt of this all, as everybody's been clamoring for. Oh, man, J.J. Watt, come back.
Yeah.
I forgot to add this, and this would be an interesting note. Week 13 is the last time where a player can make that move in this season.
So what week is it?
This you're heading into Week 13.
All right.
Football.
Tick, tick, tick.
You think he's going to come back here?
No, hell no.
Hey.
Oh, you mean if he did come back, you think he ends up with the Steelers?
Pittsburgh is pretty good, man.
Oh, yeah?
Pittsburgh's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that would be a gut punch. I've decided to come back. I took a call, and I'm just going to come back to Pittsburgh.
It's been a dream of mine to play with my brother.
Yes.
Watt on the edges.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, man.
That would be wild. But, yeah, if that is something that you, in any level of series, consider, this is the week to watch out for, because this is the time where it would have to happen. I have a strong feeling that J.J. Watt is 100% fine doing his CBS gig and showing up on
last time I saw him, he looked like he was retired, man.
I was just going to say, he's looked like he's lost weight.
He kind of gave you that Joe Thomas feel after he retired.
Lost weight. He definitely has. So he gone.
That is one of my favorite things in sports, is just seeing an offensive lineman no longer have to engorge themselves on calories, and they look like normal, good-looking human beings.
What's funny about that, it's like the old linemen always end up super skinny, and then running backs, the wide receivers, cornerbacks, fat.
I read a really interesting piece about that. Some of that is because the workout, apparently offensive linemen typically have the most insane workout habits where they just love it, and so you end up no longer engorging yourself on the crazy amount of calories that's necessary to keep you at 300 pounds, and then all of a sudden you're doing all this working out with the more reasonable diet, and all that weight.
How about Chris Myers?
Comes off.
Chris Myers weighs 215, 220.
Chris Myers, Seth Payne, Wade Smith.
Seth Payne still got some size to him.
No,
he's getting smaller.
He was a meaty guy, though. Pause.
Yeah. That is a wild way to describe your coworker.
Chris Myers was 300.
Man.
Yeah.
All right. So just a note to remember. Week 13 is when the unretirement happens.
Just imagine Wade Smith playing the position Kenyon Green play.
Can't believe it.
Yeah.
Can't believe
he do not look. He is nowhere near that.
No.
All right,
it's impressive.
It really is. All right, more around the NFL. You have 3 NFL football on Thanksgiving, and one of the ones that is honestly least interesting to me is the one that's going to be in the middle in that 3:30 slate. It is Cowboys-Giants, a division game, as the Cowboys always host. And you know that you're going to have Cooper Rush on one side for the Cowboys. Tommy DeVito is the QB1 when it comes to the Giants. However, you might not get him, as Tommy DeVito is, quote, not 100% to play Thanksgiving.
Oh, man, we're not getting the Tommy DeVito-Cooper Rush matchup?
Because of the forearm injury, according to Brian Davis.
Dang it. How much did the line move?
That's a great point. I did not look at that because
it didn't move. I guarantee you it didn't.
It might have moved in a positive direction because if Tommy DeVito can't go, Drew Lock would be
probably
the man
better.
Drew Lock probably should have gotten the position of starting quarterback after you move on from Danny Dimes.
Just ask Drew Lock.
Yeah, Drew Lock definitely believes that. It felt like they did not go to him because of some incentive bonuses that are slated in his schedule, which, by the way, these incentive bonuses and these injury bonuses, man, they do serve to allow these teams to just not play dudes, don't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, Tommy DeVito, you might not get all that stereotypical Italian stuff on Thanksgiving because it's looking like he might not be able to play due to a forearm injury. So yeah, for those of you who that is heartbreaking for.
Hobby Dog, you're right.
What?
It went. No, I didn't go there. I was looking at the wrong thing. It opened at Cowboys -4. Now it's Cowboys -3.5.
There you go.
Yeah.
Tommy DeVito is worth a half point.
Half point.
That seems to make sense, right?
Yeah.
Someone said Alan Fennekin became a marathon runner.
That's right, he did. He sure did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some more around the NFL. I did mention Daniel Jones, and yesterday it had been made known that by Josina Anderson that Daniel Jones was going to let teams know by today where what his plans were, and he came through on that. As it seems like Daniel Jones will go and play for the Minnesota Vikings. That is his choice. And I had to stop myself and think, man, in the year of our Lord 2024, I am concerned in any little bit of way as to where Daniel Jones plays football. I did not think I'd see the day, and yet here we are.
It's just like rubbernecking, right? It's just like you got to see, okay, where's that guy going to end up?
It's crazy because I feel like they've been making so much of a deal out of this to the point I'm like, dang, did we miss out?
Yeah.
It's like
I'm like, maybe they see something in them.
Well, he knows Kevin O'Connell well, and I'm sure that had a big part of it.
Yeah, I'm sure that helped. Also, I think that's a very unique position there when it comes to quarterback. Sam Darnold has been able to, handle business, but it feels like they've gotten to a place where they realize, hey, he can be overexposed, and you might need to, reel that in. The Sam Darnold, kind of, what's the right word for this? Blow up, for lack of a better term. And then the guy who is supposed to have that job kind of going forward is J.J. McCarthy, and I still believe that's the case. But if it comes down to having like a backup plan or a veteran quarterback, Sam Darnold's fine. I feel like Daniel Jones is a little bit more interesting in that situation. So, yeah.
Probably fits in terms of, like, profile. I'm not sure about his play, but
sure.
But profile. As I said yesterday, a career back to McCarthy.
Plus, on top of that, if you're going into the playoffs knowing that Sam Darnold might turn into a pumpkin at any point, having another guy that you could throw out there and just kind of give it a go, and it doesn't hurt too much. And I guess Daniel Jones ends up being that, especially on these short terms. So, best of luck to Daniel Jones and the Vikings and how they go about that. You're in the NFC. We don't have to worry too much about that at this point. All right, some more around the NFL. Thanksgiving, a time where families come together, and I imagine that doesn't go all that well with Baker Mayfield, who is currently still suing his father's company for $12 million.
Here's the thing. They can't talk about it. I'm sure they've been told, don't you mention anything to Baker. Baker, don't you mention anything. Is he going to even go to Thanksgiving dinner? I know they're playing, but I'm saying at some point, are they going to even have something, right? Or is it just going to be Baker?
That's a good question. I don't know, right?
You've been advised. I'm sure they've been advised, both sides. Don't
have conversations about this. But if you don't understand.
So how about that weather?
Yeah. Well, that's a great reason to just not talk to your family.
Hey, right? Mom, can you pass the peas?
Can you tell Pops to pass that green bean casserole over here?
Man, this is really good greens. Yeah, they're worth $12 million.
Yeah. you can Zelle me or something. Cash at me.
Who made the turkey? Your father? So
he got money, huh?
I'll take the ham then.
Yeah.
He got extra money to be buying turkey, huh? Okay. Can't pay me back. All right, I see it. Yeah, for nearly $12 million is the lawsuit of Baker Mayfield's father's company, father and brother, Kingwood Capital Management Group, which there was a settlement agreement according to court documents. In the lawsuit, Mayfield alleges that his father and brother's companies took millions of dollars from him without his knowledge. This is when he was first starting in the NFL. They took money without authorization and failed to meet that payment targets to repay that money as part of a settlement that had been agreed to prior. So the situation was with his NFL checks, they were taking that money and using it to pay like payroll and stuff, business expenses. And when it was found out, he was like, all right, so y'all just got to get that money back, all right? And they come up with a settlement.
What money?
That money stopped coming in, huh?
Yeah, what money?
So the man had to sue them on November 22nd. Suing your own family.
Right before Thanksgiving.
Damn, man.
The very real and very sad part of this is this happens a lot, man.
Yeah, this is very common. It's family that fall out over $20.
Yeah. Much less, but to professional athletes especially.
Man.
Crazy.
Yeah, real nasty work. Some other things around the NFL. This one actually comes back to NRG Stadium, where the video boards at NRG Stadium, manufactured by Mitsubishi, they are getting a $35 million upgrade. And apparently, this is a very big deal because I didn't realize that the video boards, although I was actually admiring them during the Titans game. They look to be working very well. If they stopped working, that would actually have been a very big problem for this Texans team.
And it's symptomatic of a much bigger problem that we talk about. I promise I won't mention that big, gray, nasty, cat-filled and rat-filled
Here you go with
building.
Astrodome stuff.
No, I'm not going to mention it.
Okay.
But this is a much bigger problem. They need in NFL terms.
Yeah, that's where this gets. Once we get to state finance, need is a very interesting word.
But they need in NFL terms a big time upgrade. And even if you're like, oh no, it's fine. Okay, let's say it's fine. In 2019, 5 years ago, mind you, it was recommended by an independent firm that they had to replace the roof. Okay, because the roof was leaking. If you've been to NRG during a rainy game, you know it. You've probably been, there's been water dripping on you. There was been some holes in the roof. There was some structural issues that they were worried about, which of course came to pass with big chunks being blown off. Ultimately,
a little bit of a particular circumstance there when we're talking.
But
about
I'm saying, but still, it was exacerbated and all that. So in 2019, they were told you got to change this roof within 2 and 4 years. That was 5 years ago.
That's not between 2 and 4.
That's not between 2 and 4 years.
Okay.
NRG needs upgrades. It NFL upgrades again.
It's about that time.
It is about that time. The video board is antiquated. Like I think I saw in the story that some of the technology they use in that board isn't even really used anymore.
Right, and that's
I didn't realize how bad it was.
Yeah,
man.
I hadn't thought about it either. I know that obviously you mentioned with the panels being knocked off the roof that there was some like water damage that happened to it as well. But yeah, it's antiquated to the point that I don't know that Mitsubishi has the wherewithal to repair it if you lose functionality with it now. So yeah, the upgrades to the boards will be important, and hopefully continue to add to the game days that Texans fans seemingly always want to be as good as possible. Yeah, so there you go. You say you were going to say something?
No. Well, I was going to ask you. Yeah, you brought up a good point. Like even if they don't quote need, because again, it's all relative compared to other stadiums, and it's hard to imagine this because it's a relatively new franchise that started in 2002. NRG is one of the oldest stadiums in the NFL.
It is.
It's getting up there, yeah.
It is, yeah. And it's kind of interesting to think about because I know that the team themselves would like some level of upgrades to NRG Stadium to help bring it a lot closer. Yeah, we're getting to this point in sports in general, but the NFL in particular, where the time between new buildings or at least like major overhauls to the buildings is happening quicker and quicker. We're seeing this happen like maybe 25 years, as opposed to like it felt like, hey man, you build a stadium and it should be able to work for a very long time.
Yeah,
and yeah, I see you 2A1. Just wait another 10 years and we can argue for a new stadium. And then they get into the where are we going to put it and all those things, right? Astrodome. Such, but like, yeah, you're getting on that. You're coming up very quickly on that time where teams are now looking for, huge upgrades or new stadiums. It just feels like Houston is not necessarily equipped as a city, as a municipality, to like want to go in on a new.
Oh, it
situation.
could go in. There's a very easy way to get it done.
What way is that?
There's all kinds of room out there potentially.
No, I'm not talking about land, Lopez. We talk about.
But
the money.
that could be part of the upgrade. I'm not saying.
What, you think they're going to put the Astrodome stuff on the stadium? I don't understand what you're talking about. That's just money that you would have to spend to demolish that as well.
It's about the environment. It's about like Figgy was talking before the show about SoFi and all that, like the entranceways, the way that the whole stadium features a.
But you got to keep the Astrodome up, man.
Destination. You said it, not me. You said it, not me.
It's historic, man.
You
Come
said
on,
it.
man. We can renovate that and make it a museum or something,
I
right?
regret getting to this point. But you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL. Coming up next, hey man, a lot of people driving to. Somebody say yeah, because Toyota Center does. Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now we're just lashing out at everybody. Now, what's happening?
I think they need some upgrades too, man.
I mean,
I think that wouldn't hurt.
All right, guys.
I think it would hurt.
You are really enjoying the "It's not my money" of this song, aren't you? It's not my money.
It sure isn't.
Yeah, but it is the day before Thanksgiving Eve, if you will. A lot of people driving, maybe planning road trips and those types of things, and possibly playing road trip games. So let's play one with you. Houston Sports, 2 Truths and a Lie. We'll do that next.
Ready? The Texans are headed.
who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Get involved with the program with the 5 Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610. Let's do a little bit of a road trip game, as a lot of people are hitting the road to head out to various folks' places to, enjoy their Thanksgiving with family, or just have their Thanksgiving with family or others. Some not always enjoyable. I understand. I recognize that. And if you are not in a place to have a really enjoyable Thanksgiving, however you're spending it, I send love and all that to you. But
and good luck.
Yes, absolutely. Always a little bit of good luck. But you got a game here for it.
I do, because I was thinking about this. About this time, a lot of people are loading up their cars, driving to wherever, San Antonio, Dallas, South Texas, wherever, to go see family and spend the holidays. And what do you do when you're driving? You play a road trip game. You ever play Slug Bug?
I don't know. I feel like people be on their phone now. On their phone, listen to a podcast, listen to some music.
But you turn around, you say, I'm going to turn this car right back around. You say, I'm going to turn this car right back around. Unless you put those phones down, why don't we play a road trip game? You don't remember Slug?
I call Slug Bug. I ain't really played that much.
What is it? You see a Volkswagen Bug, you punch each other, first one to punch, and all that stuff.
Are we really
punch bug, no punch back?
Yeah. Do we really have that many Volkswagens still on not Volkswagens in general?
Well, that's an old one.
Beetles still on the road.
Yeah. But a new one, not new, but one that's still around is Two Truths and a Lie.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So I'm going to give you two.
I thought you were going to say I Spy, and I was like, that's not really something we should be doing on the radio.
Well, I Spy is definitely one as
not
well
really,
on a
not
road
really
trip.
a radio game.
Exactly. So I'm going to give you two truths and a lie, and this is Houston sports centric. All right? I want you guys to guess. I'm going to give you three statements here. Kelvin Sampson used to walk around the UH campus with a bullhorn to drum up support for the team. That's one. Play along if you're driving. His favorite hobby is playing chess, or he is an expert at cleaning toilets. Two of those are true. One is a lie.
Interesting.
Used to walk around with a bullhorn to drum up support. Favorite hobby is playing chess. He's an expert at cleaning toilets.
All right, so I feel like expert at cleaning toilets it's a little weird. I feel like the answer's got to be a little weird. The chess one is just a little too straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah. To me, I feel like he's more number one. I feel like he did.
So but you're saying that's a truth, though. Which one is the lie?
Oh, which one is the lie?
One is the lie.
I'm gonna say the second one, chess.
His favorite hobby is playing chess.
Yeah, I think
it
that's
does feel like it would fit his personality. I don't know. What's an expert at cleaning toilets? What does that mean?
Yeah, unless he was cleaning toilets back in the day, and was like the official.
I'm keeping my poker face, boys.
Okay. All right,
I'm gonna say chess. Playing chess.
We're gonna go with chess. Number 2.
That is correct.
Hey!
His favorite hobby is actually, get this, for Kelvin Sampson.
Cleaning toilets.
Water skiing.
Oh, no. Huh?
Really?
Water skiing.
Okay.
And he did clean toilets. His first job was a stipend at Montana Tech. He didn't have like a real coach's salary.
That
he had
makes
a stipend.
sense.
And that included keeping all the bathrooms clean in the dorm that he was running.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, you get to them small schools, and they got to really justify his salary.
Yeah.
They're going to get some work out of you. I didn't realize that they would have the coach clean the toilets. That's okay.
That's a good one. And Figgy,
he's not cleaning the toilets now. I'll tell you that for damn sure.
No, he is not. I'm going to skip ahead for a second because I got to put something on the top of the dock for you for the second one, Figgy. That's probably too much information for the radio.
What?
Alex, two of these are true. One is a lie. Alex Bregman is the highest drafted Jewish player in Major League Baseball history. That's one.
Okay.
The next one, Alex Bregman's grandfather was part owner of the then Washington Redskins. Or 3, Bregman convinced Paul Wall to quarantine himself for 2 weeks before performing at he and his wife's wedding.
Okay, so the last one feels like it's very plausible to try and stay in line with some of these rules that was in place during that time. Okay, and the first one and second one, again, the highest drafted Jewish
player in Major League Baseball history.
And then part owner in that Washington football team. His grandfather?
Yeah, was a part owner of the then Washington Redskins. Or he convinced Paul Wall to quarantine for 2 weeks before performing at his wedding.
That one feels like it has enough detail where it's true. I'm trying to think. Man, we used to have a lot of Jewish players in this league way early in.
Sandy Koufax.
Yeah, but that's the first one that came to mind for me. And I'm trying to think. I'm going to go with, and I'm going to feel real bad if this is the case, I'm going to go with the highest drafted Jewish player.
All right. Is he the highest drafted? Which one's the lie? Highest drafted Jewish player, Figgy? His grandfather was part owner of the then Redskins, or he convinced Paul Wall to quarantine for 2 weeks before his wedding?
I must say his grandfather was part owner of the then Washington Redskins.
That is a truth. That is a truth.
He's not the highest drafted, is he?
He is not the highest drafted Jewish player in MLB history. Someone named Ron Blomberg is the highest. He's the second highest.
Okay.
Is this a problem that I'm not remembering Ron Blomberg?
No, I didn't remember him either.
Okay,
Ron
I was like,
Blomberg.
is this a man? Because look, I can recognize that when it comes to baseball time, especially with the history of this baseball, that I will not remember sometimes. But yeah, shout out to Ron Blomberg, who had career 293 batting average.
How about that?
All right, Ron, I
All
see
right,
you.
you're driving to Grandma's house. You can play along at home. 2 truths and a lie. I got a couple more for you here. Texans quarterbacks coach Gerard Johnson. These 2 of these are true. He went on a mission trip to Honduras after graduating high school.
Feels right.
What kind of mission? No, I'm joking.
Covert ops,
I'm
special ops.
He went on a mission trip to Honduras after graduating high school. He is an accomplished singer who has a recorded music video. His brother coaches in the NFL too.
I feel like the singer one. Just knee-jerk reaction. I don't have great answers.
Which one's a lie? Went on a mission trip to Honduras after high school. Is an accomplished singer who recorded a music video. His brother coaches in the NFL too.
He probably has a music video out there somewhere. I could really cheat right now. I really could.
I must say the last one.
That his brother coaches in the NFL is a lie.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Oh yeah, I'm sticking with the music video, even though I have a strong feeling I'll be wrong here.
You're both wrong.
Oh man,
he didn't go to Honduras. Where did he go? Did he go like Guatemala or something?
I knew that sound kind of funny.
No, he went to A&M.
I knew that sound kind of funny.
After high school.
That's why I said, what mission? Like, what mission is he going on?
Well, you know, some folks.
Is he on the King mission? Going to America to sow his royal oats?
Now, some people, especially like with their religious entities, you know what I mean, with their churches or what have you, would go on and like.
I felt like I would have knew that though.
His brother is actually a coach for the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, that's right.
Strength and conditioning coach.
That's right.
And he has.
Oh, his brother is not the one to try then.
And no,
you never want to fight the SEC.
Marquise, he's a fun dude too. But he is
up
in
to
fact,
a point.
He
Don't
is
have too much fun.
He is in fact an accomplished singer that has sang a lot of places and actually has recorded this.
I have much to say.
Okay.
When I signed that dotted line, all I wanted to do was play. I had no clue that my newfound.
I can't lie, man. So when I pulled this video up, I just thought it was gonna be an R&B song.
Oh,
I kind of did too. Which you know what? Race car. That's on us.
Okay,
that's
hold
our
on,
fault.
hold on.
That's
hold
on
on.
us.
Yeah, and I know he do sing some R&B too.
Yeah,
I know because we actually had him on this show.
Yeah,
and he was singing Lil Blackstreet.
Yeah.
So I thought this was gonna be an R&B song, man.
All right, Figgy. All right.
You got another song?
Since we're here.
Okay.
Since we're here.
All right, we played Gerard Johnson.
I wonder how Gerard feels about this,
He
right?
doesn't like it.
There's a lot of people in the fan base who are looking at Gerard like, yo, maybe he could call plays. We're here like, hey, you know he sing, right?
Yeah. 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 So, Figgy, you wanted some R&B, huh? From Gerard?
Sure, yeah.
Start this at about the 40-second mark, 45-second mark right here. I had it in the barrel just in case this actually came up.
Why does it sound like he's doing
He's at a club.
I was like, why does it sound like he's doing a bachelorette party?
He's at a club.
Okay. All right, Gerard.
Wait for the hook here.
Shout out to Texas quarterback coach Gerard Johnson.
Hey, if this football thing don't work out, man, hey, you could drop a mixtape or something, man.
Yeah, I imagine, you know, when folks get out there for like the rookie hazing or whatever and they got to do the performance, Gerard.
Oh, he killed it.
Gerard
he
Gerard's
killed it.
in there.
I'm sure he probably like, man, I don't want to sing.
And then he just belts it out.
Yeah.
All right, one more. 2 of these are true. One's a lie. Which is the lie? Cal McNair is an avid bow hunter. He lied to Hannah McNair about his cooking in order to get a date with her, or he was a teammate of former SMU running back Craig James.
Ooh, this is tough.
He's a bow hunter.
I don't think he's a bow hunter.
He lied to Hannah about his cooking prowess in order to get a date, or he was a teammate of Craig James.
I kind of want to go with bow hunter too, but that feels just wild enough that it might be true.
I feel what? I feel like the second one was a lie.
That he lied to Hannah?
Yeah, about his cooking.
Mhm.
Like that he lied and said he could cook or can't.
Poker face.
Okay.
I think that's a lie right there. I think
you're probably right, but I don't want to
because I feel like he can cook. You know what? I know he can cook.
Because he does. Yeah, he does the cookout.
Yeah, I know he can cook. So I don't think he'll lie to Hannah about that to get a date.
That's your answer?
That's more of a thing where he, hey, you should sell her that I can cook.
Yeah, I went knee jerk on bow hunting, just because my brain is not wrapping around that.
So what's your answer?
Bow hunting.
Bow hunter's the lie.
Yeah.
Bow hunter is in fact the lie.
Okay. Cool.
Oh man, really?
He came on the Bite Meat podcast and said that Hannah used to love her dad's prime rib or something like that.
And he was like, I can cook that.
And he goes, I can cook that. That's exactly what he did. Never cooked it before.
Shout out to that man.
Oh wow.
And he did.
Okay.
And he did.
I bet he was like me sometimes. Where it's like, oh man, cooking's just following directions. I can do that. No problem.
And
I have never been an injector.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. He's never been an injector.
Okay.
And he was, in fact, a teammate of – he played football at University of Texas.
Yeah.
But he was a teammate of Craig James in middle school.
Oh, wow.
They were both running backs.
Okay, I imagine to different degrees of success.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's a fair way of putting that.
They were both running backs.
All right, a little bit of two truths and a lie. Houston sports.
Two Cal being a running back, man. He need to jump Damian Pierce at this point, man. Get out there, man.
How's the cutback? Like, what's his read and react like?
It's probably better than Damian Pierce.
You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Maybe take a few of those, nuggets and you deploy them with friends or coworkers. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Recap again the Rockets' big-time victory in the NBA Cup, and University of Houston adds a big-time prospect. We'll talk about all that next.
Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, let's get into What's Poppin' here on Sports Radio 610 on a Wednesday, heading into Thanksgiving. Hope you're having a good one out there. A good one was had by the Houston Rockets last night. The Rockets having a couple nights off, headed up to Minnesota for a NBA Cup game number 3 on a big old green court there up in Minneapolis.
It was definitely green.
The Rockets got a victory in overtime, a big-time, huge victory.
It was like watching the green screen.
It was weird. It was weird to watch that happen, but what wasn't weird was the finish. Got 117-111 was the final, pushes them to 3-0 in Group A play in the West, which means that they will clinch first place and a trip to the quarterfinals in the group stage. I really like I guess we'll talk more about the cup itself. Let's talk about this game, as this was a tough fight by the Rockets and the Timberwolves. The Rockets really did have a nice lead. They allowed the T-Wolves to kind of get back into it in the third.
That seemed lost.
Yeah, it was really interesting to watch that happen, because it felt like the way that the T-Wolves really attacked this Rockets defense that has been really good, that is, they've left everybody out there to guard one up, and they have the talent to be able to do that, whether it's, Jabari Smith or Dylan Brooks or Amen Thompson or Tari Eason, kind of made them one dude, didn't I? Or any of these guys. Like, they can usually guard one up, particularly on the perimeter. But when you're facing off against Anthony Edwards and, really interestingly, Rob Dillingham, the first round pick out of Kentucky, those guys have the driving speed to really, get at the seams of this defense. And so they really had to do more showing people, and then that got them into rotation in a way that I don't think any team has done nearly as much. And I thought that was a place that they saw some attacks into their defense, but the Rockets were able to, then in the fourth quarter, really turn it on. Amen Thompson defense, Jabari Smith defense, and Alperen Sengun with some blocks himself.
The old triple-double.
Really helped them solidify, get it to overtime, and then overtime, they took it over. And you mentioned Alperen Sengun with a triple-double absolutely showed up in overtime in a big way.
Yeah, and we kind of like go back and forth NBA Cup and when's it gonna? Does it matter? How much does it matter? What does it mean? Do people care? And that's all valid, but I think it matters for the Rockets in this case.
Yes, I agree.
I really do. Young team trying to find some success, trying to find legitimacy as a legitimate playoff contender. They're like, hey, man, we're going to the quarterfinals in this tournament. That is sort of a mark, a mark in their progression that they can maybe build on.
Yeah. So they're gonna have one more group stage game against the Kings. It looks like I believe that they should be able to, 1, win the tournament or win the group stage, and then 2, also have the point differential, because that also factors in. So likelihood is that they will host their quarterfinal game.
Yeah.
So they'll have that at Toyota Center, which is also another added bonus. But yeah, I think that the meaningfulness of this NBA Cup is there for the Rockets, because also, like, as a young team, you mentioned an ascending team.
Yeah.
NBA Cup, like it or not, also is still a level of platform that puts them in front of the national audience a little bit more, and I think continues to push them forward into a place of some level of contention, which I think is really cool. And this team already plays in a level that it fits the Cup, but I think it gives you the other competition playing at that level, because I think teams have played the hardest in these Cup games, I think, for certain.
I think they have. I'm still sort of lukewarm on the whole concept, more so because of the big picture, long term, and the courts. but I think it's important for them, and I think it was an important game for them, because Amen Thompson is just reaching all kinds of different levels as a defender, as a guy that's going to finish games. Adam Spillane, and you can hear that on the Odyssey app if you want to rewind. Was talking about Ime Udoka has done this in the past. He comes from San Antonio, where Manu was a sixth man, and maybe this is something that we're going to see. Altogether, just a good week for them, man.
Yeah, for sure. 3-point shot was going early. That kind of slowed down in the
third
quarter.
Still not great, but better.
Yeah, and this against a Minnesota Timberwolves team that typically doesn't allow a lot of threes to go up, and they're pretty middling just when it comes to three-point rate against, or about 11th, rather, is 11th lowest three-point rate, actually percentage allowed. And the Rockets got up a good amount of threes for them. They don't typically take a ton of them, knocked 40% of them. And that was important. That was vital. And the biggest one for me, Ahmed Thompson from the right corner took confidently and knocked down a three-pointer that was really needed for this team. And I thought that was really useful in his development, because that's the one thing people are like, he can't shoot just flat out. And I'm like, I get it. But when you're wide open, you have to be able to take them confidently.
And be confident, yeah.
And you're seeing even that level of confidence and development coming along for Ahmed. So I thought that was really cool. Yeah. Plus, this was a Jabari Smith Jr. game, if I ever saw one. 19 points, 7 rebounds, 2 blocks as well. And a plus 30 if you look at plus minus, meaning, the point differential when you're on the court. They were plus 30 when he was on the floor. He was super vital, and it really just illustrates. I understand that he was drafted with 3rd overall, and I think there's some level of thoughts on, all right, should you be some level of superstar? He is a superstar in his role, I think, for this team. He guards centers and, defensively, great help defender. Being able to shoot, he should knock down three three-pointers in this game, like having that spacing. He is, I thought this was a real highlight of how uniquely he is suited to play with this Rockets team.
Fits his role.
For sure. They will play again tonight. This is a little bit of a tough one on the back-to-back. They're playing, after playing in Minneapolis, they're going to Philadelphia to play an admittedly, broken down.
Yeah, you said tough, and I'm like, what?
Well, it's tough in the travel.
Yeah.
The actual competition, maybe not so much. What's up, Daryl Morey?
Yeah.
And also, I wanted to give this shout out again to Jabari. After shooting 25% from 3 in the first 7 games of the season, first 12 games of the season, rather, Jabari is 51.6% from 3 in his last 7 games. That's a nice uptick.
Very much.
All right, the University of Houston, unfortunately, could not match the production of the Houston Rockets in their overtime game. They played against number 9 Alabama, Houston number 6, and they fall to 3-2 in an 85-80 overtime game. They had to have a comeback in this game to really get closer, and they had probably about a 4-point lead for a lot of the final 5 minutes of the game. Missed a free throw late that allowed a tie, and then LJ Cryer, he is the star on this team, and he had a look to possibly win the game at the end of regulation, just couldn't get to go, and then in overtime, Alabama pulled away with it. Cryer, mind you, 30 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists and 2 rebounds and 3. There you go. Was the first Houston player with 30+ in an AP top 10 matchup since 1968. So, still really cool getting to see him score all those points, but unfortunately not enough to get it done against Alabama. A tough matchup, and this possibly could be like a Final Four matchup with the caliber of teams that you're playing, but it stunk to see UH not get out with the victory there.
Kelvin Sampson, we were just talking about him, is going to have a thing or two to say about being 3-2 early in the season, but great test. And oh, by the way, it's going to get a lot better for the Cougars, who are still going to be a contender this year real soon.
Yeah.
Real soon.
It was an interesting day because, unfortunately, they lost that game. But earlier in the day, they got a big-time win, landing the number 1 center recruit in the nation over the likes of LSU, Arkansas, Kentucky, and Auburn. His name is Chris Sinak Jr. He is originally from New Orleans. He went to school at Link Academy in Branson, Missouri. 6'10", 195. Obviously, there's still some room to put some weight on that frame, but a versatile player, got that mobility that seems like Kelvin Sampson typically wants. Love getting that size, and that should be really helpful. UH continuing to show they are a high-level program. Kelvin Sampson, salute to you, sir, for getting yet another big-time recruit in this program.
Not just that, they have the number 1 point guard in the country coming in as well. So you got the number 1 point guard, number 1 big man. You're in some pretty good shape.
Yeah,
there.
man, cook it with grease at that point. Some more what's popping, and this was interesting for a particular note for me. The first big domino of MLB free agency fell as 2-time Cy Young winner Blake Snell signed with your Los Angeles Dodgers, Lopez. The 5-year, $182
I'm off of them,
million.
by the way.
Dodgers!
I'm off of them now. They've got their World Series. Now they can go whatever.
And that's the interesting thing, right? They have a World Series after really leaning in a whole bunch. And then they go and put more money down, $182 million over 5 years for Blake Snell, the 2-time Cy Young winner. He's a little bit of he's got some injury or some load management kind of things with him in some ways, but they sign him. They add big time pitchers, so they're continuing to push forward. Which I imagine for Astros fans, you look around and you go, see. keep putting money in. Now, the actual C moment of this for me is that this deal includes delay money, according to Fabian R.
And they got a couple of those working.
Obviously, Shohei, one of those as well.
Yeah.
I did wonder, right? Because I know that part of the Jim Crane, spending considerations of this all with the Astros is luxury tax money, competitive tax or whatever. I do wonder if you delay that money, how that still matters. And I still think it's average annual value on the contract. So whatever money that you delay would still show up
as a luxury tax.
In a luxury tax situation where it is also I think it's a repeater tax as well. But I do wonder if we're talking about like the money to spend, like the raw dollars, if that is a consideration. Has the idea of delayed money come into play in any of this? And of course, the player has to play ball and agree to it. But it seems like this is one of the ways that maybe some of the top teams are using, not necessarily to circumvent the salary cap, because clearly, like, or not salary, not one, they like the luxury tax, but at least a way to kind of ease the spending and push that off into the future, as the Dodgers have clearly done to try and continue contending.
It's interesting because it sure feels like credit card debt, doesn't it?
Oh no, that's exactly what it is. That's precisely what it is.
It sure feels like, at some point you're still going to have this Bobby Bonilla kind of thing working.
Sure,
down the road. And I don't know if it's I don't know. Talk about, and I hate this term, but like slippery slope. You got 2, you got 3 of those. You're building, but it is the Dodgers. They make a lot of money.
That's right.
And I think the other part of this, and Spillane touched on this as well. Like the Dodgers are saying, screw it, our window's open, let's spend.
Yeah, and see, I think that's a good thing if you're a contender right now.
Yeah,
and I ain't talking about just make the playoffs, but actually World Series contender. And if that's the case, then screw it. Let's sign some of the biggest free agents out there and push that money years down the line.
Yeah,
and we'll have that conversation. We'll figure it out when we get there.
And with the Astros, they're saying the window's open. Let's spend, but not that much. Not that much.
Yeah, we ain't doing all that.
But not that much.
Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah, but not. We don't want to get too crazy, basically. Yeah, I feel like doing a whole bunch of delayed money might fall into that. But I found that to be an interesting thought. The idea of, hey, man, where does delayed money maybe come in? Especially because I keep looking at this team, and if you do not bring back Alex Bregman, which, there are thoughts that, hey, man, the fact that we found out details about what the offer has been the Astros' way towards Brett might have been some level of indication that, this is moving out of the realm of possibility for them. Like, what is the path to contention? I'm not just talking about in this year, but in years coming forward. Like, where, because it's not, hey, we have a lot of young guys that will ultimately build around, and if it's not going to be spending money, what is it, right? You don't have the trades available to you. Like, where is the path forward, or is it going to have to be a full-on rebuild where you're probably setting some seasons up for not having the most fun with them?
The window's open. The window's open. The window's open. They're saying, and yet is it being held open with a toothpick or a 2x4? Because you just touched on it. You don't have the farm. You're not going to overspend. You've got other bills coming due, real soon, and you're counting on pitchers to be healthy that are coming off of Tommy John surgery.
Yeah,
that's the hope. You're counting on pitchers getting healthy and relying on that and finding someone at third base.
That's not a good thing because you pretty much got swept by the Detroit Tigers, man. And I don't think that's going to hold up if you're going in a season like that.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Also, salute to Rice Football hiring Davidson's coach, Scott Bell.
Good luck.
That's all you got is best of luck, young man.
Good luck.
Found a way to, at FCS level, won 6+ games for the entirety of his tenure there at Davidson. So it'll be interesting to see.
They need to go in on the NIL. They need to go in on the NIL, find some rich Rice.
I didn't even know they had a football team, man.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that to them.
Davidson. I think about Steph Curry.
Oh, Davidson. I thought you were talking about Rice. I was like, come on now. All right, you're in the loop right here on 610. Coming up next, are you more worried about this Texans defense or the Texans offense down the stretch? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
The Drive
Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We are grinding here on a Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hope you are having a fantastic Wednesday, gearing up for a little Thanksgiving, a little Turkey Day, or Ham Day, or Jerk Chicken Day if you're D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
But however it is, hope you're having a good one. A little programming note, you're going to have these fine fellas out at Home Run Dugout.
Home Run Dugout Friday.
Who?
You and me.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
So let's pop out and see the fellas.
Yeah.
Let's talk more about this Texans team as there's a lot of concern for all the way around the team. There's plenty to go around, and you have one more game before you reach your bye week. That is the Jacksonville Jaguars game on Sunday. But the question, I think, is reasonable to ask. Are you more worried about the defense or the offense? And I appreciate the folks who are already getting involved on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, like the 281 who said both of them. Appreciate you. Cam on the YouTube, though, said, is the sky blue or is it red? No one defense, the offense. The spotlight is on the offense. And I look dramatically over to John Lopez.
4 days ago, I would have agreed with you. Certainly, a couple of weeks ago, would have agreed with you. There's a case to be made. I'll put it that way.
Okay, I was about to say, I want to see how strong you come with this one.
I'll put it this way.
I don't know, dog.
And tell me if this is unfair, because clearly the offense is a mess, right?
Yes.
There's a case to be made that you should be more worried about the defense right now than the offense. And the reason is the defense is how you had a chance to win.
Correct.
The defense is how you won games. Because if we're just acknowledging that the offense is what it is to make fun of myself.
Just say it,
to
man.
Make,
it is what it is. What it is.
To
man.
make
Just
fun
say
of
it.
myself there.
You coming around to it.
No, I'm not. I hate it. No, I hate it.
You're seeing the utility in the phrase.
If you're just going to acknowledge the offense is bad, it's not going to get any better. It's week 13. Offensive line, okay, they shuffled the decks on the Titanic, so to speak. Joe Mixon.
That hurts to say.
Joe Mixon has been sort of game planned out of what he has been doing.
At least for a couple of games with the better run stopping defenses that you face.
So if you're saying it ain't getting any better on offense, you would have thought the defense could carry this team, and it's not. And on top of that, the secondary has gotten worse. The secondary has gotten injured. You've got.
Wait, you're separating those out as two things?
Well, they're sort of getting, their Achilles heel has been, even when fully healthy,
the explosives, the deep shots over top.
Oh, Anthony Richardson missed 2 wide open dudes.
Yeah.
Oh, Josh Allen missed a wide open touchdown. Their defensive, the middle of the defense against the deep ball has been exposed all year. It's just been kind of lucky, if we're being honest.
Okay.
And now it's injured.
Particularly, you're talking about Jalen Petrie, who has the partially torn pectoral, even though I think D'Amico Ryan said in his availability shoulder injury.
Yes.
But yeah, there's specifically partially torn pectoral muscle. We're not certain that he's going to need surgery, and still feels like they're going to go through the place where he might play through the injury. But D'Amico used the word a couple of weeks. I think he's week to week as a designation. But yeah, you're gonna at least play the Jaguars game at the very low end without him, and probably with Jimmy Ward sliding down into that role, which then exposes Eric Murray.
Yes. 2 more things. They got gashed. They got gashed with the run on Sunday. And then the last thing is Henry To'oTo'o is getting picked on. Linebackers, tight ends. By the way, you got any good tight ends coming in? Yeah, you do.
So your next week or this week upcoming, Evan Ingram, depending on how you want to feel about him.
I like him. He's good. Then Jonnu Smith.
Jonnu Smith with the Titans.
Travis Kelce.
With Travis Kelce. Even though interesting with Kansas
Mark
City.
Andrews,
Isaiah Likely, and then you circle back around to
whatever
Okonkwo.
Yeah,
which I don't know that we want to feel great about that, but he did have that big play.
So here, the reason that I think you could easily argue, guys, that there's a bigger worry on the defense than the offense, because you know what you're getting from the offense, and you had higher expectations on the defense.
Yeah, you had built to that place.
Yeah.
I hear you. I understand the attempt here. It is absolutely fair that I'm concerned, especially like one thing that this defense felt like they did well, and it's kind of what is called for in this defense for DeMeco Ryans, is just do your job to the highest of your ability, right? Trigger at the right times, read and react well, like don't be fooled by your eyes, which is one of those things, especially for Henry, that it felt like he had built up very well, like this season compared to last year. Like that was one of the things that was like, oh man, look at the improvement. Yeah. And then you saw them, particularly against, oddly enough, the Titans, look a little bit undisciplined with their read and react, or get got maybe just by good game planning or good play calling. Because I know that there was like an RPO at one point. I think it was the play where they did get gashed, were directly at Henry, and Henry has to stun outside because it looks like there's that quick screen out there in the RPO, and boom, now we hand it off. And here you go up the middle where the spot that was vacated by Henry in that space where, like, and I'm not to pick on Henry, but like he's just indicative of what it felt like was some lack of discipline with the eyes. Eric Murray, the big shot over the top was him biting on a double move and with the little pump fake, slightest shoulder shimmy by Will Levis, and now you got a shot that he can't cover. And so like those things are there. They don't feel like they are the entirety of this defense, but Eric Murray obviously is considered because the teams have picked on him. All that being said, it's still the offense for me, dog. Like, it really is. I've been looking. Yes, shout out to the 713 mentioned in the Mob Deep that's going in the background. But I was looking at somebody on X. It feels weird to say it that way, but fantasy points data pointed to the idea that the teams that have had the most too high looks played against them: the Dolphins, the Bengals, the Cardinals, and the Texans. The Texans obviously had a lot of these too high looks, and it's obviously because you have the deep threats that exist with Nico Collins, right? And I guess maybe to a lesser degree Tank Dell. Tank Dell, mind you, who is one of the highest players who has had the most separation without getting some of these targets as well. All of that is the case. You're not running the ball particularly well. You're not running the ball consistently either. We've talked about this time and time again. It has been explosives, a few explosives that's made up a large share of the bulk of the yards. Yeah. Man, what's the issue here, man? You're bad on first down as well, which is something that is really required, or that is one of the big goals of the Shanahan offense. It's just like there's so many issues that go against what you are actually trying to do on this offense. And as we detailed and we were talking about earlier in the show, there's a lot of, it's fixable, but I don't see the fixes per se. And some of the fixes are just stop being the way that you are right now. And we have 12 weeks of evidence that goes, I don't know that they can, right? I don't know that they can play entirely clean, penalty-free football. I don't know that they can get to the place where they are protecting at a high enough level where C.J. Stroud is not having to make all of these movements. Hell, even C.J. Stroud, that he can make those throws, those crazy flashy throws, but is he going to make those consistently this season without the poor throws where he's putting it into the dirt, or even worse, kind of just miscommunicating with his wide receiver and throwing it to the defender? Like, that's the thing that is deeply concerning, because we're this deep into the season and the execution looks so damn up and down, right? Jekyll and Hyde. Like, there isn't any level of consistency, and there hasn't been even back to when they were winning.
But see, that's why, and I'm interested on your thought here, Figgy, but that's why maybe the worry is more on the defense, because everything you laid out, that hasn't changed, and I don't think anybody expects it to change. Whereas you had expectations of the defense. This defense won games with turnovers, with big plays, with late stops. DeMeco's talked about that. And now all of a sudden, I'm not so sure.
And this might be, I think this is a good point on the 5 Hour Energy fan line. Again, 713-572-4610 is where you can text, where 832 mentions the defense is wearing down because the offensive second half struggles.
That's fair,
and
but
also,
it kind of leads to a worry.
Offense is exposing them.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the prime example of elite defense and just a bad offense, where the defense kind of, I want to say they're getting tired of trying to carry the offense or anything like that, carry the game, but I feel like the defense did so much, and we expected this offense, man. Like, at the beginning of the season, we've been waiting. This week 13, we going into week 13, and we have not seen that. And I felt like we kind of let that off the hook. It's kind of like that. It is what it is. This is the offense type thing. And it's like, nah, man. Like, CJ need to step up. All of these people on offense need to step up, man. Like, the defense, I feel like they've been doing a great job. And they can't do a great job every single game like this.
Well,
and the
you're
offense
right.
don't show up in the second half.
You're right. It is catching up to them, which is my worry because the and what's sad here is that we're all acknowledging, even though I say the defense you could argue could be a bigger worry because you have higher expectations. We're all acknowledging, the offense ain't gonna get it done.
And
that's sad. To Figgy's point,
it absolutely is. And what's also frustrating is that you'll see small moments of brilliance. Like Nico Collins still showing, his ability to be a game wrecker, getting a 70-plus yard touchdown, and it's negated, right? It feels like even when you do good things, the bad parts of this are corrupting it, right? Like this is the old bad apple. What is the right word? Adage? Is that the right word? I don't remember.
Yeah.
You the word man, Mr. Word Man. What you got for me?
It's an old adage.
Okay, very good. The old adage of the bad apple ruining the bunch. Like that is what you're seeing. With this team, where it is the supposed fixables, it's the little things that you need to clean up have corrupted so much of the offense that's already not been made easy enough by this team. That is the concern for me, and it's also the idea that hey man, you all of this is being headed up by Bobby Sloak. That I don't know that we're certain great job. I could see him trying certain things, but none of it seeming to catch. That is the real concern for me. Like defensively, yes, there's some issues. Yes, I think also you could look at, hey man, that is the side where you have Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson.
See, that's
Jr.
the thing. At
That
least
is
you
the
got
side,
those cats.
Right. That is the side where you have defensive player of the year candidates. Like literally when you look at the odds, they are number 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Like, do you know how wild it is? Typically you think about with these end of season awards with dudes on the same team where you go, they're gonna eat each other's votes. Currently, when it comes to odds, you have two dudes that in theory are eating each other's eating at each other's chances, and they're sitting at 2 and 3 when it comes to odds. Now odds is not the same as votes, but you get what I'm pointing to.
Sure.
It's like they're that good. But I mean, even when they apply pressure, right? If they don't get home, this is the scary thing. There's still an opportunity for the back end to let them go. So I understand that concern. There is concern there.
Yeah.
But it does not compare to what has been an ineptitude that has existed at the very least for 6 weeks, and at least was portended earlier from this offense.
I feel like the concern with the defense is a little more scary now because we know the offense ain't doing nothing or doing what it should be doing. And if the defense can't carry you, then now you looking behind you like, hey, like
that's why I'm saying
hopefully the Colts lose this next game because otherwise they could potentially catch up to you, man.
Yeah, it's not complimentary.
That's what I'm saying. At this point in the year, the defense, you could argue. And by the way, maybe part of it is coming from the fact that Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson and how dominant they are.
Tough.
They had 8, not just them, but the defensive front had 8 sacks, and then the defense had a pick 6, and you lost.
It's hard to explain, and it's hard to, unless it's like one specific play that messed up the whole game.
Yeah.
It's hard to just put the blame on the defense like that, man. Like, they should have won that game.
Right.
If you're looking at that.
But there were some severe breakdowns, and they were getting gashed in the run game.
You think they're soft? Like, this has been something Seth has obviously come out and said. He's like, feels like this is a soft football team.
Or
at least offense, right? I don't know how fair it is to look at the defense.
I think more so on offense.
Yeah.
And let me illustrate it this way. You've got some bad dudes on the defense. Even though, like I said, there might be reason to worry more about the defense down the stretch as we just laid out, but you've got a bad dude in Jimmy Ward. Now, maybe playing out of position. Well, definitely playing out of position a little bit. Didn't even want to play nickel. Remember, he came in and we had him on. He's like, "Yeah, no, I told D'Amico I don't want to play. I don't play nickel." Well, he is, but he's a bad dude, and he's got that edge. Azeez Al-Shaair, he's a bad dude. He's got that edge. Daniil Hunter is terrifying, and I'm sure he's one of those guys in the locker room that just commands and demands a lot from everybody.
He's terrifying without trying.
Yes, Will Anderson.
Should have seen them passing out them turkeys, man.
He was
doing it menacingly.
You take this turkey and you like it. Then,
Here to work. Here to work.
Will Anderson, another bad dude. But on offense, it's not unfair. There is that dude, Joe Mixon.
Yeah, he's probably the only intimidating one on offense.
And when I say bad dude, I don't mean necessarily just intimidating, like demands more out of himself, but specifically out of others.
Nico?
I don't know. I mean, it ain't Laramie Tunsil. It ain't Titus Howard.
I think Nico is one of those guys that can be a little intimidating too, especially on the field. But outside of those two, man.
Yeah. So when you say, the dreaded one of those catchwords that is sort of a flashpoint to get people riled up, soft. I think you could argue it on offense.
Yeah, I forgot what game it was too. It might have been a couple games ago. I think somebody got into it with Laramie Tunsil, and I don't know if they pulled his face mask or something like that. I was sitting there like, whoop his ass. Like, don't let that dude pull your face mask, man.
Right. I think that's would have been one of the
Get ejected or something.
That's been one of the frustrations for some of these Texas fans is that they look up and they go, hey, man, the penalties y'all are getting are the stupid ones.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with you getting these penalties where you go and whoop somebody's keister or
Yeah, I
something.
forgot what game that was, but somebody grabbed his face mask. It was like a little scuffle.
He goes, whoop his ass.
I'm like, what is you doing, bro? You need to turn into a bodyguard.
It ain't gonna happen.
Throw that dude out the club, man.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see that in the run game too, man. But I easily more concerned on this offense than the defense, and I will consistently be there until they show it. Like that's been the way that this entire season has gone, and they could put pieces together. They could put maybe even a first half together, but it has not shown up where you have reasons to have concerns throughout a full game. And you would love it if they go into Everbank Field in Jacksonville and actually help you quell some of these on Sunday. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
Thanks.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, this is embarrassing and wrong, but it's pretty damn funny. This first confession of mine.
That sounds like the Lopez way.
That's the way I do
Embarrassing and
things.
wrong, but
Still pretty funny. So I invited, because Figgy's going to be solo. His wife's going up to Ohio. I invited, I don't even want to say this.
Uh-oh.
You don't have to. Like, nobody's making you say this.
I do it. Because as soon as I did this, I was like, all right, well, that's got to be shared with the class. So I mentioned to my wife, hey, Figgy's coming over. She goes, oh, great, awesome. And then she went somewhere yesterday afternoon, and I texted her. Now, keep in mind, this is where I think I'm protected. We have greens and mac and cheese every year at Thanksgiving. I love greens.
Oh, Lord.
I love
greens, beans, potatoes, and tomatoes?
Yeah, I love mac and cheese. But I texted her. I said, we are going to have greens and mac and cheese, aren't
Lord,
we?
man.
She goes, of course.
Oh, my goodness.
I texted her. I said, just to make sure.
I'm sure he probably said, hey, don't forget to bring the Coke 45.
That's crazy.
I did.
That is crazy.
Get card the Newports while you're there, too.
I wasn't going to go to the menthols. You brought up the menthols. That was you.
No, like I said, I think I'm protected. But in case, like, somebody, you know.
We having some fried chicken.
Just to make sure, we are having greens and mac and cheese on the menu, right? She goes, oh, yeah, of course. Okay.
You mind picking up a watermelon while you're there, too?
That was all you checked on, huh? You didn't check on nothing else?
Nothing else.
Okay.
Well, I didn't say about it. We're having turkey. We're having mashed potatoes. Oh, my God.
Well, you should have asked if y'all having green bean casserole.
Oh, hell. Well, I think we are. Everybody else.
Like, I don't think I'm going to make it.
Exactly. I was about to say, I figured
something came up.
Yeah, exactly.
That is so wrong that I did that. It is so wrong that I did that. But part of it is I know, like, you know, Figgy, we were talking about it yesterday. You know, you got to have good mac and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna lean on that.
But you know what? I kind of got to the point. So my wife, I don't think she a big fan of greens as much.
Mm-hmm.
To the point like she have to cook them.
Okay.
And so with me being down here, just me and her, we don't really cook them like that. So
we have them like during the week. She and I both love all kinds of different greens.
Yeah, so I only have them if I go back home or if I go into like a soul food spot.
There you go. You're doing a little something to bring Figgy closer home.
Man.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate that, man.
But I was like,
you didn't ask him about that. You just assumed that's the issue.
Hey, don't forget to bring the watermelon flavored liquor.
I am not saying anything. I'm not saying anything.
I'm saying it. I'm just messing around.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is a topic that gets the people going. But you know how, and I gotta confess, I think that I think that Jalen Hurts is my guy now. You know how sometimes, or in theory, like if you like a player, you should like a player probably for like the way that they play and some of those things. Not necessarily like a stance or a take that they have. Except this was Jalen Hurts after the game this weekend when he was doing the post game interview, and I was like, all right, well I think I got to rock for Jalen Hurts now.
You know, momentum is the fakest thing out there because it can end and begin at any moment.
Yeah. He was asked about momentum. And he came with the momentum denial, which is generally my thought process. I think that momentum is not a real thing in sports. And the tough thing about it is, and I'm sure that very many people are already fixing their fingers to text into the 5 Hour Energy fan line on the 713-572-4610, letting us know, let me know why I am wrong or what have you, why momentum is real. And they'll go as far as I've asked a few players, coaches about this, and they believe in it too. And that has not changed my conviction in the thought. Momentum, especially as it's discussed and as it's used frequently in the space of sports, kind of doesn't make sense. And it is nice to finally get a player who is willing to say out loud, like, nah, it just kind of doesn't make sense. And, y'all be using momentum, and they have the momentum, and now they took the momentum, and they're going to put the momentum and save it for next week, right? Like, I appreciated Jalen Hurts. And it's not like I love his game. I don't hate his game.
Yeah.
But I am on a Jalen Hurts train for, if no other reason, than he is fighting the good fight of what do y'all talk about this momentum.
Just as a side note, I think the right answer is sometimes with momentum.
But
because you've been on a heater in terms of shooting.
Sure.
But
it's not.
That's momentum.
If you're saying sometimes, then it's not predictive in the way that people talk about it.
But it can be.
But it could go away when you miss a shot, though.
Right. But so it can be a little predictive because like all of a sudden you're feeling it.
What are we talking about here? Like, do you hear yourself?
Yes.
A little predictive.
Momentum is a thing. Sometimes
there's inertia, but then there's not.
Yeah, exactly.
But that
is the answer.
But that's not a thing.
Yes, it is.
It's not how that works.
Yes, it is. Sometimes
60% of the time it works. Every time you go anchor.
No. Like momentum can help sometimes, and sometimes it's just a word.
It's always just a word.
It's not real.
100% of the time, it's just a word. Sometimes you're just happy to be playing well. That's what it is, right?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, ML Football put out this quarterback ranking list, and I kind of got a little sad once I read this list. I'm going to shoot down this whole list.
Okay.
And I'm going to let you know why I'm a little bit sad. So, number 1, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Kyler Murray, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels, Pat Mahomes, Sam Darnold.
My guy, Jalen Hurts.
Brock Purdy, Tua, Drake May, Bo Nix.
Wait, you still read names? I ain't heard CJ.
That's why I'm a little bit sad, man. When before we started this season, we were sitting there arguing about top five, maybe top 3, and all this other stuff. And I know this list don't mean anything.
It's wild.
Well, I think my confession about this list is I think it's kind of accurate right now, man. Like, I can't even argue why CJ should be a top 15 player right now in this moment, man. I'm even looking at number 15. Is he right now? Is he having a better season than Bo Nix?
God, that hurts to think about.
That feels a little far.
That hurts to think about.
Yeah, I mean, is he having a better season than Drake May?
Yes.
I would say. I would say yes on Bo Nix as well, but especially if you're talking about like how is he playing right now and how is the recent stretch been?
Yeah,
that's when it gets real nasty. I think the Athletic put out their QB rankings this week, and it goes Lamar, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Baker Mayfield, then C.J. Stroud, which is the season low for him, ranking him 8th. And that means that
seems actually pretty fair.
They were giving him a lot of credit for like a lot of things here, and he's still
not really giving them the blame.
And he's still ending up at 8 here, right? Man, it's real sad to see the struggles that C.J. Stroud has had because it opens up the nonsense, right? It opens up the instances where some people can fairly reasonably look up and go, well, but how? Yeah. Fairly reasonably, I don't know. Yeah. But how good is he actually? Was it a fluke last year? I don't want to hear none of that.
Yeah, that's the sad part about it too, because if it was last year, I'd be like, man, y'all are crazy. Like, y'all just hating at this point.
Yeah.
But it's hard for me to step in that ring and argue, man.
It is.
It's just like, man, he had been having a bad season.
Yeah.
So I got to pipe down a little bit, man.
I think we all do.
It kind of made me sad.
832 comes in on the fan line, the 5-hour energy fan line. Stroud is top 5 in yards. Come on. Yeah, the cumulative stat is not really the way that you go. Like, if you start looking at, per attempt,
it's something,
and these types
but
of
it's
things,
not everything.
It's not. It doesn't look nearly as good in that way. Plus, like the interceptions, particularly the ones that are errant and not like the unforced in a way. Yeah, man, it is easy to point to C.J. Stroud and say that this is a disappointing season to this point. Like, I don't think that and it has to be doom and gloom. And like I think we've said every time that this comes up, at least I have. I don't think that this is stopping the ascetic he is on as a quarterback in this league. He clearly has the goods, but it really is frustrating that he's not able to put them together in large part because of some of the things that are happening.
Especially where it started at the beginning of the season.
Exactly.
We was talking about MVP,
number, best or second best quarterback in the league, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Now I know this list don't mean anything, but it's just kind of sad.
Can't argue it.
This is where we are now.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I was that guy yesterday at dinner, that grandpa. So
you fell asleep?
No, well, that's coming. That's coming tomorrow.
You unbuckled your pants at the table?
That's coming tomorrow too. But no, so we had the 9-month-old granddaughter over the weekend. We talked about that. Last night we kept the 2-year-old overnight because she was going to spend the day with my wife today. All right? So we did the healthy dinner. She had some cauliflower, some sliced apples, some chopped up hot dogs.
Wait, I thought you said healthy.
Healthy. She wasn't really eating it.
Yeah.
So
you gave her chopped up hot dogs.
Yeah. Well, and I said, screw it. I got her some mac and cheese, yogurt, and a chocolate croissant.
I was about to say, did you pull a Dan Orlowski?
I got her a chocolate croissant.
Hot dogs in the mac and cheese?
No, I got her a chocolate croissant, a big thing of yogurt, and some mac and cheese. She ate it all up. So at our house, she can pretty much eat whatever the hell she wants. I don't care. I'm that guy.
Hey, that's how I go.
Let them eat healthy at their house.
That's how I go for the grandparents, man. You feed them up with candy and all that stuff.
You're damn right.
And send them back to their mama.
You're damn right. I never thought I thought I would stick with the healthy stuff. I said, screw it. You can have whatever the hell.
Yeah, I don't know why you was trying to do the healthy stuff. Like, that's not your concern. Like that, you're supposed to be annoying your children's because you are.
I did that with them.
Really?
With my kids, not my grandkids.
You spoiled them?
No, we tried to eat
healthy.
Yeah,
no, that's exactly how this goes.
Yeah.
The grandparents are always here to mess it up.
Yeah, your kids are supposed to be like, Dad, don't give them this stuff.
And they were.
They're going to be hyper.
And they were.
Like, so?
No candy after 7 o'clock. Screw that.
Like, so?
Screw that.
This ain't my kid.
That's right.
That really is annoying, though, especially when it's not just like the grandparent, but like for me, it's my mom, right? Like, there's a little bit of distance between me and my little brothers, and I'm like, you would have never let me get away with none of this nonsense.
I know.
That's where it gets really annoying. But I guess I'm sure that your children also feel the same.
Screw that. Let her have whatever she wants.
That's right. All right, that's your confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You were saved from my college football playoff one, which I guess is probably just the fact that I'm a hypocrite. Because as much as I'm like, yo, none of these matter until we get the end. Here I am watching the damn thing and listening to the reasoning and why they ranked them in the. There we go. I'm a hypocrite in the college football playoff way. All right. Coming up next in the Loop, let us get into what is typically a Thursday staple, but you will be dealing with Thanksgiving things on a Thursday. So let's get a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these sports people are trying to sell you? We'll talk about it next.
Thirsty Thursdays.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yo, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and a happy Thanksgiving to you. I guess Thanksgiving's Eve is what today is. Really happy for a few folks. One is whoever is going to win our giveaway, $50 gift card giveaway to Texas Star Grill Shop here at the end of this segment.
It is Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, so you'll have that opportunity at the end of this segment. So happy Thanksgiving Eve to you, and happy Thanksgiving Eve to a man who wore a jersey with no name on it yesterday. I imagine that we definitely got to get a name on his jersey now. Is Tommy Togiai, who is the defensive tackle. He's definitely gotten a lot of burn. He's with Fatukasi out, and it seems like he might continue to get burned. Like, he was in an interesting place, obviously on the practice squad. He'd been using he used up his third elevation against the Titans. And so, Nick Caserio was in this place where he probably had to make a decision. A guy who had played well on this team with his call-ups from the practice squad. What do you do? Do you, sign him to the active roster? Do you just kind of...
So what do you do?
And the answer was sign him to the active roster. Shout out to Tommy Togiai, who
That's
is
your
now,
guy, Figgy.
Now been
That's
put
my
on
man.
the active roster.
Yeah. My man Tommy.
Yeah. Y'all were giving out those turkeys together.
Yeah, man. We was working as a team.
All right.
Yeah, and he's helped. He's absolutely helped on. I mean, it felt like, and I need to check the game book for this to see what the snaps were. But especially with the return of Mario Edwards, it was kind of feeling like, Mario Edwards will slide back in and kind of get some of these reps. And I understand it's never going to be jump right back in and immediately take all the reps. It's not really how football goes. But it felt like Mario Edwards wasn't in nearly as much as maybe Tommy Togiai was. And
had a sack, right?
They're not quite the same player also, right? Togiai probably more of a like, I guess, closer to a one-tech or what have you. But yeah, he played very well in that game. So shout out to him getting onto the active roster and continuing to be available for this Houston Texans team. But this time is set aside, typically on a Thursday, do a little buy or sell. Let's do it right now. Are you buying what these various people in sports are selling?
All right, let's start here with the New York Jets.
Also, I was wrong. It was Mario Edwards had like 10 more snaps.
Okay.
So absolutely factored in.
So Jeff Ulbrich, Jets coach, said, quote, there has been no discussion of shutting down Aaron Rodgers.
That's interesting. I will buy that for the simple reason that what's the point of discussing it? He will decide if he wants to be shut down or not.
That's a good
yeah.
That's one way to get there. I got to the same place. I'm buying it, but for a different reason. I mean, why the heck would he not play? Why the heck would they want him to,
Well, I mean, he's still in the place where I think he had gotten out here saying that if he does play next season, that it would likely be with the Jets. I don't know if the Jets would want him
Well,
back.
that's another buy or sell.
That's another thing. But if you're in a place where, let's assume that that partnership remains. Yeah, didn't he just get injured and you lost it for a whole season last year?
Yeah.
If you were considering the possibility of him being back next year, protect his interest in the season that's
play his
kind
ass.
of gone.
Well, what do you have to lose?
Yeah, I think when they get to a point where Aaron Rodgers feel like he want to go on vacation a little early.
Yeah, then it's him.
Yeah, then he's like, yeah, we can shut this down. Week 15.
Yeah,
you can shut it down.
Take it to the crib.
Yeah. Was it who behind Tyrod Taylor? Is Tyrod Taylor behind him? I forgot who's behind him.
Just that chart. That's a good question.
Yeah, but
I've never considered the idea of a backup there because why would you need a backup?
Next man up. It's gonna be a next man up mentality.
Interesting. I think we're all buying on that one.
His backup is Tyrod Taylor. You were on it.
How about that? All right, so I want you to listen to this audio first. This is the buy or sell from the Manning.
I can relate with Owen Wilson. I was listening earlier, and Urban Meyer asked him, "Do I know you?" And Urban Meyer, I was coaching the Titans. He was coaching the Jaguars, and he actually said the same thing to me. I said, "Yeah, I'm the head coach for the Titans, and I worked for you for 2 years."
Mike Vrabel said that Urban Meyer didn't know him, and he worked for him for 2 years.
I buy that. I absolutely buy that.
I buy it too, man.
For one, if we just want to come from an easy place, does anybody think Urban Meyer is a good person who remembers people's names? Not to say that you have to remember people's names to be a good person, but,
Yeah.
But secondly, also, it's easy to forget, especially in college. At that point, if you were a big program and you did not have to pay your labor, part of what you could do is, one, build like water slides or whatever for all that stuff for the facilities. But two, you could pay all these assistants. And yes, you might have worked for him at Ohio State. How damn big is the Ohio State staff?
He was a linebackers coach.
I bet there was a million. I bet there was a million people. Like, hey man, I'm not remembering all these folks.
He doesn't know the linebackers coach.
No,
who is also an Ohio State legend.
Yeah,
that's the part they make you. Yeah, 100%.
And it kind of show you how he do not pay attention to football at all, because even outside of that, you don't remember Mike Vrabel in the NFL at all?
And coaching?
Like, I would understand if you were like, oh, yeah, I forgot you was on my staff. I understand that part.
Yeah.
But do I know you?
Right. All right, so here, yeah, that is crazy. He did say the "do I know you?" If we were wanting, he did not, or he did in fact know who Mike Vrabel was. What is the point in doing that?
But also, too, he's in your division, man. You don't know the head coaches in your own division?
I mean, considering the way that they played that year.
So
is that surprising at all?
I was so ready to sell this because it actually, and the reason I was going to sell it is I thought it was a bit by Vrabel. Because Owen Wilson was talking about that, too. He's like, yeah, same thing happened to me. Ha. I thought it was a bit. But you know what? I'm buying it because of Urban Meyer.
Yeah.
Like, what was he saying in the press conference when it was time to face the Titans?
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, they have a great head coach or anything. Like, he didn't say nothing. He had no idea who the head coach was.
He worked for him.
Do I know you?
For 2 years.
Yeah, man. Your man Herb does not look good here at all. But no, the way that Mike Vrabel put the story down, it felt like he did not bring it from a perspective of, yeah, man, it was funny. We got to laugh at it. Nah, man. He made that very clear. Like, this dude really didn't know who I was.
He pulled hey, do I know you, bro?
Yes, I worked for you.
You know me?
All right, buy or sell this one. Jerry Jones said Mike McCarthy might get an extension. Might get an extension, man. Forget all this firing him talk.
And Mike McCarthy kind of doubled down. Like, he was being asked about it by the media up there. And he, in the middle of the question being asked, he's like, "Why y'all laughing?" And they said, "What y'all think is funny?" I don't see nothing funny here. I have gotten out of the business of predicting what Jerry Jones is going to do. So I probably want to sell it. This is how Jerry Jones has fired coach since what was the last one that he actually fired outright. He just kind of waits till the end of the contract, and lets them go.
Moves on.
And this would be, however, Jerry Jones got out here talk about this is a Super Bowl winning coach, which, I mean, he did win a Super Bowl. He has won 12 games.
He's been there, done that, he said.
He's won 12 games multiple times, and that was the reason why he hired him in the first place. I could see him looking around and creating excuses to the point where they're in the same sorry place. That'd be funny.
So you buy it?
I buy it. He is in that place where they could extend him.
God, no. Heck no.
I kind of buy it, too.
Oh, man.
I think in his mind, I think he wouldn't mind giving out the extension. But I'm kind of hoping his team around him saying, "Hey, Jerry, nah, let's just move on. Let's not do that." But I feel like if I feel like if he had 100% control with nobody else in his ear, I feel like he would.
It's crazy.
Look, it's fair to buy or sell this because with Jerry Jones, it's a coin flip. He could do anything. In fact, he prides himself on being able to do anything that he wants.
All right, you buying this or not? So Travis Hunter, probably the Heisman Trophy winner, ultimately, did not make the semifinal list. Not the final list, the semifinal list.
Wait, really? I thought it was the finalists.
I think it was the semifinal
because I thought it was the final three.
Maybe it was, but did not make either the Jim Thorpe Award,
which is the award for the best defensive back in college football.
And Deion Sanders was obviously upset and said he was going to give Travis Hunter his Jim Thorpe Award. You buying that? Deion's going to give Travis Hunter his Jim Thorpe Award?
I think he would.
I think so, too.
He loves that kid like a son. He might love that kid more than his son.
It's his second favorite son.
100%. Without question. Without question.
And he's got more than one.
I think he absolutely would, right? Deion won it back in 1988 at Florida State. I think he would. But, yes, it is a travesty. I answered the question. Yeah, cool. But it is an absolute travesty that he is not on this Jim Thorpe Award.
He's the Heisman
What are we
winner.
doing?
He's going to be the Heisman winner.
And I understand, right? Part of the appeal of the Heisman is not just that he is really good on defense, but that he is really good on offense and doing both of them.
Yeah.
But he is a top defensive back if he was just playing that alone.
Do you feel like they doing that just because he's going to win the Heisman? And they just want to they just want to kind of play it out fair.
That feels like
that's somebody else.
Yeah, that feels like that's not the way that you do it.
He gonna win something. He winning the MVP anyway, so let's give it to somebody else.
Like that.
That would be petty.
Yeah,
that would be petty. All right, I got a couple of other ones I want to get to here because I think they're interesting. Go ahead.
I don't know. I was like, the Thorpe Award is run through the Oklahoma Sports Hall of Fame. Obviously, Jim Thorpe, Oklahoma man. Is there any way that there's any kind of beef in there somewhere with them? And I don't know that I'd be able to find the connection there. I'm trying to see if I can find it.
Yeah, I don't know. All right, so Mike Tirico, and he
noted Italian man,
still makes me laugh.
Per him, source him.
Mike Tirico ruptured his Achilles tendon.
What?
He ruptured his Achilles tendon.
Doing what?
Talked about it on the broadcast.
Talking on the broadcast?
Yeah. He said he ruptured his Achilles tendon, quote, just walking around the house.
Man. I'm like, how old is Mike Tirico again?
50s, I guess.
There are, to be fair, there are instances where people get injured doing regular old stuff, right? Like, you get to, especially when you're not one of these athletes.
Even
right?
young people. Right? Hey, I stepped off a curb and got tore my ACL.
Yeah,
whatever.
man. When you are one of us civilians, as opposed to these folks that have trained their body in a very intense way, that does happen. And he is 57 years of age. So, maybe, however.
But is that possible to rupture Achilles for that? Like, just walking around?
That's why we're doing buy or sell.
I don't know for certain.
Are you buying that or are you selling
I understand
that?
if he, kind of tripped down the stairs or something like that, or if he was running in the house doing something active. Hell, he could have been playing Nintendo Wii and did that. I would have understood. But just if you say just walking around?
Just walking around the house. You buying it?
I'm not buying it.
I feel like there's got to be some. There's got to be an additional story.
It got to be something embarrassing.
Yeah,
and he just don't want to bring it up.
Yeah,
like he seems to very much care about his image and being a well respected. I feel like if it was Collinsworth that had just hurt himself around the house, he'd bring it up like, "Oh man, you wouldn't believe
what I was doing.
I was jumping off the balcony onto my couch and then I ruptured my Achilles. Can you believe it?
Is he married or
Tirico?
Yeah,
that is a great question.
I was about to. I ain't want to speculate.
He is married.
Is he? Okay, never mind. I'll keep
you thought there was some nefarious activity.
I thought he was having a good time or something like that.
Like Unc?
Probably so, yeah, man. Maybe having a time of his life.
Shannon Sharp stuff?
Yeah.
This shit didn't hurt him doing that, did he?
No.
He just happened to be on Instagram Live.
That's where
what was that girl? Michelle? What was her name?
Like
that was the name that was being called out.
That's what Figgy was talking about right there.
Okay, very good.
I got this one more, and I've double-checked it and triple-checked it. Apparently, there is a couple of reports that the Washington Commanders ownership group is reportedly considering bringing back the Redskins logo.
Ain't no way. I'm selling that.
You think they're doing that?
Should they? No.
Just background. I went back. Apparently, some senator up there has talked about this. So nothing from the Commanders themselves.
Oh yeah. See, like
this might best be.
This is the
talk.
What do we call virtue signaling?
Yeah.
I know that's going to get the people going in Georgia. But no, you can't do it, right? Like that was the whole reason why you changed the name. It does not.
I don't think the NFL will let them, even if they're trying to.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna sell.
And this is where I always like to point out who are we talking about when we say the NFL, because that can mean a lot of things. League office has absolutely tried to be a little bit more proactive on some things. As you could tell by various ways that they go about things, right? You look at the personnel that they hire and all these things. Yeah, man.
But apparently the senator said he spoke with some ownership, and I'm like, nah, you didn't.
I do wonder, what are we talking about with ownership? Are we talking about majority owners? Are we talking about some minority owner in there that wants to go back to the old days? Possibly, right? Like I could see that. But what I know is that is not making it anyway. Actuality. No,
I think the closest they'll do is maybe some throwbacks or something like that. Maybe some years down the line, maybe you know how they do the throwback uniforms and all that stuff. But nah, they ain't going back to that logo.
Nah.
Last one, real quick. Doug Peterson said he's not sure Trevor Lawrence is starting on Sunday.
That's selling. He practiced today.
Yes, he did.
Yeah. That man is probably going for Texans Jaguars in Jacksonville this Sunday, which I don't know. Like I think we're all. There's not anybody that's like deathly afraid of Trevor Lawrence, but again, another quarterback who is more capable than McCorkle Jones at taking advantage of some of the explosive plays that have been open for this defense.
Yeah.
So another instance of, and also like he has some mobility to him too.
Yeah.
Another instance of being able to see what challenges that poses, and if the defense is getting themselves back together.
That's called competitive advantage.
Okay,
that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's trying. I don't think that's going to work here. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, in the spirit of the season, right? Thanksgiving. Let us know, 713-572-4610. What are you sports thankful for? Whether it's Texans, Rockets, something else, what are you sports thankful for this holiday season? We'll discuss it next.
All right, Texas Star Grill Shop, caller number 5 right now. Get you that $50 gift card from Texas Star Grill Shop, and, of course, get 2 Texas Star Grill Shop, TexasStarGrillShop.com. I've made multiple trips in the last couple of days to get stuff for my week and weekend, and you can as well. Not just for they're open, of course, and they have everything you need for the Thanksgiving holiday, brines and whatever you can imagine. They got it. They also have the grills. They also have the pits. They have the smokers. They have the pizza ovens. They have the griddles. And they have the personnel to answer all your questions. Texas Star Grill Shop is your go-to place for the holidays and holiday shopping and getting it done the right way. They'll answer all your questions.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving Eve to you here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, Figgy Figgy, Reggie Atatula hanging out with you. And shout out to the Texans who are indeed practicing right now. They're out there getting ready for the Jaguars game. We mentioned earlier that Trevor Lawrence, the counterpart over on the other side, is practicing as well, so you will be able to see him. But Jimmy Ward is out there, and he is indeed practicing in the space that Jalen Petrie would. So, him and Miles Bryant, so it seems like that is the backup for him as well when it comes down to that. And Will Anderson Jr. not spotted at practice. I don't think I'm concerned. I feel like that might be more of just kind of a day to kind of rest and recover than I don't and I'm not speaking off of any level of knowledge here, but Will Anderson Jr. not seen at practice, at least, not spotted by any of the folks that are happen to be out there. Also, an interesting thing, Blake Fisher, offensive tackle, who was dealing with concussion, is practicing. He's back at practice today. So I do wonder if that maybe might bring him back into the play, and especially because didn't we talk about
maybe some sort of daring move in the bye week. Musical chairs.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but Caserio has left open the possibility that, hey man, at least he has kind of talked in such a way where it feels like there's a possibility that they could still make changes offensive line wise if they absolutely needed to, or if they deemed it necessary. And after a week where you had 40% pressure rate on the quarterback, even with Drew Scruggs and Jared Patterson playing those interior spots.
Yeah.
Maybe something like having Blake Fisher, and the wild thing is obviously moving Titus to guard, which I don't know how much belief I have in that working necessarily, but if you come to a point where you're just like, hey, got to try some more things, that seems like that would be in the realm of possibility.
That might be the only thing.
Wow, yeah, that might be.
It might be,
but it's out there. I mentioned also that Tommy Togiai, there you go, is
my man
signed to the active roster. He takes the spot that is vacated by Kadar Holman, who goes on the IR.
Yeah.
Obviously, he had an injury as well, so that's cleaning up those things. But now let's be sports thankful as we're heading into the Thanksgiving season that is tomorrow. And so what are you sports thankful for? 713-572-4610 is the 5-Hour Energy fan line. And shout out to 830. Byron is the name that is on the text. They're sports thankful for Longhorns Aggies, which is coming up this week.
Yeah, I think a lot of people probably are.
It's so nice to have that game back.
Yeah.
Especially and not only is it cool to have the game back after over a decade, what is it, 2011 was the last time you got it? Nice to have that game back, but then also it's going to mean so much more this time around with both teams with the college football playoff, and this is probably gonna be like the biggest game maybe of the year.
Anywhere. I mean, the tickets are going for $1,000 a pop. Big in terms of like magnitude and eyes, and I mean it's gonna have NFL type numbers in terms of television.
I mean, it's already having NFL type numbers in terms of seats, ticket prices.
Yeah, $1,000 a pop, easy, and more.
And I think it's gonna have bragging rights too.
Oh, it's 100%. Definitely going to have bad bragging.
The first time back after over like a decade and a half almost. Yeah, man, the bragging rights are absolutely going to be there in the big way.
I'm still hopeful but not optimistic about the Aggies, but just having it back is so cool. And I think a lot of people, that's what they're, at least, in Texas, sports thankful for. I'm kind of thinking like, what else are you sports thankful for outside of, that one is just going to slap you in the face. That's a huge... Thank goodness that's back.
From the 281, this one comes in. Sports thankful for the Rockets being watchable again.
It's fair.
That's very fair.
And not only are they watchable, man, they got a little bit of something. Like they are existing in the arc, of the bell curve of a team's kind of window of playing well, where they're on the uptrend. So it's all found money. You know what I mean? Like they're early on in this where it's like, oh, this thing is coming together with this good basketball team. I think some power rankings had them as high as 5th. Of the 30 teams in the NBA, and anything that is, I guess, somewhat negative is just like, yo, these are growing pains. Like those are not, they're not in a way where I think the Texans are also, they were last year in that place where everything is found money, and now the expectations have crept in, and that's what's allowed us to be kind of frustrated at times. Even though still pretty good football team, all things considered. None of the downside. It's all profit with the Rockets right now, and that's absolutely something I'm thankful for.
I think something that really just occurred to me that I'm thankful for because it hasn't happened in last year, but it's before then a long time. I'm not embarrassed about the ownership and leadership of my football team. Like I've been embarrassed year after year. Like just think about it. Like whether it was Bill O'Brien back in the day, or that sounds weird saying back in the day because it wasn't that long ago, but it or
that's
Easterby.
That's 3 coaches ago.
Yeah, well, that's true. Or Easterby, or David Culley, you just mentioned that, or Lovie Smith. Like, they're frustrating right now. They're not playing up to par, but they're not an embarrassment to me because of their leadership.
Yeah, and I take it a step further, too, man. I thought this whole rebuild process was going to be at least about 3 to 4 years before we even sniff a playoff spot.
Yeah.
And it happened way earlier than I thought, man.
Yeah.
in a weird way, like, got to be sports thankful for the idea that and the opportunity to even be disappointed or what have you. Like, there's so much good on this team. There's so much fun about this team. We've talked about some of it. Like, seeing Daniil Hunter rush the football is very fun. Seeing Will Anderson rush the football is so very fun. Both of these guys, earned deservedly so, are Defensive Player of the Year candidates, second and third on the odds last time I checked earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those guys, I'm so sports thankful for them. It's particularly Will, because he's a dude that he changes the entire defense plays, and this is year 2, right? Like, this is just getting going, and he's already Defensive Player of the Year, eligible. Where can you go from here? Like, the sky really does feel like the limit, particularly with that young cat. But then, I mean, there's a lot of youthful guys that are playing really well on this team. Obviously, CJ is one that you could talk about, because I think the window and the sky is still the limit for him, even with the tough things that have been around him with the offensive line play, and then some of his numbers being definitely down in this season, but you still feel good about him. Kamari has been a bright spot. Kalen Bullock's ability to get his hands on the football. Like, there's just so much young, talented players on this team that you feel really happy about. And that's a good place to be with the Texas team.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about, leadership being, like I said, an embarrassment. We're doing it right now. I'm sports thankful for some quality background noise television while you're cooking or hanging out with your family and friends. I love this is when I kind of start getting into college basketball big time.
Really? This early? The holiday tournaments, the feast week or whatever?
The holiday tournaments start.
You are way earlier than most.
Well, I'm not saying I'm locked in on every game, beginning to end, but I put it on, change it to another one if it's a better game, whether it's the Maui Invitational or whether it's the Battle for Atlantis or all these other holiday it's just good to have on the background while you're doing other stuff, and you go, oh, look, watch about 5 minutes. That's a good finish, whatever. I do like that in the background on Thanksgiving.
From the 832, sports thankful for not being a fan of anything Dallas related. Well, the Cowboys is definitely tough right now. The Rangers, a little interesting space. Mavericks is interesting. They just go to the finals, but I don't know what they're on right now.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, but You're good. You're good on this side, right? Figure, is there anything for you that you're sports thankful for?
This was kind of weird because I don't want to come across like as a jerk, but I'm kind of sports thankful that Deshaun Watson actually requested a trade the way he did, because usually you don't see stuff like that. Remember, it was really weird at the time because you don't see no quarterback like that in his prime trying to get out, especially after he signed that contract. And the rest is history. We see how it played out, and the Texans honestly probably got a better quarterback at the end of it all.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thankful for that. I don't want to bring up the off the field stuff that happened. That's a little sketchy. But if he never requested a trade, I don't know how this team would look right now.
Well, and
they was locked in that big old contract.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how it would have played out.
And the way they handled it, they were very adamant about, it's got to be whatever. What do you say? 2-3 first round picks, whatever it was originally, and just stuck to their guns.
Yeah.
From the 832, sports thankful again for CJ regardless. No, absolutely. And one of the things I'm really thankful for is I don't think you have to worry about his mindset or mentality, like the maturity that he shows, like. Even as he is dealing with this tough stretch, all the answers that he's given have been the right ones.
Yeah.
Right? He has obviously tried to take as much responsibility as possible in these circumstances. Maybe that is part of why he has played and heaped the pressure upon himself to the point where I think you could see him, really trying to compensate for the offensive line and compensate for this and that, where I think that might be some of the things that are throwing him off of his game.
Yeah.
But the wherewithal and the maturity to be like, no, I'm taking that level of accountability and taking it on. I do appreciate that a ton from a dude his age, already being in that place and being able to kind of operate almost like a veteran.
Yeah. And high school football playoffs. Ocho reminded me of this. We got some big-time stuff happening this weekend, going into the region finals, I believe. And that's always fun. Every year I try to catch at least one or two. Haven't done one this year yet. Last year I did a couple. So hopefully go catch a high school football game. That's always fun on a long weekend like that.
By the way, shout out to Angleton. That's just
Angleton?
Yeah. They're doing something special out there as well. 830 text in. Sports thankful I don't have to watch NFL Hall of Fame cut down list for Andre again this year. No, that absolutely is a great feeling, like that you finally got One of the good ones, man. You got him.
Man, I'm finna beat his
ass. You got that man. His respect, his due. You're not waiting. You're not hoping that he gets his due. It's already been done, and it's been fun all season long as well to have the various instances where you just get to appreciate and love on Andre, knowing that the rest of the league, the rest of the nation has done that as well.
I'm thankful for that drop. That's the
Hey man, I'm finna beat his ass.
That bass in his voice. I mean, it's just terrifying, just him saying it.
Hey man, I'm finna beat his ass.
And he did.
Is there anything else? Anything else that comes to mind for you being sports thankful? Someone said sports thankful to be able to have family together and play some backyard football.
Of course.
Hey, don't hurt yourself. That's the thing about the backyard football, though.
Yeah.
You get out there and backyard football can end one of two ways, right? Everybody gets tired, come in for food, or somebody bring out some Band-Aids. Yeah.
That's the least of your problems if it's Band-Aids alone.
Well, yes, I didn't know what the right thing. If you were talking about somebody bring out some gauze or something.
Yeah, just imagine somebody running the house. Mom, his ankle broke. His ankle broke outside. Like, oh Lord.
Yeah, because now
busted his face open. Oh no.
I don't think everybody's in the family, but somebody in the family is spending the rest of Thanksgiving at the hospital or something.
Sir.
Yeah. That's not what you want.
Yeah.
At all. All right, appreciate you hanging out with us in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Hope you are sports thankful for quite a few things here in the H-Town sports landscape, including the fact that, Texas practicing, getting ready to go again for the Jacksonville Jaguars game. I'm thankful for the idea that the bye week is coming, by the way.
Oh,
for the Texas team.
That's right.
Oh, man.
Man, it'll give them an opportunity to do a little self-reflection and hopefully put their best foot forward as they finish off the season here. All right. Coming up next is about the time where we hand it off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what we got?
Yeah, man, it's the holiday season, which means it's also scam season. I have some things I want you to watch out for while shopping for the holidays. And if you're looking for some turkey, you might want to save your trip to Turkey Leg Cut.
Oh,
wow. I will explain why.
Okay, we'll talk about that next.
The Texans are headed
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Happy holidays to everyone out there. If you're traveling, salute to you. Have safe travels and all that good stuff. And I'm ready for Thanksgiving, and right after Thanksgiving is Black Friday.
Yes, it is.
I feel like it kind of, I heard a couple commercials, but I feel like it kind of been a little quiet. It's not how it used to be, because before it used to be like a big deal. I guess getting out there for Black Friday, getting them sales.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it just went strictly online or.
Yeah, I think it's because they've widened this out to where like Black Friday deals start like a whole week before, if not earlier. And then also, I mean, let's be honest, some of these Black Friday deals, I do wonder how much, like how appealing they are. Like, it's not like you getting the TV for 13 cents on the dollar or whatever, like it typically feels like it is.
I always felt that in the last few years, if you get up at 5 a.m. or whatever to go get in line somewhere because of the Black Friday, you're just doing it to do it. Nobody needs to do that anymore.
Yeah, I don't even know if they let you do that now, because nowadays, even with you get this with the sneaker game, where they don't let you stand in line like that. It's kind of like you go get a ticket and all this other stuff. So I don't know if they even let you just stand in line.
I seem to remember last year, like some of these like big retailers had lines. Maybe not. Maybe it was before then. But if you're doing that, you're just doing it because you want to. You want the hunt.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
But so all my people that's out there shopping for Black Friday, especially online, I got a couple things you got to watch out for the scams too, because it's scam season. A lot of people be getting got. I knew somebody that got over a PS5.
Oh no!
Yeah, and this one was a little tricky too because somebody was online said they had a bunch of PS5s and they showed the video of the PS5s. And they end up sending the money, and that count ended up getting deleted.
Oh. Damn!
So they was out of $500+ man.
Was this in that time period where PS5s were just impossible to get a hold of?
Okay. Yes, and it was around this time of the year too.
Mm-hmm.
So they was trying to get a PS5 for their loved one. So just
horrible people.
Yeah, just be careful about that. But I got a couple. Keep an eye out on. So the emails and text messages. I think I got one not that long ago, talking about a sale going on and all this other stuff. It's just like, how did I even get this?
Yeah.
And if it's too good to be true, it might be too good to be true.
Okay.
It might not. it might not be real. So just kind of just check them emails, verify these websites and all that stuff, just to make sure that is legit.
Wait, so are there companies that are just sending out text messages to folks that have not like applied to the text chain or whatever have you?
Well, but a lot of it, people, I could see where it would work because, how many times have you walked by a store or mentioned some product and it pops up on your phone? Because of the intuitive nature of our technology now, if something popped up and you actually are looking for that, I can see where you can get taken.
I got the text message pretty much saying, "Psst, we have a Black Friday sale going on." I'm like, "What is this?"
Yeah,
and it just looked so shady. And unfortunately, people still fall for that type of stuff in 2024. So
that's unfortunate. Well, yeah, that's what we're trying to avoid. Don't fall for it.
Yeah. Another one, the fake websites. I mentioned that the fake websites and the online stores. Those are always tricky too, because a lot of those stores, they might have a TV, 100-inch TV for only $200.
Yeah, sure they do.
So like, man, just do the work on there, because a lot of people they go after it and then they never see their money or the product again. So just be careful on that. The non-delivery scams. You online, you pay for something, and you never get it
Get
delivered.
Confirmation.
Yeah.
Oh, the whole nine, and then they're gone.
Yeah, those are always the worst, man. And just make sure if you do want to try something like that, use some type of credit card so that way you can have the information right there so you don't get got.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm like, how do you stop that, man? You just got to make sure that it's a retailer that you know something about.
It's a little frustrating, to be honest, but we in a world where people are always trying to scam somebody. So you just got to,
I say again, horrible people.
Yeah, and they do. I hate that they do it around this time of the year, too.
Yeah, they
man.
take advantage.
Like,
That's even worse.
You shouldn't do it at all, but around this time where people working extra hard.
Saving their money.
Yeah, and for you to take like that is irritating, man.
Yeah.
Fake coupons and vouchers. Those are getting around a lot, too. You might see something that say, oh, yeah, use this to get a free TV. Or just
and they get your info.
Yeah, just be careful of that. This one, I kind of got from this, too, and this was a weird situation, the gift card scams.
It's interesting. Go ahead and finish it, because I had a thought on that.
Yeah, I got like that. What me and my wife usually do is whenever we shop at Kroger, they have a thing that's kind of like a secret item thing. If you buy a gift card, like a Visa gift card, and you use that gift card to pay for your groceries, you get extra points on your
on your Kroger card.
On the gas. Yeah, you get like double or triple the points. And that for gas.
I would definitely not fall for that, because I'm just like, that's a lot. That's a lot of back and forth. I'm not doing.
It's actually easy because the gift card is right there. So you know how much you spending. You get the gift cards. You use that, and you get extra points on the gas. It really works for the gas.
Yeah.
But we ran into a situation where all of the gift cards she had, they were used already.
Yes.
And we had to go through the company and all. This was out of Kroger's hands. So just kind of be careful.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. I've seen this. Hasn't happened to me. So you know how they have those little end caps with a bunch of different gift cards, like from every store you can imagine, every restaurant. I was told a few years ago, don't ever just grab them off of that. Either grab it from the back or go to the the checkout and say, I would like one of these gift cards, but not from the rack. And they usually have some because a lot of the scammers, they scan like 2 or 3 from the front or from wherever, and they actually use those the code to buy stuff, and so those cards are worthless.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a shame. We in 2024. We got to do all of this stuff just to get a simple little $50 gift card.
Yeah.
So just be careful on that. The social media scams is the ones that's getting everybody. So a lot of scammers use social media platforms to do like fake giveaways, contests, and all these little deals to get your personal information.
Yeah.
So sometimes they might hit you up, hey, you want a free trip or something like that. Just be careful on that type of stuff, man.
All right.
Yeah, I had to tell my mother a couple times.
Yeah,
she's on that social media. She about to be 70 years old, and she think whoever DM her is legit.
Yeah, well,
and I'm like, Mom,
is this one of your friends?
Yeah. Or sometimes she be like, look, they giving me $100.
No, they're not.
I'm like, no, nobody is giving you anything for free, man. Not on the internet.
Yeah, not on the internet.
Yeah, just be careful with that. And also the fake delivery notifications, which I get probably like a couple times a month saying, hey, your package is here. Click this link.
Oh, God.
Which is great for me because I'm like, I know exactly what I ordered every time that I order because I try not to do too much online.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
It just be hey, click this link. Or sometimes
don't click.
Yeah, sometimes if you look through your emails and look through the junk mail, they say, oh, your package is waiting. If you don't get it, you're going to lose it.
Okay.
And it's some type of random email at gmail.com. This is like, hold on.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, just be careful with that type of stuff, man, because I hate people getting got around this time of the year.
For sure. PSA from Figgy. I appreciate
it. Speaking of getting got, Turkey Leg Hut has closed indefinitely after the landlord terminated the lease. This is one of many things that have been going on with this accomplishment, and I think this is officially closed.
It's done.
I think it's done unless according to ABC 13 News partners at the Chronicle, the only way they can open this back up, so their current location, they can't open back up at all there. So the only way they can open back up if they go to they find a different location.
Yeah, and they had a lot of monetary troubles anyways before they got to this place where the landlord wasn't letting them come back to the building.
Yeah, so the last thing that happened was Nakia Holmes, who was the owner, announced she filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy back in March. And then right after that, back in, I want to say in September, the restaurant closed due to health code violations.
Jeez.
Which Nakia posted on her social media, said it was closed for renovations. So
they were renovating to
get
all
rid
that
of
nasty,
the roaches.
get the slime out the ice machine.
Yeah, she said we got some good things coming. We renovating. So
this is really one of the saddest stories out there in terms of the food industry and the restaurant business. They were a monster, just an absolute monster.
It was a social media phenomenon.
Yeah,
man. So a lot of people all over the world. I wouldn't even say all over the world was trying to get here so they could go to Turkey Leg Hut,
and just
the fall off
screwed it all up.
Yeah, I don't understand how this happened. It was just a bunch of scandals,
greed, ineptitude. A number of things. Obviously the. Cutting the corners with the health code violations and all. I mean, they had it going on. This thing was a monster, and now it's gone forever.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this documentary.
You need to make it.
Hey, I'm staying out of it. I'm saying that maybe 50 Cent need to step in and make a documentary out of this. Put it on Stars or something.
Yeah,
make a TV show out of it because this is wow. It's kind of how it went down because I've been there a few times. The food was okay. It's not worth standing in line for. I will say that. But people stand in line for hours for it, man. And it's a damn shame what they did to that dog. So are you guys familiar with the R&B singer from the 90s, Adina Howard?
I am.
I would have to hear a song.
I'm glad you said that because this is one of her songs. She have a song. I think this was like her first big hit, or some might say her only big hit, and this song is called "Freak Like Me."
I want a freak in the morning, a freak in
Immediately I recognize that, yes.
Like
Yeah. Had no idea who it was.
Yeah. So Dana Howard, she kind of been making the headlines a little bit, or not headlines, but just a lot of conversation on social media because she had an episode of the TV show Unsung, and apparently she got a divorce from her husband because of her husband saying she liked to I guess love a lot.
Wow. So she was being real when she put that song together. She was one of the R&B artists that was actually spitting true rhymes.
She had to have it a lot, is what you're saying.
She had to have it a lot.
Yeah.
And this clip I'm about to play right now is from the show Unsung, and this is her and her husband pretty much talking about how she gotta have it a lot.
Got married because I wanted to be able to have as much sex as I wanted to. I guess only to have a borderline platonic marriage. That created a lot of tension and conflict between he and I. Because in his mind, he was like, well, why do you want it so much? And I'm like, well, why don't you?
Man, I'm going to tell you, I thought I was a freak. She's like the Energizer Bunny. The Dina wanted all day, every day, the next day. If there was 9 days in the week, she wanted that 8th, that 9th day.
I need it in the morning as my cup of coffee, and I need it at night for my sleeping pill. But if I can get it in between morning and night, I'm like, that's the icing on the cake. I have the sex drive of a teenage boy.
Man, we got bills.
Oh,
I gotta go to work. No, I just find that is hilarious, bro.
So her husband actually divorced her allegedly because she
wanted it too much.
That is wow.
Okay, so
and see, I'm a little disappointed in the husband a little bit because she said all this in the song.
Yeah.
If you listen to the song
He didn't
I
do his
just
research.
played,
He thought she wasn't spitting real game.
She said, "I need a freak in the morning and a freak in the evening.
Yeah,
I need a roughneck brother that can satisfy me."
You know what's weird about this is, I mean, we all want to, act like we're the dude,
Yeah.
That is an awful lot. That is an awful lot. And it's not so much like the actual it is awesome. But I don't know if I want to put in that work 3 times a day.
3 times a day, 7 days a week.
To lead up to it. If it was just it, I'm good 3 times a day. The whole process, the whole... You got to do this first and then this and that. You know what I'm talking about.
I understand, and I'm just enjoying hearing you try and find your way through this. Yes.
It's a commitment of time 3 times a day.
Sure.
Minimum.
My thing is, y'all ain't got no jobs.
I don't mind the 3 times a day. I mind the commitment of time 3 times a day. I think I laid that out pretty good.
Maybe? Possibly. Shout out to the 832 who said, man, pass me her number.
Yeah. Again, it's what? Half an hour of lead up and all that?
Yeah, she said she needed like
3 times a day?
Every morning like a coffee.
Man, I got podcasts to do.
Did you really just say? Okay, very good. No, but yeah, it does feel like, hey man, this. You know what that almost sounds like, and this is a wild analogy, so I apologize ahead of time. It's almost like the people that got a dog, it's like, hey, I gotta go home. I got my dog waiting.
Feed my dog.
Yeah,
like you be out hanging out with your boys, like, hey man,
I gotta walk my dog.
Sorry, I gotta go home.
Yeah,
that's a Dina. God,
just imagine if you was the husband. Again?
Yes.
Oh my goodness, again.
And the worst part, you know what the worst part is? That's your birthday gift too. That's your Christmas gift too. It's like, man, if you don't buy me something, give me
just give me a book.
I want some gifts too.
Just give me a book.
I want to be left alone.
Yes.
I do appreciate. I was like, I wonder what the response is going to be here on the text line. And yes, we had to pass me her number. Somebody said my wife is the same way. Let's call Rift. And somebody said I'm good on that. She needs to sit down somewhere. So we covered the gamut. We did indeed cover the gamut there. Yeah. There you go. That is the mixtape brought to you by Figgy. Did not anticipate getting into that. 3 times daily is a lot. And I how does that work on holidays too? Y'all visiting the family? What you doing? Anyways, happy Thanksgiving Eve to you, I guess. Appreciate you hanging out with us.
Many happy returns.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
At least 3 times a day. Coming up next, we'll talk to the fellas of the Drive, Clinton, Ron, and we'll do that next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. Happy Thanksgiving to you as we're headed that way. You're in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula. I hope you are enjoying your day, especially if you getting out there, getting ready for Thanksgiving. If you're traveling or if you're just hanging out at the house or at work, we appreciate you making us a part of your day. Appreciate also Ocho texting in on the 5 Hour Energy Fam line, reminding us that the Cougars game, UH, is scheduled for 11:30 tonight. I don't anticipate staying up. Yeah, tonight. 11:30 p.m. UH versus.
Tell me how that.
About to be out of sleep by 9 o'clock.
Sleep. Right.
I bailed out of that Lakers game last night, man. When they got out of control, I'm like, I'm heading out.
That game feels like it is on for people that are starting to work on their turkey. Like that is what that game is on for.
Grandma gonna be watching that game.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you're doing some smoking on the grill or whatever that you got going over tonight, that's for y'all.
Salute to all my third shift security guards.
Yeah,
they gonna have that game on.
Yeah, there's also, I guess, the Rockets are also playing tonight, but not nearly that late. They'll get the Sixers who
starting the game at 11 o'clock at night is
11:30.
11:30 is insane.
And aren't they? Isn't that part of the? Isn't that like the Maui Invitational?
It's got to be. Somewhere in Hawaii.
The Players Era Festival.
Ain't nothing open that late, but
that is in Vegas. So that is technically.
Oh, it's in Vegas?
That's a 9 local, which is even still a late game.
That's worse.
Yeah, it is. It is. The Rockets are facing the Sixers. Rockets injury report is clearing. Sixers. You have Joel Embiid and Paul George and Kyle Lowry all out. So Rockets should take care of business. And of course, we mentioned that practice went on with the Texans, and Will Anderson Jr. did not practice. That's going to be something to watch. I would like to hope that's kind of just a rest thing, but I can't be so certain. So we'll keep up with that. But I did want to talk about these Texans before we hand it off to the fellas of the drive, which obviously this team still has the 2-game lead in the AFC South, and of course that tiebreaker with the Colts. So in effect, a 3-game lead. There's no chance that they Jacksonville Jaguars this, right? Like one of the magical things for the Texans is that they walked down the Jaguars to win the division. And, the Colts are an interesting team that are, trying to find their own, especially Anthony Richardson since he came back from being benched, definitely trying to find more competent play. I just want to make it abundantly clear. We're all confident that they're going to win this AFC South, correct?
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Wait. What was that? What was that? Can you explain that to me?
It was yes, and then it was yes, and then it was yes. Yes, I am. My final answer is absolutely yes. They got the tiebreaker. They've got a 2-game lead, and no one else is going to be a contender. So it's the Colts or no one. Now the Colts don't have necessarily the toughest schedule. In fact,
remaining schedule.
They've got an easy schedule.
At New England.
Holy crap.
And New England's been interesting, but the team itself hasn't been good. Like, I think the real interesting thing, at least for New England, is just the Drake May of this all. They get the Broncos on the road, and that's going to be a tough one, right? The Broncos have been a pretty well-situated team. Shout out to Sean Payton. But then you go Titans at home, which the Titans got after the Texans, but that's still a team that it's not like a great team per se. They get the Giants, which is that Tommy DeVito, is that Drew Lock? Do you even care at that point?
Right.
And then they finish off the season with the Jaguars, who at that time is like fully out of everything. There's probably 4 wins in there.
They could go 4-1. They
not saying definitively, but they have the possibility.
Well, they got the Titans and Jaguars at home. Patriots they should be able to defeat. Giants for sure. Broncos is the toss up where they'll be underdogs. Let's say they go 4-1. They still lose the tiebreaker, even in a somewhat bad scenario.
Oh, is that well? So what are the games that you're confident in for these Texans?
Yeah.
Especially, and this is the problem for me, right? There's so much that you're depending on. All right, well, these things are fixable, and yes, even I think if you get some of the Texans play that you got, obviously Cowboys, even the Lions game, right? If you get some play like that, okay, I think that you're safe. If you get play anything like what you got on Sunday, that comes into question, which I think is really the problem with the way that they played. And obviously it was like all the issue. It was the penalties. It was an inability of running the football. It was interceptions, and then also just missed passes, drop passes, those things. It was all of the things. But if you get all of the things again, you're not going to be in a good situation when you go to Tennessee. You're not going to be in I'm still not even certain, but the Jaguars won't be the easiest walkover if you're doing those things, and then talk less of Chiefs, Ravens, and Dolphins.
So
it also is just it's far-fetched or far. It's hard to believe. I'll use a different word.
The realistic thing. Now
I was messing up there, brother.
I mean, obviously the Colts could win every one of their games. Unlikely, but they could. But I think the realistic thing. Let's say they win 4 out of 5. That gets them to 9. That means you would have to win 8, and that means you would only have to win 1 more game to lose via because you got the tiebreaker. If you can get to 9 wins, if you win, it's horrible that we're talking about this. That it's even a possibility that they could just get to 9 wins. But they could just get to 9 wins. At Jacksonville, my city, Baltimore, you just mentioned it, and then at Tennessee to end the year. Heaven forbid the last game of the year is meaningful for their division chances. But yeah, I want to say no way that they could, as you put it, be walked down by the Colts in this case.
All right, but what happens if the cartel gets involved, as the 832 mentioned? You know what I mean? If they don't get involved in any of the games, we should be okay. However, Nicole told us about her third eye's open. She's looking around like, hey, guys, there's outside influences affecting things here.
Yeah. So I think I mentioned this in passing to you yesterday. You got to, at worst, split at Jacksonville and at Tennessee. Now, you should win them both. But
split?
at worst.
Okay.
At worst split, because there's no guarantee on Miami here anymore.
Since Tua Tagovailoa has been back, they've been playing really good football. Now we are entering that portion of the season where it gets colder and the style of play that they particularly run out there is not one that makes sense. But what does that matter when you're playing inside of NRG? Yeah, so that's a tough go of it right now.
Because then you have at Kansas City and Baltimore here, and Baltimore is. They have had the occasional what was that type of efforts, but they're a really good team that are we saw Monday night can really get it done. Why are we even here is the frustrating part.
It's because of and this is where people would get on me for talking about style points, but if they have shown at any point in the season that they are putting a full 4 quarters together, I'd feel very confident that they're not getting walked down. I'm pretty confident that they're not going to be walked down, but I can't fully bat that away because you saw such a rough going, rough outing for them against a team in the Titans there. It really was. I was hoping that you would get to a place where this would be done and dusted by this time, and then you're walking your way through the end of the season trying to measure yourself up against the best of the AFC. In a way, you still have to make sure that you handle your business to get through to fully put away the AFC South.
If Indy wins this weekend after the Texans, and then the Texans somehow lose, all of a sudden they're looking at the standings, and back to your momentum point, they're thinking, hey, now.
Who said that? What momentum point? No, don't put that on me.
You said it's not a thing, but I'm saying to themselves, they're going to be telling themselves, hey, they're 7-6 and we're 6-7. You know what I mean? They will be convincing themselves. I'm sad that we're even here talking about this. But I feel like it's something that is legitimate, even though there's a tiebreaker in the Texans' favor.
Yeah, they did some of the work early, obviously getting that tiebreaker. That's why it was so important to make sure you get it. Now they got to do the work of just playing better football. If for no other reason, to make sure to finish out the AFC South, and it's sad to put it that way, but no, they absolutely need to play a lot better football. Let's welcome to the proverbial Thanksgiving table of this broadcast, Clint and Ron of The Drive. Fellas, Ron, how's it looking, brother?
It's a damn shame we got to have this conversation.
I'm telling you, that's what my biggest thing. I was just sad.
I threw it out. We talked about it a bit yesterday. Like, are we to the point where we need to start entertaining this thing? You start looking at the schedules of the two down the stretch. If you can go and lose at home while Will Levis is given the full Will Levis experience, pick six. He makes some big plays, but pick sixes and turnovers and snaps off of the guy in motion and just silly stuff. Just taking sacks when he don't need to take sacks. If you can lose that one at home, your defense can get 8 sacks and score. Man, you can lose anybody.
Yes.
You can lose any of these games. And that's why it's even – and as bad as the Colts are, it's even a conversation. We talked about this. Can they be – can they avoid being the Jags of last year? The good thing that they have in their favor is they don't have last year's C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick and that team chasing them down. That's at least the good thing about them, because it's hard to say to yourself that Anthony Richardson – and Shane Steichen and the Colts can be consistent enough to win 5 of their games to go ahead and finish this thing off, just from what we've seen.
Yeah.
Fellas, one of the things that we did, just because we're getting ourselves prepared for the Thanksgiving, is we went around and asked ourselves, what are we sports thankful for? And I would like to ask you guys to also participate. Is there anything that you are sports thankful for in the city of Houston right now?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll give you something that's hot on my mind right now. This is going to shock the hell out of y'all. The Rockets.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I love to hear it.
The Rockets. I mean, it's hard for me to enjoy in-season NBA, any in-season basketball. I mean, even my Razorbacks, when they're good, it's still hard. If I'm at the game, it's different. But to make it appointment television and watch it, it's real easy for me to sit down and watch the Astros every single night. It's hard for me to watch the Rockets. And I'm gonna tell you, I did not watch them last night, but somehow this morning I'll get up and my TV's still on that channel. And I catch the fourth quarter and overtime.
Yeah.
That was the best part.
I can get down with that.
Yeah.
That team could have folded, and we'd have made excuses for them folding multiple times. And it was multiple guys And it was a brand of basketball that we can all.
You can get down with.
It don't matter where you're from, don't matter what you believe in, don't matter if you could hoop, if you like finesse, if you like physicality, whatever everything was there with the Rockets last night. So I'm thankful for the Rockets, man. That got me turned on a bit, given what we're having to go through right now.
Hey, shout out to the Rockets showing the physicality that you want from a football from a team in Houston.
Every bit of it, baby.
You love it.
And the opposite of Clint, I watched so much damn basketball last night I can't even contain it. Shout out to my Jayhawks against Duke last night.
Yeah, they got out of there, didn't they?
That U of H game was a nice one. That Lakers-Suns game was nice. I'm with you, Ficky, until they blew it up. For me, man, I am thankful for, dude, y'all been here, Lopez and Clint, you've been here longer than me. Tyler has lived it. I know it's frustrating, but to have a 7-5 football team that's in first place that you think is going to go to the playoffs, that's interesting, and to have conversation about, I'm thankful for that. Because we were sitting there, I remember around times like this, our headline story was the general manager thought Jeff Driscoll could be a tight end. And that's what
Wild Jeff.
That's what we had to roll through. And now we're having conversations about stuff that really matters and the emotion. It is not apathy. It's real emotion. I'm thankful for that.
I want to be thankful for one thing I heard on In the Loop today. I'm thankful that my bride isn't like old gal y'all had on Planet Audio. I mean, let's be honest, man. I don't give a damn who you are, man. Three times a day. I mean, I'm pretty proud of from a man being a man's man. My track record. I feel like I rode the bike a little longer than most.
Yeah, go ahead with it.
3 times in one day.
It's too much effort.
And that's not.
I'm gonna tell you,
that's every day.
I was in great shape and getting a lot of practice.
Every day.
I can count on one hand how many times that happened. Being married to something like that, I am thankful, and I'm gonna thank from the next 4 hours and on my way home today. I am glad I ain't going home to that woman.
We heard that, man.
3 times a day,
3 times every day.
I don't want it. Ain't got it.
That man went to the courthouse and he was like, "Hey, we need papers. I am done. We are done here.
Challenge him, Lo. Challenge him. Challenge his ass, Lo. Come on, Lo.
Happen.
You still got it, Lo. Challenge him.
Maybe 1.5.
We'll start there and we'll see where it goes. Yeah. All right, we are done in the loop on this Wednesday. We leave you for 4 hours with these fine folks. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now the is live.
Yeah, let's get number 3, Lo. We're playing around now. Let's go.
Hey, boys.
Get his ass. Yeah. You got it in you. I know you got 3. Come on, Lo. Get his ass.
About this all
I don't know what she does or doesn't have, but I know what your boy right here ain't never had.
Oh, come on. Mess that hair up. Let's go. Come on.
Boy, it'd take a late night and one of them old fire ants.
No, get out of here.
Blue diamonds.
Just have somebody from over at the men's clinic, like on hand, like as an assistant.
Why not, baby?
No, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It ain't nothing would make that happen other than that old convenient old C-store fire ant.
Rise and shine, baby.
Turn your little fella into a raging beast.
Try men's clinic. I think they got him.
I'm sure they do. But look here, I don't. Look, if you go to men's clinic and you go from what the problem you had to all of a sudden 3 times a day, your ass ought to be the spokesperson.
Let's go.
You need to be getting paid for that one too, Ron. You need to sign whoever that is. Sign them up.
You need to quit playing around here with this thing. Come on, Lo. Challenge him. Challenge him. Come on now.
Hey, man.
He's got it. Hey,
would you stop?
Tyson went 8 rounds. Let's go.
No, would you stop? See, he's trying to set me up to fail, man. Would you stop?
Be a good night.
Listen, it's going to be a good day. Your boy's already in a good spot. Feeling pretty good, Drive family.
Is that
I don't care.
Ron?
Yeah, it is him. I don't care what you all got to say to me today. I'm in a good place. Y'all ain't about to make me feel bad. I don't care what kind of things that many of you like to say to me on social.
What is he talking about?
I'm just feeling good.
I'm not sure where this is going.
I'm just telling you. I'm in a good place.
I love it when you're feeling good.
I'm in a happy place.
What has gone into this?
Shout out to you over there on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I don't give a rip. Say what you want to say because I'm feeling good because you know what, fellas? Your boy still got it. Your boy still got it. Hey.
Did you go 3 times a day?
Hell no. Let's have a serious conversation. I have a bad disc. Got to have a hamstring issue. No. Got hit on today, fellas. Got hit on. Got hit on today, baby. At a Mr. Get Sits. Think Jersey Mike's. Got hit on today, baby. In the line.
What was his name?
Her name. Didn't catch it. Listen, she was a good 6.5, but you could tell she could get up to a 7.5 if she put herself together. She was just in her stuff, but just waiting in the line.
This lady's got you really feeling yourself.
I'm certain this was that she did hit on me. Maybe you all may think differently.
Let's hear it. I'll evaluate.
We standing in the sandwich line, just waiting.
Looking at that menu.
And I'm chilling. I'm going to go get me a penny club. I know what that is. Standard dress.
Ron said, I think I'm getting that penny club.
That's roast beef, turkey, and ham for those scoring at home. Give me a little cheddar cheese.
Yeah.
Standing in line, and the lady she just had a real complicated order. And I just kind of said under my breath, I said, damn, they sure going to mess that order up.
Damn, Karen.
And we'll call her
Karen.
We'll call her Janice. Janice in front of me.
Janice.
She turned back and just started cracking up and started laughing. She said, I just want to say I really, really like your look.
Yeah, the great.
She said, really like the glasses. I love your blonde hair, and I really love the scarf.
Everything's really working for you.
And then she said this, Clint. She said, if you didn't have that ring on your finger,
no, she didn't.
Whoa!
We'd be having a different conversation.
Oh, ordering sandwiches.
Oh,
hey,
wow.
Hey, and I try to keep it cool, right? I said, oh, sorry about that. and then went through. Hey, but I'm out here like, hell yeah, I got it, man. I'm still in here, baby. I counted as she hit on me, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
She didn't hit on you. If that's legitimately how it went, she was trying to get you in the sack before showtime.
Oh, big tip, Hughley.
I really don't like how you question if it is. True, not the way you said
just
that.
telling you.
Went down.
There ain't no other way to spin that. I mean, if that is how if she said if you didn't have that ring on, we'd have a different conversation. She was trying to get an old nooner.
I mean, you are getting sandwiches. She's definitely looking for some afternoon delight.
She was trying to get big tip blind bomber in the sack before noon.
She said, I really like that look, baby. And then I have my good glasses on today too, baby. Not the backups. Had it pulled up, baby. I said, well, thank you. And Tyler did text no small T. Because I wouldn't have told you about it.
That's a deal breaker for you.
Let me ask you. You said Janice. I'm going to guess 42 and white.
No. White. Actually mixed. And
that's
she looks
interesting.
I just threw a name out. I don't know. I didn't get her name. I just threw a name out. And she looked like she was Tyler's range, mid-30s.
Was Janice the one with the complicated order, or was she's a different one?
No, it was the one in front of us.
Oh,
and
gotcha. Okay.
Because I said it low to my breath. I said, damn. And they going to mess that all up. She just busted out, started laughing. And then that's when she let me know she liked your voice. Look, I'm telling you, boy, someone texted in how old was she? 70? No, she was not, baby. Text line. I'm going to tell you this right now. I damn near almost came in here and said, man, show's back in this piece.
The show, man.
Let me step back a little bit because she saw a little action. But I'm just telling you, sometimes.
Hold on, show.
You need to be reminded that you still got it. And if I'm just going to be completely 100 with you, sometimes if you're reminded by a 2.5, that doesn't mean anything to you. But I mean, I'll just say she was a 6.5 with some
real
good
potential,
some good things bringing to the table. Think Twin Peaks. If
good ass sense.
Yeah, just the peaks. If that helps you.
Boobs and beer, nothing better.
Scenic views. Like you felt good. Felt good.
Yeah, every man needs that from time to time.
Yeah,
I love that.
I know you probably get it often, Clint. But
I do.
I'm more of one. I gotta talk my way through it. I gotta talk. I'm one. I get you in a good conversation, and then I can reel you in. Not generally by the look, but I mean, damn, well, your boy might have to keep these blonde tips now.
Look here, man. Them blonde tips and them tortoiseshell glasses you got on, I'm telling you, they jive now.
Oh, and you got the scarf rocking today.
She said, I like your look. She said, I like your glasses. I like the blonde, and I like the scarf.
It's one thing to get hit on out there, fellas, but it's another thing, too. Boy, if you didn't have that ring on, this conversation would be going a different direction.
That's what I'm saying.
That is aggressive.
She was,
that is
her libido was through the roof on an afternoon.
Because in my mind, now we're talking this out. In my mind, at some point she had to take a look for a ring because
she's on a prowl.
Yeah, she was looking. She saw the ring, and she must have done it on the sneak. I didn't even know she had turned around and looked. I thought that was the first time. I'm telling you.
Hey man, she must have already checked you out. Here's the thing. I mean, that had when a woman says that, had you not have that ring, or if she's really inviting you to say the ring doesn't matter, is what she's trying to invite you to do. To be completely, absolutely, 100%.
So you think if I could have made
if the ring really mattered, she would not have brought it up. She'd have just kept walking. But the ring comment was trying to see if you would say, well, you know, or I'm separated right now, and she was going to follow that up with, well, there's, you know, this hotel right down the street right here. I'm in that hotel. I'm in from out of town. You want to slide in there and have a drink? I got a tab at the bar. You can slide in there and have a drink. That was going to be the next thing. But you did what was right.
If I took a step in there, I could. It just that was more of a tester. I got you.
Absolutely. Anytime a woman says, "Boy, if you didn't have that ring on, this conversation would be different," she is ready.
What a way to start your Wednesday, man.
Somebody
I love
texted in and said, "I'd have slid that ring off to the other finger that quick." Stop it.
You just put that left hand in the pocket and slid it on off, left it in the pocket. That is good stuff.
Man, I'll tell you, had my good lotion on, must have smelling good. I'm telling you, boy, it's a day, but y'all can't shake me. You rerun my ass. I tell you that, rerun them nuts. I tell you that, baby. I'm in a good spot, baby.
The showman.
Yes, sir, baby. Yes, sir. No, it was a good time. All right. Let's get to business, because I'm telling you, I'm in a good spot.
You're gonna get hard if you play us.
I'm telling you. She about took it now. She could have got it. I tell you that. In another life, another time, she could have smooth got it. All right, let's do a little tape drop Tuesday on a Wednesday here, Clint.
Little what'd you see Wednesday?
Yeah, little what'd you see Wednesday. All right, yeah, and listen, they got the Jags coming up, but I know you said this yesterday, Clint. It's held. The head coach, D'Amico, said it. It is hard pass and go past this game that they just had against the Titans. He said, hell, he's going to keep that one with him even the rest of the week until they play again. So I know you looked at the tape, and listen, I mean, obviously, as he said, there were some good things, but it's hard to look at that and to see a lot of the mistakes and stuff that were made. What jumped out to you as you've now looked at that all 22 and seen the tape?
Well, I am full bore ahead on those that want or even shape their mouth to say fire Bobby Slowick or move on from Bobby Slowick. Your ass done lost your mind. You're silly. You don't know ball. You ain't taking it. You're calling for a man's job and you're not taking the time to do the due diligence.
Nobody works hard on Bobby Slowick.
I'm just going to tell you, man. I took that game and I watched the second half. With a pretty keen eye, back and forth, charting plays. Bobby ain't the problem, man. Bobby ain't the problem. I mean, there are some calls that you go, man, that I don't want a different route there. Maybe is there two or three of those? Sure, absolutely. Is there some protections that you like? There's a one protection where it looks like the guy was unblocked, but Shaq Mason was supposed to have him. Shaq Mason didn't know. Like you go, man, that's a tough ask. Why? Like, what's the thought there? Sure, there's some of that, but it's just I am full steam ahead, full bore. Bobby Slowick ain't the problem. There were plenty. I mean. Great schemes the entire game. There was plenty scheme ups to where there's receivers open on every play. There's a lot of really good stuff in there, and they're just not getting it done. But it ain't on Bobby Slowick. So tape drop Tuesday. I want to make sure that
Slowick losing it.
Everybody knows where I stand. I don't give a damn what the national folks say. I don't give a damn what
is it on Slowick from the standpoint, Clint, that he doesn't have these in some way preparation, or
no. Look, I think there's very few and far between like protection deals where you go, man, that protection, the way that protection is designed is just there's no way that's going to work. I mean, I'm talking few and far between. I'm talking non-factor, like one or two times in 2 games. Where now I could understand why Bobby would be drawing in the dirt trying to figure out a way to protect, because guys, Shaq Mason is awful. Shaq Mason, if there was a healthy guard right now.
Are we talking Kenyon Green territory, Shaq?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
It's felt that way.
I mean, and it's pass game and run game. It is unbelievable, man. He is bad, really bad. I mean, it's in every game. You look up and like in the fourth quarter, there's probably 4 plays that get cut, whether it's a sack or it's a run that gets stopped in the backfield or a screen that gets stopped for an 11-yard gain that would have been a touchdown or a 20-yard gain. Shaq Mason is playing awful football right now. And there's moments where Jarrett Patterson ain't getting it done and Juice ain't getting it done, and Titus Howard is still one of the softest offensive linemen that I've ever seen play the game. Larry Tunsil, there's some physicality there. The Cowboy game and this past game, Ron, I'm actually impressed with some of the. Yeah, I mean, they're at least, and I'm not talking about like Trent Williams type stuff. I'm just talking about he'll get after some folks. Like there's something going on with Larry Tunsil where he appears to be adjusting his get down, his physicality. It's a little bit different. Still not jumps off the screen unless you've watched him all year long. It jumps off the screen. But Shaq Mason is if there were a guard that they think can even remotely close to hold their own, Shaq Mason wouldn't be starting. That's how bad it was. Like you can't put him out there. You can't run it. I don't care what your offense is. You can't run it.
Because that's the thing is what we're hearing from a lot of people with this offensive line is that they're being forced to do things like they can't do. Like the one play that sticks out to me was one when you talk about Shaq Mason, where the idea was for him to jump at that
Arden Key off the end.
Yeah, off the edge, and what was it? He looked like he tiptoed out there like he was
didn't know who he had.
Yeah, like he didn't know who he had. Joe Mixon ran past him too, and it blew up the play. And that's just one to me like. God, man, like you would have thought by the eye of it, he would have got out there quicker, or like he would have been able to get there and do something better. But yeah, he is struggling. They seem to have one good offensive lineman, and I don't even know if good is strong, if that's too strong, because he leads the NFL in penalties. But it seems like outside of Tunsil, like it's bad.
Yeah, it is. It's bad. Look, there's a lot of thinking up there. They're having a hard time, and yeah, some of that could be on Bobby. But I'm talking about ball snapped. You got the guy on you, and that guy just literally. It's almost like you're not even there. He never stops his feet. He literally just swims, and his feet never stop, and you tackle air. It looks like. I mean, there's run plays where, you got a guy and you're dead center on him, and the guy just chucks you like Tyler's trying to block him in his chest. Like, no offense, Tyler, but I'm just about the light in the ass aspect of it.
Hey, I'm sneaky now.
I'm telling you, man, it is as bad as
sneaky.
It's Kenyon Green bad.
Yeah.
It's rough, and CJ's missing stuff. CJ, there are whether it's the protection breaking down and them not getting something done, or it's CJ working the other side of the field, or CJ just flat not seeing it and doing something else. He's missing some stuff, and so like we talked yesterday, Ron, about like the quickest way this thing gets fixed is if guys start playing better. and it starts with C.J. Stroud. I don't know that we can ask. It wouldn't shock me if they didn't make an adjustment up front, to be completely honest with you.
It's that bad.
It's that
bad. Like
100%. 100% without a doubt. It's that bad. Now, your hope is they don't have a Jeffrey Simmons over there, so now maybe it's a little different. But whether it's Simmons or Sweat, it was awful.
Or Eric Armstead.
Yeah, well, there you go. Good point. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But C.J. Stroud's got to be better. Shaq Mason's got to be better. And I've got some stuff that I'm going to save for Bobby. So the real conversation that should be being had about Bobby Slowick, I'm going to save that, Ron, for whenever you want to tee that up in this show. There are a couple of things that Bobby Slowick absolutely needs to do and can do to help this team be better on two aspects, in the pass game and in the run game. I got one thing each, very simple, very fixable. I hate to use that word given that they've tarnished it here, but I'll save that for a little bit down the road. But boy. Whew.
Fixable has become versatile in the
this
Bill
is schematically fixable, not physically fixable. How about that?
Yeah, versatility just took a hit under Bill and now fixable. All right, coming up, the expectations. the expectations for this game with Jacksonville. Are you still at a point where, keyword expect, are you still at a point where you expect the Texans to go on the road and beat the Jags? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Bring on the Jaguars.
The Drive with Stoerner and
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Mattress, Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Where are you? Where are you?
Houston.
Okay, thank you. Where are you in terms of your expectations on the Texans on Sunday? Are you still in a place? Because let's just get to it now. The Jacksonville Jaguars are 2-9. They're dead last in the worst division in football. They're 2-9. Trevor may or may not play in this game. They've lost 4 straight, including giving up 52 and losing 52-6 in their last outing. But we know kind of where people are in terms of their feelings of the Texans. And as we said, they ran into a 2-win team last week and lost at home to Will Levis. Are you still in the place where you expect the Houston Texans to go on the road and beat, as I said, the 2-9 last place Jacksonville Jaguars? 713-572-4610. Those of you on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see some of you have already jumped in on this. Are you at a place where you still have the expectation that the Texans take care of business?
No.
Damn it.
Well, I mean, look, I guess, yes. Let me take that back. Yes, I expect him to take care of the ball team. But everything you just said was true about the Tennessee Titans, and they had them at home, and it didn't happen. So yes, look, I expect them to right the ship. I expect them to put the Colts to bed, not the Jags. I expect them to beat the Jags. I expect them to put the Colts to bed and eliminate any thought of them, winning the division and taking the spot late in the season or the last week of the season. I expect them to put them to sleep, yes. I am not betting on any of it, though.
Yeah, I think Toby here on YouTube and Twitch, I expect us to win, but won't be shocked if we lose. I feel like kind of that's where you are, Clint, where it is still hard. It is still hard to think that you're bringing C.J. Stroud to the table and they're bringing either Mac Jones or an injured Trevor Lawrence who is struggling, and a team that they're very Cowboys-like, right? It feels like they're going to have a lot of change coming up next year. They've got injuries. Their coach is probably going to be out. And like I said, man, they've lost 4 straight and Detroit, who you feel like you beat yourself against Detroit, they got a 52-6 in their last outing. We can't. I know what happened last week, but Clint, we just can't. We can't be at a place where you don't have faith they can beat the damn Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't care where. And someone just texted in, I have no faith in this team. Someone texted in, not only no, but hell no.
Look, the reality of it is you are a much better team than the Tennessee Titans, and you messed the bed last week and got beat. You're a much better team than the Jacksonville Jaguars. If the guys that have on unis and pads, if they go out there and play better, it won't be a game in Jacksonville. If they don't, Jacksonville could potentially win this thing. But the Texans are I would say a top third of the league talent-wise in the NFL. The problem is they don't have championship DNA anywhere. They don't have the ability to, when the lights shine the brightest, to go make plays. Everybody. I'm talking about make the block up front. I'm talking about quarterbacks, hang in the pocket. If it's chaotic, hang in the pocket, keep your eyes downfield, deliver the football. Receivers, make the damn catch. Tank Dell, big time, 3rd and 19. 3rd and 19, and the offensive coordinator draws up a play to get you open across the middle of the field. Ball's thrown a tad bit behind you, but you get 2 hands on it. Yeah, there was a little bit of a collision there. Catch the football in a clutch moment. Right? It's not just Tank. It's all of them. It's all of them. This football team is the top third of the league talent. As they now, even with Steph Diggs out, as they sit right now, they're a top third team talent-wise. And they play like a bottom half football team a good chunk of the time.
Yeah, someone texted in and said, why should I trust him? He said Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones are probably better than Will Levis. Brian Thomas Jr. is maybe better than anybody that the Titans have. Evan Ingram, Travis Etienne. They got a lot of guys. Josh Allen, Eric Armstead, Walker. They got a lot of guys over there that can give them problems. Why should I trust them on the road? And I cannot tell you that you're wrong for that statement. I cannot tell you that you're wrong for that statement because I don't know if those statements aren't true. But damn it, man. I mean, the Texans are not at a place to lose to back-to-back 2-win teams. It cannot be. Just cannot be. That cannot happen. But they do. They do need to do something to restore some sort of belief. I thought maybe they did it, Clint, after the game against the Cowboys, but clearly they did not happen. That did not happen. Hopefully coming up here in just a bit, C.J. Stroud, who will carry that live because I do want to hear what he's got to say. Coming up here potentially in the next segment, we'll hear from him. Maybe he can give you some more hope to hear from the guy this organization the most hope in the last year or so. We'll hear from him, and hopefully he can get us feeling better about things. So that should be coming up next. We'll hope to hear from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, as we continue rolling here live right here on The Drive. But before we get that, fellas out there, ladies out there, all fans,
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Trevor's going to practice today, and then we'll see where it's at from there.
Is it just based on how much he's able to go throughout the week?
Yeah, it'll just be a toleration thing with him, yeah.
Are you comfortable waiting until Friday or game time to decide?
Well, we'll find out today. Where's that today? Then he's got tomorrow off, come in and get treatment, and, see where he's at on Wednesday, how he feels. He's feeling better today, so that's positive.
All right, that's Doug Peterson talking about his quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, who has missed several games. And he's talked about trying to get in. He has not ruled out surgery to his injury, by the way, Trevor Lawrence, but he is looking to play potentially in this game coming up on Sunday against the Texans. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud, the Texans quarterback, here in a bit as they are talking to the media. We'll get you C.J. Stroud. But when you look at Doug Peterson, Clint, and the people out there as well, on YouTube and Twitch, and those of you on the text line, and just listening in general, when you look at this, as you hear him talk about that, like I said, they've lost 4 straight. Mac Jones has come in there and has not gotten better from when Trevor was in there anyway. I just throw this, who do you think gives them the best chance to beat the Texans at home? Is it Mac Jones or is it Trevor?
Oh, no, I think it's Trevor. I mean, Trevor's the better quarterback. I think, I haven't watched enough of Mac since, he was in New England, to be honest with you, and was an alternate at the Pro Bowl. So, I've seen his best ball. I haven't seen him, I don't put a whole lot of stock into when Bill Belichick hired a defensive coordinator to be his offensive coordinator. Like, that ball doesn't do a whole lot for me. I haven't watched him with Jacksonville at this point yet, so I don't really know what he's bringing to the table. But even, the Mac Jones is not as good as has nowhere near the higher ceiling like a Trevor Lawrence. So I think Trevor gives him the best chance to win.
Yeah, I would agree. Even with him injured, I would agree that Trevor is the one that makes the most sense in terms of them having the best chance to win. Now, it's if it is Clint, the Mac Jones of, hey, take care of the football, know what it is that I can do, know my limitations, get the ball out quick, get it into playmakers, not making mistakes. That is something, as opposed to Trevor, who we've seen Trevor taking shots, Trevor trying to get the ball down the field and throwing picks, things like that. There's something to that, but still overall, I think if I am DeMeco Ryans, if I am Matt Burke, if I am the leaders on that defense, I would much rather see Mac Jones under center. I'd much rather have to deal with that situation. Mac's not moving the way that Trevor does to get himself out of trouble. And Mac just has, I think as you talked about, he's the better quarterback. He just has limitations that Trevor Lawrence doesn't have. Like we saw in the first game, Trevor just missed some throws, but there's just some things he can do that Mac can't.
Yeah, the one thing that scares me about Mac, and I said it yesterday, I'm dead ass serious. Is when you get a special defense and you get a guy that like the ideal quarterback is Will Levis. Let's be honest. The ideal quarterback is a young quarterback that doesn't process real well, that that is hell bent on throwing the ball down the field and is going to hold the ball, and he's willing to be beat to death like a pinata in the process. Like that's the ideal quarterback for DeMeco Ryans and the pressure, right? That just happened to be last week. They hit him for a couple of explosives. The Texans went to sleep a couple of times and didn't take care of business on defense. But that's ideal, right? Now you get a guy like Mac Jones who doesn't bring near the ability to the table that a Will Levis or a Trevor Lawrence brings to the table. But if you give him a soft corner, he's going to take the hitch. He's not going to wait for that corner to go over the top. A lot of the stuff like I've been talking about with C.J. Stroud in terms of taking what they're going. He has literally won championships at the college level and was an alternate in a Pro Bowl and was getting a lot of credit in New England because he knows when and how to commit to taking them checkdowns, take the underneath, find the soft spot in the coverage, don't hold the football. Like he is going to do. Now, he may do that to his detriment where they may not score a point. They may not get a first down, but he will take those things. He's not going to sit back there and let you just beat the hell out of him unless he has to, unless the game dictates that. So,
especially if he has a place to go easy.
Yeah.
Like if there's a matchup, I don't know, like Jimmy Ward in the slot, get somebody that create separation. The one thing about him is, he can. Those little short, easy. Now he may not be able to make the throw down the field or on the run, like I think Trevor can, but he can hit easy routes and put it right on people quickly. Like if there's a matchup in the slot that he can see win quickly, and he can see it immediately.
Yeah, and you look at the way DeMeco's defense has been operating this year. There's not a ton of disguise. I mean, there's some in the game plan, but when you look at it from a quarterback's perspective, in the context that we're discussing in terms of knowing where to go with the football, they pretty much will show you, hey, we're blitzing you, man. You better find your best receiver. You better find your pick routes. You better find an answer right now because you can't protect us all, and we're coming downhill on your ass. You better be ready. So, he's going to see most of those. He's going to see most of the time. He's going to have an answer. If there is an answer, he's going to have it. Now, if DeMeco covers down and forces guys to run over the top and is willing to risk the explosive plays again, we'll see. But there's each one of those quarterbacks that Jacksonville can throw at you. I think. Both of them in a best case scenario, playing their best ball, can hurt you in different ways if you're not on top of your P's and Q's, if you will. A lot, very very similar to Will Levis. A lot of weaknesses in his game, a lot of suspect play in his game, but you mess around and let him stand upright, he's going to take them shots, and every now and then he's going to hit a few of them. And you found out last week. You messed around and found out last week about Will. You don't want to mess around and find out about one of these guys this week.
I'm glad you were able to say messed around.
What'd you think I was going to say? Effed around?
Yeah, that's the line right there. Let me tell you fellas what Courtney, my wife, the one that put the ring on my finger, she just sent me this. So we're in Kansas City right now, and we got Bear boarded. She gonna send me, should I order Bear the Thanksgiving dinner? It's an extra $30. Shredded chicken.
No.
Get Bear that meal, man. He deserves it.
Shredded chicken, green beans, pumpkin delight, blueberry pie.
The dude got his nuts taken. Get in the meal.
That's the menu. It's $30.
Ron, if you haven't already answered capital HELLNO, then I'm disappointed in you. I mean, you're tight ass. This guy pays $3 for a pair of underwear, and you want to spend $30 on Thanksgiving for a dog?
Now that's a good point. Now that is a good point.
Hell with the point. It's a package, okay? 30. What the hell's he need this for?
He don't.
He wants to celebrate Thanksgiving.
He doesn't know it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, they do.
Bingo.
By the way, it's Holly's birthday. One of my puppers.
$30. $30 shredded chicken.
That's not even that much.
It's just the principle.
The principle is my boy lost his nuts this week. Get him some shredded chicken.
I text her, I'm good.
Well, I think the proper response is hell no.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Man, let me buy it for Bear.
Nah, you keep your $30 too.
No, I want to buy Bear some Thanksgiving.
What kind of racket is this? I got this thing looking real nice. 713-572-4610. Would you buy your dog the Thanksgiving dinner? Shredded chicken, green beans, pumpkin delight, blueberry pie. And you know what I want to say? You shouldn't have dug up all them damn holes in the back, and maybe I would do it.
Bingo.
You shouldn't have came up there and
come
bit
on.
up. You shouldn't. No, you know what he did? He
Santa's
took
always
out,
watching.
Yeah, he is. He took out one of my fence slacks the other day that I had to put back up. No. Now you should have. Yeah. Now I thought about it. The hell he's done to the bottom of that. You know what he's done to the flooring? Hell no. No, you good. Eat his food that he has. Hell no. $30. People on the text line said, go ahead and get him that meal. No, I'm not. Not doing it. I'm making
Dig you some more holes, Bear. Dig you some more holes. Tear some more of this up, man.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, no shredded chicken for me on the holiday?
No.
Here's another hole.
In fact, I want to I want to call the people up there myself, and I want them to allow him to see the other dogs eating it. All right, that's a little far.
I think that's all right. I think that's all right.
I just want to teach
and telling you keep digging them holes, you're gonna be digging one we're gonna put you in.
She gonna text back. What does that mean?
I gotta tell you, you
Court,
were not very
get
clear.
the meal.
You were not very clear.
I told her go ahead and get it. He lost his nuts.
Yeah, my man. Hell yeah. I knew you would.
Unbelievable.
I knew you would.
Unbelievable.
I want to see if they can do a deal for us. Maybe get it half off.
Man, that's sweet of you, dude. I'm proud of you.
This guy's trying to get a deal at the doghouse.
If you can get it, if you can get one.
He tried to get a deal from a stripper. It doesn't surprise
I didn't try to get a deal from a stripper. I'm just trying to go about what she had to say.
You were
All
haggling.
right, Clint. No, I'm just saying. You knew it was 3 songs. How come you didn't get up after the first or the second one? Coming up. Make me mad for that wench from Fort Bend.
That wench.
From
Fort
South
Bend
Bend.
wench.
That Fort Bend wench from South Bend. All right.
Wench.
Clint hinted towards Bobby Slowick and said a couple of things that needs to be made better, and another thought about Bobby Slowick as well. That's coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive. But before
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up here a little bit later on this hour, you will hear from the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. As Bobby Slowick, who's talked about him, said there, he believes his hard work is going to pay off soon, and we'll hear and see the C.J. Stroud that we expected to see the rest of the way out. We'll hear from him, see what he has to say about the season and this matchup with the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right, you hinted towards this. I know you watched the tape. The tape dropped today, and dropped yesterday, and you saw some things, Clint. But you said in particular there are some things, because a lot of people want solutions and answers, and a lot of people have a bunch of solutions and answers about what Bobby Slowick should be doing, and a lot of them are counter to what other people believe. It's interesting to see. But you said there are a couple of things that jump out that he could really do to immediately help this offense.
Yeah, look, I think there's two things, and they're very vanilla, very obvious things. And this is what I'm frustrated with the play caller for the Houston Texans. I do not understand for the life of me why in critical situations you don't have Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, Joe Mixon on the field, and if need be for an extended period of time. Like this on and I can't tell you how many times last week in the second half in a critical situation I look up, Collins' ass is standing on the sideline. Whether you're throwing it to him or not, the coverage is going to slant his way. The coverage is going to tilt his way, so there's an advantage to him being on the field. And look, I heard Seth Payne, which I thought was a tremendous point he was making, of being an organization that is so committed to the analytics of football and the vest that these guys wear that give you all the in-depth data on somebody's heart rate and this and that and whether they're fatigued or not, and they're his point was at some point when you buy into all that and you lean so heavily to it, you ultimately end up creating soft players, and that sounds awful, but it's a great point that he's making. And I gotta believe that there's some of that in there, that we've created guys that, boy, if you're breathing hard at all, tap your helmet and come off the field. If you're at all fatigued late in the ball game, let's get you on the sideline. Let's get somebody else in there that can go full speed. Like to me, Bobby Slowick has done a poor job in critical situations. And when I say situations, I don't mean one snap. I mean a drive, tight ball game late. We'll get the ball back 3 times in a ball game. Like Nico Collins should. If we run 21 plays max in 3 drives, Nico Collins needs to be in the game for 21 of them. You know, like the he needs to leave his personnel in the damn football game on the field and feature them as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, the only explanation with Nico is if he was on some sort of count.
Yeah, but that's just,
the only explanation.
This isn't the first time that I've seen that. And if he is on a count, then you don't pull him out of the game with 3 minutes left in a critical drive to hopefully, if you don't score, if you don't take the lead, you may need him in this last drive when we're with 50 seconds left on the clock. Like at that point, all that crap's out of the gate. Like, hey, Nico, you're healthy. We need you. We know we had you on a 20 play snap count, but we may need 26 out of you today to win this ball game. We'll get your ass back in there and go, right? So I think there's some validity to what Seth was saying. In fact, I absolutely love it, and it's the creating this. And again, when you say soft, everybody thinks it's so negative. You just create a different way of thinking, which is tap me out of this game and let me catch my breath, instead of there's just a value in somebody when it means the most, sacrificing and playing hurt and doing those kind of things. And there's, I don't know if that's what Bobby Slowick is doing and that's what the Texans are doing in a sense of all this in and out stuff and having so many guys ready. But, you know, the Texans, the one thing they can do is leave their best players on the damn field and get them the football. That's it. That is number one on the offensive side of the football. I think Bobby Slowick has not done a good job of that. Whether we're talking about Dare Agumbawale being in there on third down and Joe Mixon not being on the field and in critical situations throughout the game, or just in general the game. I think unless Joe Mixon is just so blown because he just took a screen 40 yards and he'd played 5 snaps before that and he just can't catch his breath. He can't help but grab his knees. Then I understand that. But Dare Ogunbowale has been on the field way too much for this offense. Tank Dell and Nico Collins should not come off the field from a wide receiver standpoint. Period, point blank. They just should not come off the field. You look at the Dalton Schultz situation. I understand why you play Dalton Schultz and you bring him out and you put the other 2 tight ends in there, Tegan Toriano and Cade Stover. Totally get that. And in games where you're running the football well and you're getting the best of a team physically, and that's a huge plus, I'm cool with it. But you got to have a feel for the game, and when you're not running the football well, and clearly you're gonna have to throw it to win the ball game, then damn it, Dalton Schultz needs to stay on the field. I mean, I just don't understand why Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins come off the field so damn much. So that to me, that's one thing that we can ask. Very easy, simple thing. Football 101, we can ask our offensive coordinator to do a better job with. Give us a better chance.
Especially with the small margin of error that this offense has. Yes.
I mean, look, we're asking C.J. Stroud. I'm asking C.J. Stroud to check the football down more, work low to high more often, right? And whether it's late in games or early in games, cool, man. Let's check this thing down to Joe Mixon. Let's check this thing down to Dalton Schultz as much as we can instead of Wally and Cade Stover, which I love Cade Stover. Cade Stover's doing some great things. I'm excited about the future here. Hell, I'm excited about having an inline tight end that could potentially replace and get all of Dalton Schultz snaps. I'm excited about that. But right now, the truth of the matter is when a game is unfolding and it's clear you're going to have to throw this football to win the game, let's get our best players in there and keep them in there, right? Hey, in the fourth quarter, there's 8, 9, 10 minutes left. Hey, boys, you're not coming out again. Don't come back over to the sideline unless you got a broke leg. I don't want to hear nothing. Don't come back over to the sideline. You're staying in. Do not come out. That's to me, that's what Bobby Slowick needs to do and can do to help this team immediately. The other thing, did I say offense and defense? Because both of these are on offense, by the way.
No, it's just offense, yeah.
The run game is extremely vanilla, and it's extremely Joe Mixon heavy, right? And I don't at this point I don't believe they should give anybody else carries, but there is absolutely in 2024 in the NFL and in this system that Bobby Slowick is running within. And this is the thing too about everything I'm asking him to do. This doesn't require changing your terminology and changing your game plan and changing like adding things to your playbook or expanding your playbook. These things are in the damn book. Just use them, right? Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and even John Mechie, if and when he's in the game, the jet sweep motion to become a weapon for this football team. There is you don't have an athletic quarterback that on the boot actions and any kind of misdirection, your quarterback on the edge is a threat. You when you do use jet motion, I highlighted this, Ron, probably 6 weeks ago. Remember when I came in on a tape drop Tuesday and I said Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell are just quitting on motions. They're not even remote. They're not even trying to sell it, right? That is a huge problem. It's a detail in this offense that other play callers in this scheme use it. It's a huge plus. Right, you don't know who's getting the ball. Right, is Juszczyk getting it? Is
Debo getting it?
Debo getting it, or is CMC getting it? Who's getting the ball? Like exactly. You line up, you tee in on 28, and you find him and you find the ball. Like the almost like they use it from time to time, but it's blatantly obvious from jump that Tank Dell is jogging. They don't ever do it with Nico unless everybody's injured. And Mechie, I think he did it a couple times in the preseason. But that jet sweep motion, Ron, there is absolutely nothing holding backside defenders on runs when Joe Mixon is running right. There's nobody holding backside defenders. There's not a reason when a team is preparing for the Texans. There is not one reason for the backside defenders to stay home. And when I stay home, I'm not talking about to defend the Joe Mixon cutback, because I understand that the Tennessee Titans were undercutting the line, they're undercutting our offensive line and somehow getting home, which is a piss poor excuse to get home. But they were doing that. I get that. I'm talking about backside out the gate. If I hand this thing to Tank Dell, if you're the edge defender and you got contained and you don't respect Tank Dell or you don't respect Nico Collins, then we're going to be out the gate. And it's going to be on your ass. You're the one that's going to get the dog cussing on your sideline. There's none of that. There's not even a threat of it. And so I just think those two things, as simple, stupid football 101 as that sounds, those two things would help this football team tremendously. And it doesn't require firing the offensive coordinator. It doesn't require expanding the playbook. It doesn't require asking anybody to do anything they've never done. It's in the book. Just get it done, and get it done with a sense of urgency and commit to it, and I think it changes the offense.
Yeah, and those are small detailed things, and those are not things that says, hey, we need to depend on Drew Scruggs to play better or Shaq Mason to play better.
Correct.
Those are other,
or more physicality on the
tweaks,
offensive side of the football. Like, we can sit here and we can just spitfire. I mean, we can spitball, whatever the hell you want to call it. We can throw random ideas out there to get an offense better. But the reality of it is a lot of those aren't happening. There's not somebody that can replace Shaq Mason, right? You can't fast track Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs and give them 2 or 3 years of experience so they're better players, right? You're not going to. You Tess Howard and Laramie Tunsil and company into the training room, and within a week give them some kind of supplement that's going to make them physical as hell and punishing folks. Like, that's just not going to happen. Like, you're not going to make Dalton Schultz a better pass protector and more physical run blocker overnight. What I'm telling you can do is simple things that will create a big time difference and could be big time plays made, whether it's one or two. Could be a big-time play made in this next football game, and this offense could use that, particularly in the second half right now.
Are we in a place right now, Clint? And I know we're talking about in particular the rest of this season, but are we in a place right now that not just how you feel, but honestly what you think could happen? Are we in a place where this may be Bobby Slowick's final season here in Houston?
No, I wouldn't think so.
It is really growing here. Like, it is becoming, it feels like it's, a thing that's just being said right now. New play caller.
Is Slowick losing it?
I saw our partner Seth Payne. You can hear every morning right here on Sports Radio 610 Payne and Pendergast 6 to 10. I saw his video out about changing the play caller. We've talked about it, Chris Sims and Chris Long and other people and even some local people to change. Like, it feels like it is just a thing that is growing. Like you said, I don't know if the Texans would actually do it, but I have just been comparing it to the last guys that have been coaches that have been fired by the Texans. And for me, it just does not seem that Bobby Slowick is in that category of like the Pep Hamiltons and the David Culleys and the Lovie Smiths and the Tim Kellys. It just don't seem
it's
like
really about the 69.
It really is, Lovie, but it don't seem like he's in that space of performance.
Here's the deal. I said this yesterday kind of in passing, right? And this is the truth of the matter. If we want to talk about replacing Bobby Slowick, it's going to be somebody in the building. Right? So it's going to be Gerard Johnson, who's never called plays at the NFL level, or it's going to be Bill Lazor, there's 32 teams that passed on Bill Lazor. If Bill Lazor could be an offensive coordinator right now, if anybody wanted him to be an offensive coordinator, he would be an offensive coordinator. And I don't have Bill Lazor's resume in front of me, but I don't recall there being a huge moment of us being able to look at it and go, okay, this is what we're going to get with Bill Lazor when he gets in here. Did he win a national championship at the college level where his offense was cutting edge like Joe Brady and was the best college football season of all time? No. Right? Is there a Super Bowl run where the offense led the way? I don't off the top of my head, I don't think so. Right? Gerard Johnson has simply never done it. I think he's got a bright future. He's simply never done it. And I think the biggest thing about replacing Bobby Slowick at this point in time is you look at what they're doing, and the biggest problem right now for this team that's fixable is whatever's going on. When I say fixable, is could be changed, I think, schematically and maybe give you a different result. is the offensive line play, right? And if there is an individual that's sitting in that building over there right now that has not come to the table and said, guys, this is what we need to do offensively in terms of protecting C.J. Stroud, and that guy has not brought that to the table, if he's holding that in his pocket and waiting for his time to be a play caller so he can make these adjustments to make this pass protection better, then that guy's a real POS.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a group effort. All of these guys have had input. Everybody in that building has had input on how to protect C.J. Stroud, and it's failed miserably, right? It's not like you're going to adjust and all of a sudden it's going to get better up front. You know, again, this isn't Buffalo where the guy waiting in the wings, was Joe Brady, who did what he did offensively, and then you plug that guy in, and all of a sudden you go from an aggressive vertical pass attack team to a tight end running back oriented pass game that includes QB +1 runs. Like, you don't have that at your fingertips. So at this point in time, changing the offensive coordinator is more than likely, highly likely, to make the problem worse, more like what's going on with the Jets versus what happened with the Buffalo Bills.
I'm definitely with you in season. I just wonder whenever this puppy ends, are we sitting in a place where Bob doing it like that? I'm with you in season. I don't think they'll even make a move.
Well, let me be clear. There can be a decision. I don't think it'll happen, but there could be a major shakeup in the offseason. It's been that bad this year. Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's why I said I wonder. It'd be weird in a 2-year span where he's a head coach candidate big time and then out potentially. I don't know. It will be interesting to see. Like I said, when you compare to the other guys that have been fired recently, coaches with the Texans that we've set through, it just doesn't feel like we're in that range. All right, coming up, a little stock up, stock down. We do it every single Wednesday. You can do it along with us. What player, what person a part of the Houston Texans organization do you have stock going up? And whose do you have the stock going down? We'll do that coming up next.
All right, if you're out there and you're car shopping this Thanksgiving break, or you're car shopping because Christmas is coming up, look here, man.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
And save even more with limited-time doorbusters, like 50% off toys. Select styles. Offers end November 29th. Coupons do not apply to leave.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live on YouTube and Twitch every weekday. Just phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader.
Tutski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans stock up, stock down on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
That's right. We do this every single week on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley around this time. Right around 3:25, Clint Stoerner and Ron the Show Hughley, they take a peek into the Texans market for you, Houston. Take a look at the Texans players or just, folks associated with this Texans franchise. And they tell you if they're buying that stock or selling it, it's stock up, stock down. And I want to start with Ron the Show Hughley today. I mean, he's having a damn good day. Apparently, he got hit on at a sandwich shop earlier. So
Shout
Ron,
Blonde, sense, baby.
Yeah, Blonde Tip Bomber, I want to come to you first, and let's stay positive, riding high on your excursions with that lady. And I want to know your stock up, Texans stock up, Week 13 ahead of this Jaguars game.
To try to go by what the segment is whose stock is going up, who is looking good, is headed to be in a better place. And fellas, right now, My man Blake Fisher got to be sitting pretty right now, baby. All right, he's the backup, the guy that we haven't really seen too much of, right? The way that Jarrett Patterson was looking good to many people. And this is a dude, I believe, who was drafted in the second round. I would argue, Clint, of all of the guys that are across that offensive line that have an opportunity to start next year, I would say that Blake Fisher has as good a chance as anybody up there. He is somebody, a second-round pick. I don't think they're going to keep both of these tackles. I think, you draft him where you do to bring, he's going to play at some point, second round like they did last year. So Blake Fisher right now, not only one is his stock up because he hasn't played a lot, and the fans haven't seen him look bad the way we've seen Shaq Mason and Juice Scruggs and all of them. And he's almost assured to me a starting spot next year when they make, I think, sweeping changes across the offensive line.
I like where you're at. I like Blake Fisher. Hell, I'm not opposed. As you were talking right there, I'm not opposed right now after what I watched on that film from Shaq. I'm not opposed to moving some inside, moving Titus inside and putting Blake Fisher at tackle right now.
We didn't hit that again.
I would amount of money right now that would be a better offensive line than what we've seen. So Blake Fisher's a good one.
Yeah, there you have it. There's Ron the Show's stock up this week. It is the big fellow Blake Fisher. And now let's hear from the old former quarterback, old Dirty Red, Clint. Stock up for the Texans in Week 13, sir.
This one's it's a big one. Danielle Hunter for me. I'll be honest with y'all. With the Danielle Hunter thing, obviously a great player.
Bad MFer.
Yeah, obviously a great player. But early in the year, man, I'm sitting there going, wait, I need to see more out of this guy, man. Like, what are we waiting on here? What do we pay for? And right now, I think he's sitting second in the league in sacks with 10.5. By the way, 8 of those sacks have come in the last 6 games. Like I said, it was a slow start. And this is the game for me against the Titans where, other than the sacks, he just took the game over physically with some big TFLs as well. This was a 3-sack, 5-tackle for loss night for him. This was a J.J. Watt-type box score. Danielle Hunter is worth every single penny and some.
Yeah.
No. I'm sorry. No, it's the last 2 weeks. He is in one game's a win, one game's a loss. I think there's an argument that you could make in both of the games that he was the best player in the game, like the most disruptive player in the game, right? I think Derek Stingley might have something to say in the Cowboy game, but he had 2 sacks in that one, and 3 sacks last week. So he has. As you said, he has really come along.
That's right. On the drive with Stoerner and Hughley right here on Sports Radio 610. This is Texans stock up and stock down. We got the stock up out of the way, all that positive feeling out of the way. Time to do a little stock down for the Texans in Week 13. Ron, what Texan has that plummet in stock for you this week?
Well, I'm going to try to say it in a positive way, so maybe people – or at least a positive voice, so maybe people won't get mad in the holiday season. Yeah, hey, my stock down. My stock down goes to C.J. Stroud.
It's all about the inflection.
C.J. Stroud, to me, has played well below his expectation. And it's not just the interceptions. And by the way, all you had to do was not turn the ball over and let Will self-destruct, and he would do it. But no, you turn the ball over as many times, really more, than Will did. They're counting that fumble to Will, but that could have been the running back. That absolutely killed the Texans. And it's not just the turnovers, but over the past several weeks, you have had countless misses that are easy throws we thought for you. So you got to pick it up, man. You've been trying to find yourself for multiple weeks now. And it hasn't happened. So to me, stock down, as tough as it may be for everybody else, because we blame the offensive line and the coordinator and all these other things. But you're the best player on the team, and you're not playing like it, so stock down. C.J. Stroud.
Say it ain't so, C.J. It's so Stroud stocked out for Ron the Show Hughley in Week 13. And real quick, Clint, You're stock down, my friend.
Shaq Mason, and you're going to have to stick around to the 4 o'clock hour. I'll tell you why.
Ooh,
4 o'clock.
that's a tease.
Dirties daily. You can bank on it.
What they call a tease in the biz, kids.
It must have been some watching that you just couldn't take your eyes off of from him. That must have been really, really rough. All right. Once again, stock up, stock down right now is not sponsored by anybody, but that could change. And someone could step up. All right, coming up as we get through this thing here, C.J. Stroud, we'll hear from him. He spoke to the media today. We will hear from the quarterback and see what he has to say. That's coming up as soon as we get back right here live on The Drive. But before we do that, when it comes to the football season, players deliver the energy on the field, but off the field, everyone knows that it's
up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay, things people love.
If your bedroom performance needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, and we get to hear from the quarterback. It is Wednesday, a regular week, and C.J. Stroud speaks to the media, and, you know, with everything that's happening, I'd say two of the biggest stories are surrounding him and the offensive coordinator, and I'm sure they are both being asked questions about each other and what's happening with the offense. Let's hear it from the perspective of the quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
What do you think it will take to get the offense in for the whole 4 quarters so you guys want to?
Just continue, focus. I think that's the main thing. Just focus every play in and out, and just, not hang your head down after one bad play. Learning to just move on from it and continue to just, trusting yourself, trusting everybody around you. I think that's what we can do to, have 4 quarters of good offense.
You mentioned accountability right now is super important for you guys. We all know the best teams are the player-led teams. Where do you feel like the accountability is on this team and calling guys out honestly and properly, though?
Yeah, we handle that internally, we've been doing that, since week 1 every week, win or loss. It's accountability needs to be had. So, it's been all around. Everybody's looked themselves in the mirror. So we've done a good job of that, so now it's just time to go every week trying to, improve and get better.
It seems like since we've known you or since you've been here, you've been really hard on yourself. Mm-hmm. Do you ever think maybe I shouldn't be quite so hard on myself sometimes?
Maybe, I don't know. I like it, I believe that, that helps me, get better, and just have a sense of urgency. I try not to be a careless person and try to, because I know a lot of people depend on me. On the field, off the field, so I gotta, definitely, be smarter. So, I don't think I try to, have some grace on myself, but also at the same time have that sense of urgency to know that I have to play better and get better for us to start winning more games.
When you talk to your mom, is she super hard on you, or does she, when you're being hard on yourself, does she kind of say, "Calm down, you did some good things," or does she kind of put perspective in what's going on in your life? No,
she definitely is like a mediator and tells me things that I probably need to hear. I try to listen to her more than I can. And, she does a good job of telling me, just smell my flowers, and everything is not as bad as it seems, or it's not as good as it seems. So she's very honest with me and does a great job of building me up when I need it.
What do you see from Jacksonville going into this week that, as you look at their defense challenges?
Yeah, of course, Josh and Trey do a great job on the edge, and then Devin and 23 do a good job at backer, and that's kind of, the front 7 do a really good job, and then Cisco is leading the DBs, and, they got number 3 back, and he's a good player. So I don't think the record speaks to the team they are. It's another great challenge defensively for us. And, they've played against a lot of good teams and held them to a lot of less points. So, they played Minnesota very well, played Philly very well. So, we got to come with our A game, knowing that every game, it takes every single play from the start to the finish to get a W.
CJ, on Sunday you took a lot of accountability after the game, even going and saying, it's no secret that I haven't played my best football. I went back to last year and compared the first 12 games of your rookie season to the first 12 games of this year. Your numbers are pretty on par. I mean, you had completed only 15 passes more last year than now. Completion percentage 64.3 last year, 64.1 this year. So everything's really pretty much the same. So what do you put more weight on as far as the stats, what the numbers say, or what comes off to the naked eye?
I'm going off of film. That's what the eye in the sky doesn't lie. And question right back to you: would you want to stay the same year to year? Right, same with me. You know what I mean? I just want to be better. I want to continue to grow, and I think I have grown in areas this year. And there's things that are out of my control that I can't handle, but there are also a lot of things that are in my control. So I try to do those things as best as I can. But yeah, year to year, I want to see myself grow. I don't want to see myself stagnant and just it's like a waterfall. If a waterfall is stagnant, it molds up, it gets dirty. When it's flowing and it's getting better, everything is clear. You got things coming to the water now, and fish are eating. So that's what I see is everybody around me getting better. So I just want to continue to get better, and I think I'll be able to do that this year.
CJ, what do you do to reset yourself? How do you get away from football to reset to come back to for the next week?
Yeah, it's not been easy. I think we have the latest bye, so we haven't had any time to kind of like breathe. But I mean, that's the NFL, it's our job. So, this week we really got to come back with another week of just hard work. I think we're right around the corner from our bye, and I think that'll be a good thing for all of this team. And but we're not focused on that right now. We got to focus on Jacksonville and getting a dub, and then we'll get the rest after that.
Bobby mentioned you guys are close to a lot of the second half stuff. It's a play here, it's a mistake here, a penalty here, and he says when we look at the film, we can see how close we are to making this work in the second half. Are you seeing some of the same things, and how do you kind of help dial in those things?
Yeah, I see the same things. We got some of the best teams in the league, hanging on to the second half, and then we just have, like Bobby's saying, a play there, or a drive here, or a turnover there, or whatever the case may be. If we clean those things up, we can really win more games. And I think our record honestly doesn't, it's not a bad record, but it's not a good record either, in my opinion, for the type of team we have. But we're at where we're at, and the rest of our future is ahead of us. So it's a lot of things to look forward to. But I think what our record says is the team we are. I think a lot of teams around the league know that too. But we know that ultimately inside that our team can be a lot better, and we can play with anybody, and we got to just learn to not play down our competition and play to win and dominate every single play. And I think the more we can do that, the better we'll be.
There's a video. There's a video of you and Will walking off the field after the game together. How important has he been for you and your growth this season?
He's been huge. He's been amazing. He's been able to not only just help me in football, but in our walk with the Lord, and that's been very big. And also, just we go through everything. Being the youngest in our family, a lot of people depending on us. A lot of that weight. So we've been able to talk to each other about those things as well. So it's a lot of just brotherhood with me and him, and I have a lot of love for him, and just really appreciative of him building me up, and then also being honest with me.
Along the lines of being uncharacteristic and the mistakes, what would you say is Houston Texans football?
Smash mouth, swarm mentality. You can go on and on. Explosive. And I think we've aced a lot of those things, but it's the in-between, when they do play whatever coverage and it's not there, just taking the check down, or I'm talking for myself. And just the little fundamentals of the game, I think, is where we can get better at.
Thanksgiving.
That was C.J. Stroud, and that was an interesting description on the last question when Landry asked him, what do you consider as Texans football? And the first thing he said, Clint, was smash mouth.
And they're the furthest thing from it.
That's the
Which end was he looking from?
I would have rather he said, man, we're still trying to figure that out.
Exactly. Bingo. There's nothing wrong with that. I would be very, very, very comfortable with that right there. As we're working that out, trying to figure it out as we go. It's not been a great season, and we got to get
smash mouth.
Yeah, smash mouth ain't it. Swarm mentality is defensive, and explosive is typically the offense against our defense.
At times, and like he said, at times we've aced that. At times there have been some really explosive things earlier in the year, but my goodness, that was the thing that jumped out. What is Houston, Texas like right now? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Tyler, Clint, I'm stalling for you to think about it. How would you describe what it is Houston Texan football right now? And I don't mean just absolutely kill it, Like to just, and I'm talking to you two texters, people on YouTube and Twitch as well. Like, try to be objective. Like, from what you've seen, what is Houston Texan football?
I would say undisciplined. I do think that there is there's a smash mouth physicality, swarm mentality to the defense. Like that's the hard thing about this is like, how do you, if you're asked that, that question that Landry asked right there, you've got to add context and say, look, I can't speak for the defense. I can only speak for us. And up to this point, we've been undisciplined. We've lacked attention to detail. We have shrunken in the biggest moments, and we got to be better. You know what I mean? Like there's a way. I don't know, Ron. That is a very, very, very tough because it seems like it's so different on each side of the ball.
For me, it's a passionate, undisciplined group that is young and still finding itself.
Mm-hmm. I think it's fair.
Because I like as much as annoying there that some things that happen that they do, I think they are passionate and I think they want it. This isn't a Dallas Cowboys thing where I think that they are like they are mailing it in and they're like there are some guys that do some things that you're like, damn. But I think they're a passionate group that's undisciplined and still finding itself.
Mine's similar to yours. This 2024 Texans squad is an undisciplined, underperforming, young team in the first half of games in 2024, and in the second half, we just need to send out an APB. That's it for me.
I like yours specific. From the text line, it's not a tough question, Clint, and if you have to ask that question in the middle of the season, then you know the answer. This team has no identity. They don't know who they are.
Oh, that's the answer. Thanks, guy out there. Thank you for letting us know the answer. We would have found it, but thank you, man.
I actually like that, T. I actually do. I actually like that.
You have to ask the question.
No, I don't mind what he's saying.
I should have.
There's one answer.
Well, I should have looked at it as their no answer is the answer here. I'm searching for because I do think passionate fits. I think youth inexperience fits. I think there's the undisciplined and lack of attention to detail, no sense of urgency. Like I think all these things fit.
They want it, Clint. Nobody's going to fight.
Yeah, you start talking about physicality and swarm on the defensive side of the football, and so there's a lot there. But the reality is that Texter's right. He's right. They have and we have no idea who they are because it's all over the map. And the bad thing is that it all culminates and comes to a head, and in reality is that's what causes the shrinking in the moment. That's what has caused them to kind of slip and not be one of the better teams in the league and one of the contenders in the 2024 NFL. So no, I actually agree with that texter there.
Text line coming in right now. Texans football is chaotic at best. No consistency, no pride, no compassion in your assignment. I don't believe that they have no pride. I don't think that is the case. I was sitting there thinking, like, I wanted to add to my thought good culture, but I think they do, Clint. It's just can you say a team is undisciplined and has a good culture? I mean, I guess you can. I think you can because when I say undisciplined, I'm referring to on the field penalties. I'm not referring to on the inside in the locker room. You got a bunch of bickering. You got guys playing for themselves. You got guys doing whatever they want to do off the field. I think there's a tremendous. I think actually there is a tremendous elite A+ culture in That's
Houston.
Why it's turned around so quickly. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just it's. I mean, when to say that they care, they've had 6 team meetings. I think. I mean, they care. I mean, I just think they are.
Yeah, D'Amico, you hear D'Amico after the game last week? We don't need any
more than the damn meetings. We already know. Yeah, we already know what the hell that needs to be done. We just got to start doing it. Is what he had to say. All right, Clint. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, we got a little What'd You See Wednesday, which is an audible that I called on Tape Drop Tuesday. So we got the coach's film is dropped. I've had a chance to lay my eyes on it. I got a couple of takeaways that a lot of y'all ain't gonna like, but it is it's the reel of the film. And you see what I did there? I didn't even do that on purpose. That was pretty cool. The reel of the reel, if you know what I mean. And Charles Barkley took an unnecessary shot, another one at our neighbors over there in San Antonio. So we'll play that and maybe get a little chuckle together here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. We'll do all that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Cold Coors Light. It is the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's Wednesday, but it's Thanksgiving holidays. The weekend starts on Thursday. When you get off on
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. With every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Van limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
With a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The top-ranked show in the city.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. I hope you have a great time with your family. I hope you stay safe in all your travels. I hope when you do drink cold Coors Light, I hope you got a designated driver or you take an Uber. It would be the right thing to do to keep everybody safe out there. But enjoy your family. I don't know about you boys, but for me, Thanksgiving is one of those the memories that are made with family. Obviously, not quite Christmas, but the memories that are made with family. Thanksgiving is right up there with Christmas for me. How about you boys?
Thanksgiving's my favorite holiday.
Favorite number one, huh?
It's my number one. I mean, it's a food centric one. But other than that, no, I do. I love Thanksgiving. I love the weather. Love the fall weather, the feel of it, and yeah, man, it's fun times to be around the fam.
Yeah, for me, it's not quite. Thanksgiving isn't quite in that echelon for me with Christmas. I love Christmas, everything about it, the days leading up to it, after it, during Christmas Day. But I love Thanksgiving. It's always good to see some family, get to see often, eat some great food. It's just one rung below for me.
I used to get up north to Grangerland when my granny, Ora Lou, when she was alive. I used to get up there.
Ora Lou.
She could cook, boy.
It sounds like it just from her name.
She could cook now. And, man, we'd get up there, and Ron, all them things you were throwing out there yesterday about do you put it on your plate, do you not? I mean, every last one of them. You know what? And come to think about it, Ora Lou, I don't recall green bean casserole being part of it. Now I'm sure
she wasn't having it.
Damn it,
I'm sure Linda will hit me up here and call me a fool, but I don't remember green bean casserole being a part of what Ora Lou put on the table. Now they were originally from Louisiana, so that, I don't know if that dish makes the cut there. But yeah, man, some of my fondest memories coming up was Thanksgiving, rolling up to Granny's, and then of course my dad's side of the family with all my cousins and everybody in the afternoon and evenings. It was always a good time. So I hope everybody out there has a great time, gets a full belly, and enjoys their Thanksgiving. Now a little bit delayed here. The coaches film, it dropped. I would like to use that as an excuse, but it dropped on time. But I didn't get a chance to watch the full game until yesterday and today. And so we turned Tape Drop Tuesday into a little What'd You See Wednesday. And here's where I want to go with this, Ron. And I'm going to double down and even say it and take the stance with more conviction. Bobby Slowick is not the problem. Does this offense have some problems that may have been developed over time with guys not being held accountable and the guys not playing up to snuff? And could there be a couple of things tweaked here? There absolute. Are there calls that I don't like, I don't understand, or there's some schemes that I'm like, what the hell? Absolutely, 100%. But when it comes down to beating the Detroit Lions, when it comes down to beating the Tennessee Titans on Sunday, Bobby Slowick is not the problem. In fact, to the point where I believe that it's plumb-ass silly, which I said yesterday, it's plumb-ass silly to think that replacing Bobby Slowick in Week 13 or Week 14 when there's a bye with Bill Lazor or Gerard Johnson at this point in time, I think is plumb-ass silly. To think that that would be a move in the right direction is silly. And the film backs that up, Ron. I watched the entire game. I watched the entire second half, charted every single play. And there are plenty opportunities to get completions. There are plenty opportunities to score points and move the football. There are several times when, because of penalties, you get behind the chain significantly, and with a great call and great execution, you turn it into a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5. There's plenty of opportunity for the quarterback to make plays, and when the protection isn't breaking down, and when I say protection breaking down, I'm excluding some of what I would say, and I know what a lot of people question schematically, what the time this game where schematically I was like, whoa, what the hell is that from a protection standpoint? What are we doing here? Now, there was still piss poor execution, piss poor effort that ultimately caused it to fail, but you can look at that and go, what is I'm talking about basic ball snapped, I got you across the ball from me, boom, and you got guys getting I'm talking about getting their ass whooped to a point where it doesn't even slow the momentum of a defensive lineman, right? So when you look at what's going on, the Texans not scoring points in the second half against the Titans and not beating the Tennessee Titans, and this offense being a reason why Bobby Slowick is way down the list of problems with this football team. It just is. There are some. I mean, I would watch the second half, and when you look at some of the things that are schemed up, 3rd and 19 because of penalties, and you get he schemes up Tank Dell screaming across the middle of the field at about 22 yards deep. Quarterback throws the ball about, I'd say, probably 2 yards behind. And the receiver hit his hands, but a DB got there and I couldn't tell if he got a hand in there. But at the end of the day, that was missed because the receiver and the quarterback didn't connect. The receiver's running wide ass open. That drive stalls. You got a drive that stalls on an interception, which was a wide open receiver. The play before, you had a huge chunk play. That huge chunk play that was the Mechie interception, not the Nico interception. But the interception, you look at how that thing's schemed up. If you check it down, it's a plus play. If you throw it, which CJ said he wishes he would have just thrown it a little higher. If he does, it's a touchdown. I mean, they're littered throughout the second half. There are scheme ups that have options for CJ Stroud, Ron, and so. I want to be loud and clear on where my stance is the thought that Bobby Slowick is the problem and Bobby Slowick should be replaced is a huge overstep at this point.
So what you're watching is what you're saying is obviously it's not like he's perfect. Like he's not void of any things that he can improve upon, but you're saying more or less he is putting them, what you're seeing, in position to have far more success offensively, in particular in the second half. Absolutely. Where they've had their issues.
100%. 100%. I'll run down my list here real quick, Ron. This is second half drives real quick, okay? 3 plays and a punt. That's a play. He checks it down to Mixon for 4 yards. Then on second down, he runs Mixon for 5 yards. Mixon gets 5 yards. Nobody wants to talk about that run on second down because it was productive and he got 5 yards, right? So now you're sitting in 3rd and 1, and you use tempo, get to the line of scrimmage, and Joe Mixon over the right guard somehow gets stopped and doesn't get 1 yard. I watched that play 10 times. I don't know how Joe Mixon didn't get a yard. I really don't. It was blocked up decently for a short yardage play. Somebody shot a gap and grabbed his ankle and didn't allow him to, but I don't know how he didn't then tug and drag that guy for a yard. Like, I don't know how he didn't get that yard. That's where he ended up punting, okay? That's where I think for me personally is when it became very, very clear that between D'Amico, Bobby Slowick, and C.J. Stroud, there is just no confidence. There's no trust to get that done. That's the one where D'Amico said, hey, I decided to punt it right there. Remember they took the delay a game and then punted?
Yeah.
The second drive, 2 plays and an interception. And the first play I hated. Bobby, what the hell are you doing? It was an outside run. I don't care. The run don't bother me. The scheme I hated. 2nd and 10, he draws up a play-action shot. Check it down, you go get 15 yards. Throw it over the linebacker's head, you go get a touchdown. Somehow that's on Bobby. Don't know how that happened. The next drive, 3 plays and a punt, right? That's the Nico Collins drop on the bootleg. Had one-on-one in an open field with a DB if he catches that. Runs Mixon on 2nd down again, Ron. Guess what? 4-yard gain. 4-yard gain. We don't talk about that one because it's a 4-yard gain, though, right? We'll wait till it doesn't work. 3rd and 6, false start Tunsil. 3rd and 11, false start Scruggs. 3rd and 16, ends up being a sack, right? Mason and Patterson, just absolute mess up front. Ends up being a sack. The next drive, 3 plays and a field goal. Nico quick screen there, ends up being good. 3rd and 2. It's when Stroud misses Nico wide open on a first down option route, right? I mean, I can keep going. It'll get boring here if I just keep going, but you can keep going. The drives get a little bit long, littered with mistakes and bad, a couple bad throws, couple of terrible protections, and it's hard to overcome. So at the end of the day, Bobby Slowick is my point is Bobby Slowick is not the problem, my man. Number 2 on What'd You See Wednesday, Shaq Mason is playing absolutely awful. If you want to, if you want to take away in the Titans game, like if you want to have a real strong opinion, if you're a fan and you want to have a real strong opinion about something, and you want that opinion to be backed up by the game film, if you don't care, it's fine with me. You fan however you want to fan, but if you want to point at something, Shaq Mason was absolutely awful. That is where you point. Inexcusable. Should have been benched in the game I don't even know if they have a backup guard, to be honest with you. Should have been benched in the game, and I'm talking Kenyon Green level of play. What got Kenyon Green benched early in the game against, I can't remember who that was here at home. Whatever got him benched, it was happening with Shaq Mason. You want to talk about completely blowing pass protections? You want to talk about the run game, not getting the linebacker or not, just getting completely hip-tossed in the run game. You want to talk about the screen game and getting to the second level, and the screen looks absolutely beautiful. Cade Stover could potentially score, and you're bodied up right there on a linebacker, and you somehow completely whiff on him. That was bad. If you want to be mad at somebody, if you want to be accurate, Shaq Mason is the one.
You said he was Kenyon Green bad.
Yes,
like 100%. gotta get off the field bad.
100%. 100%. Titus Howard is hot butter soft. I mean, I've seen enough from Titus Howard where I'm not going to go game to game with when he decides to be a little bit more physical or decides to bow his neck a little bit. Like at the end of the day, he just don't want to play football. He don't want to play physical. He does not want to play offensive line in a physical manner. He wants to shield. He wants to hang on and act like he's blocking somebody. He is not. Titus Howard is. There is a severe lack of physicality with Titus Howard.
Titus said after the game, earlier this week, we've got to make a decision on what kind of football team that we want to be.
Well, that's fine. The play is making it very obvious what kind of offensive line you are, and it's soft. It's not very sound. Poor communication. Poor effort. The inability to strain whatsoever. A lot of times guys are playing like they don't know what the hell to do. And look, we can blame that on the offensive coordinator. These are NFL guys, man. There's not a scheme that should be thrown at these guys that these guys shouldn't be able to figure out by week 12 or 13. So that's what I got for you. Bobby Slowick he's way down the list of problems with this team. He's at least in the Tennessee Titans second half issues. And is absolutely brutal to the point of where I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't some kind of adjustment made up front with Shaq Mason. That's how bad it was. Real quick, Ron, I don't know if y'all heard this, but Charles Barkley was doing a little commentating somewhere. I'm not real sure exactly where. I don't know if they were doing highlights from at halftime from the game.
It was on Inside.
What was it on Inside?
Inside the NBA, yeah.
They're doing the highlights of a San Antonio Spurs game, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I laughed. Here's Charles Barkley.
On to the third. You know what's really? Oh, look at this thing, man. Oh my goodness. Check. You know what's weird about Wemby? He's like the only person in San Antonio can't gain weight. I will give you credit for that one, Chuckster. Who you talking about, Chuck? Hey man, I don't understand why this the only skinny person in San Antonio.
That's pretty good.
Shaq Wemby. I mean, he is so skinny, man. To tie him back to an old joke like that about San Antonio, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Shaq was trying to bait him into saying them big old women again. That's what Shaq was trying to get. Who is it, Shaq? Or he said, who is it, Chuck? Trying to goad him to saying them big old women. Them big old women eating them churros. That's what that fool said.
That is great. Now, look, the Texas Hill Country is hands down my favorite place to lay my head. So I ain't got no problem. I ain't got no problem with nobody telling me. But Charles Barkley's funny now.
Help me out on this, because I've been to San Antonio before multiple times. Because it feels like Charles Barkley has single-handedly made that a city of husky people. Husky women, husky men, and just big, fat people. Big people, big-boned people. Is that true of San Antonio?
Not any more true than it is here. Houston was the fattest city in the U.S. for a decade.
He make it seem like because that's what has happened. And now that he has done it so much for like 20 years, now it's just San Antonio is big-boned people. And I just
You're healthy.
We got good food down here in Texas.
I'm about to say, they are unfairly being looked at as just big people.
A lot of good food on the Riverwalk over there.
Like he must have been up there on a trip and said, damn, they got some big old people. He must have just been at a club and just saw nothing but inside linebackers and fullbacks and guards. That must have been what he saw. Oh, my God. I feel bad for those people from San Antonio. Then probably people like, hey, where you from? San Antonio. I got a lot of big old women on there, don't you? Like, that ain't fair.
Is it true? Was Charles right?
Oh, my God. Is it true? It's just terrible. It's terrible. All right. Coming up, we'll give you the latest as the injury report is out. We'll tell you what to look for, who didn't practice, who didn't, and who is limited. Everybody will let you know about that. And since this is our last day this week with Thanksgiving and Black Friday coming up, there's some big college football games coming up this weekend, and we got to look at the big ones, and we'll discuss all of that as we continue riding high right here live on The Drive.
All right, Mokaram Law Firm, y'all. They've been helping Houston, Texas for
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
your comfort and guaranteed for life. The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the injury report is out. It is a Wednesday, so this is the initial report. The did not practices. Will Anderson on that ankle. Danico Autry with that knee. We know he missed the last game. They're giving Nico Collins some rest. He was limited today. Foley Fatukasi, who has missed several games, he did not practice with that foot again. Obviously, Jalen Petrie is going to be out as well. And Clint's favorite, several rest across the offensive line. Shaq Mason, limited with rest. Laramie Tunzel, limited with rest as well. So that is the latest injury report as the Texans get ready to take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. I would imagine hopeful, I would say, that the Will Anderson did not practice is more precautionary just to get him some time off because he certainly looked good. Certainly didn't seem like watching him play the ankle was giving him any problems in his first game back, in which he had a couple of sacks against the Titans. So hopefully that is just precautionary. No reports saying anything different.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. I hope that's precautionary. Look, the reality of it is we've got to start looking at this, and it's hard for me to do. It's hard for me to do given what I watch on that film, but it is the Week 14 bye week is ridiculous for the Texans. Now, once you get there, it's a really good thing, but it's ridiculous to be that late, and so I've got to believe that a lot of these rest or even some of the injuries that are mentioned. Although guys are healthy and their previous injuries still mentioned, I got to believe a ton of this is just, hey, man, we got to get to Week 14. It has been a long year already for a lot of these guys.
Yeah. All right. Tyler, let me get a little bit of that college football music. Yeah, man. As I said, next time we'll talk to you will be Monday, and I think a lot of stuff will be settled clearly. We'll see who will be going to conference championship games. And obviously there is a big one in College Station. We'll save that here for a bit. But, Clint, I want to throw out two games ahead of the A&M Texas game that we can discuss. Clint, the first one to me, interesting games that are out there is Tennessee, who came into the poll as they're in, and it appears, since they can't make it to the SEC championship game, as they sit there with two losses, Clint, if they can find a way to win Saturday, they will, like I think Penn State and I think Indiana, punch their tickets into the playoff. But they do got to go on the road to Vanderbilt, Clint. And Vanderbilt's been a really, really, really tough out for teams. They got Alabama. They got, I forgot who it was in the ACC. They got them early in the season. They had Texas in a fight. This is not the normal Vanderbilt that Tennessee is facing. They most definitely can lose that game to Vandy.
Oh, hell yeah, they can. They lost one to Arkansas. I mean, you kidding me? Yeah, no, yeah. There's no doubt that they can, and if they're caught slipping, they will. That Vandy team is dangerous. So, in-state, that's an in-state game there. It's a monster game. It will be obviously in Nashville, and it's a big one. There's several SEC teams involved in big games this week. That's definitely one of them.
That's one of them. And another one before we get to the big one, Clint. To me, this one is one to really watch, and that is Clemson hosting their in-state rival South Carolina. Now, Clemson somehow snuck itself into the final spot in the playoff, as they're 12th in the rankings right now. And in South Carolina, who is having a good year and has some really good wins in the SEC, they have 3 losses. I'm telling you, Clint, I believe there potentially may be a 3-loss team that makes it in this thing. Clint, if they go on the road and beat the number 12 team to go along with the other wins that they have, South Carolina is a case. If there's going to be 3, like if Tennessee loses, I think South Carolina may jump them in the pecking order. Other things that can happen. I think South Carolina is interesting if they are able to pull this game off against Clemson.
Yeah, I think South Carolina's got a chance given their schedule. They've got a chance as a 3-loss team. I mean, if a 3-loss team gets in, you look up and the other one, like they've got a little different challenge, obviously, having played great football of late, and they beat Clemson. A&M obviously being lost teams. They got to beat Texas and then go on and beat, I think, Georgia.
Yeah, they control it.
In order to control their own, or in order to get in, they do control their own destiny.
Yeah, they do.
But, so I could see a 3-loss team getting in, but it's going to take one that is just playing lights out at the end of the season, or like A&M has just 2 monster back-to-back wins.
And I just think the thing that helps South Carolina is they get to actually clip a team that's in front of them, and that may jump them. We'll see, but it does look like some of those teams, if they win, they may be in. And I'm telling you, man, I'm really intrigued to see how the committee handles some of these things when it gets down to it, and they're starting to look at who they believe are the better teams when they start to put the playoff together. If that matches differently than what we've been seeing all year. Just because Indiana's sitting at 10, does that necessarily mean in 2 weeks they won't lose their spot? All right, the big one is the one that Tyler has spent all his money to go see, and that is Texas and Texas A&M. How do you see this thing going, Clint? How do you see this game going as Texas coming off the really, really tough loss? But as you just said, even with 3 losses, they control their own destiny right now to try to get into the playoff.
Man, this is a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be for me. I thought it would have been Texas 10 out of 10. Until they started playing football, every football year, and then you realize things change, right? Here's what this game boils down to: is can Quinn Ewers and the Texas offense make more plays than the Reed kid versus Texas defense, and at Kyle Field with when Quinn has that he's got to deal with. That defense, that atmosphere, it's going to be difficult for Quinn Ewers to score points. I watched him score 20 points, I believe, against Arkansas. I think they scored 20 last week against Kentucky. They have not played good football of late. We know, obviously, A&M has not, given that they lost to Auburn. But Texas going into College Station, not playing their best ball in that atmosphere scares me. I'm going with the Aggies in this game.
Yeah, and with that, because I do want to we can talk more about that throughout. But with that, Clint, do you think that would put Texas in trouble?
Mm-mm.
They would have 2 losses.
I think Texas is in.
Yeah.
I think Texas is in no matter what.
And listen, Tyler has said this. That schedule they have, if they sit there with 2 losses, that schedule that Texas has, when you start comparing it, boy, it becomes, even though they're in the SEC, it becomes very Penn State.
It don't matter. They got it's Texas, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. If there is a way that the committee can get them in, they're getting in.
I just know it's Penn State, Indiana-ish.
Oh, absolutely.
But with 2 losses. And it's like, all right, the 2 teams worth the damn on your schedule you lost to. That would, and one at home and one on the road. So I think you're right. 2-loss SEC team would potentially, I think, gets in, but I don't know. We'll see how things were to shake out And because if Tennessee has 2 losses, Tennessee's got better wins. Like everybody else has better wins. So we'll see how that rolls. All right, I want to dive, since we ran out of time. I want to dive a little bit. What does a win like this mean for Mike Elko? If they pull this off, what does a win like this mean for Mike Elko and the expectations for this game for the Texans coming up against the Jags? We'll discuss that coming up.
self-serve go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we were talking about this big game coming up, I'm serious. From you two, the people here, and you all know this rivalry. Many of you know A&M, been around here, know this thing as well as anybody. And I'm curious, especially with you two. You obviously, Tyler lives it, and then Clint, you understand this area, this rivalry, and everything that's happened. Here, what will this mean for Mike Elko? Because I understand it's his year one, and if he beats Texas, first time that they've won since 2010, understanding how long it's been since they played, but they have not beaten Texas since 2010. They would punch their ticket. Am I right on this, Tyler? Their very first ever SEC championship game.
Yes. Yes.
The very first one that they've been to.
Unfortunately, yes.
And would stop Texas from going to the SEC championship game in year one of being in the SEC, which understanding how that would feel of, hey, our first year in it, we got in and made it to the SEC championship, and you all have been there for what, since 2012, and you've never cracked it. And
thanks for the reminder.
I'm just saying of what that would stop.
You're right.
That would mean. Right, and then obviously if you win that game, you get yourself in a college football playoff and give yourself a chance to play for a national championship. So, like, how big and what would this mean for Mike Elko?
Everything. Literally everything. And for all the reasons you just laid out. I mean, just on the surface, the return of the rivalry. First time they played since 2011. I was at that game, by the way, whenever Justin Tucker drove one through the uprights and broke our heart out on Kyle Field. Kind of glad he's having a bad year. I think the Kyle Tucker bad year might be a good omen. But no, it's all of that. The return of the rivalry alone, if you're able to get that win, I mean, you're in the good graces of the fan base right there. I mean, as long as you didn't crap the bed and lose every damn game otherwise that year. But whenever when you combine the fact that the rivalry returns, and as you mentioned a couple times there, this is the Aggies. This is Texas A&M's first chance since joining the SEC to make that SEC championship game in Atlanta. I mean, this is arguably the biggest game in Texas A&M history. Not to be too hyperbolic, I'm being dead serious. It arguably is.
I'm trying to think, Clint. How many more coaches in A&M history would be more beloved than Mike Elko if he pulled this thing off on Saturday? If they won this game, like in the history of that, like he's passing Friccione, he's passing probably Kevin Sumlin. I mean, we saw what Kevin Sumlin beating Alabama with Johnny, like what that did. This feels like Mike Elko could damn near just. I mean, he could be at A&M and for 10, 12 years and not win a national championship and just be fine.
Northgate might get burnt to the ground after we beat their asses on Saturday night.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, obviously, it would. I mean, he's in the first year of a contract, so obviously it would make the next handful of years a cakewalk for him. And he would have to really screw the pooch in order to
like Jimbo,
to not get an extension, like a healthy extension. But look, I think he would arrive immediately as one of the top head college football. You couple what he did at Duke and the defensive mind that he is, and what he was able to do more with less at Duke and make them relevant, if you will, pretty quickly there. And then he jumps to A&M, and all of a sudden, year one, he's got this team playing at a level where they're beating the front runner in the SEC all year long, Texas, and then going to the team's first ever SEC championship. That alone, forget what happens in the SEC championship. That alone, I think would would put Mike Elko in the conversation of the coach of the year, and I think it would put him in a conversation with legitimately one of the top college coaches in football right now, one of the top 5 college coaches in football right now.
That's just never been there. I mean, it's stuff they've never done. Like that.
Well, then you look at it and you're doing it shorthanded. I mean, you clearly don't have the explosive weapons for your quarterback. Your quarterback is inexperienced, and you really don't know exactly what he is yet. You're doing it shorthanded. I mean, think about when that time comes, whether Reed is that guy or they find somebody in a transfer portal or somebody else arrives. Think about when they get to a point where they've got a surefire, they know exactly what they have at quarterback, and they've got elite receivers outside. Like that's the scary part of this is I mean, A&M is not supposed to be able to keep up with Texas right now. Year 1 of Mike Elko, half of that damn record-setting class that Jimbo recruited left. I mean, hell, I think over half of it left. Yeah, look, I think it puts him in a spot where he's one of the top college football coaches in all of America.
And that's huge. What, like he was at Duke last year, and you're saying he's put together so far, and he wins a game, and now, I mean, he climbs up the board in terms of college football coaches. That is a huge deal.
Yeah, look, let me say this, too, about A&M, because I've been critical of A&M since we've been on these airwaves, but forever, if I'm being honest, I'm genuine, I'm authentic as hell with this Aggie talk. Like this is the chance, this right now is the chance for A&M to arrive, and in my opinion, be who they potentially can be. Like, I think A&M is a school. Now, this has changed with the transfer portal and NIL and all that, but A&M is just as good as anybody in those with those as well. So A&M is a school that should exist in a world with Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan. Like, from a player perspective, from a dude perspective, from a rating 4 stars and 5 stars, and every year in, year out in that recruiting and develop players like them and win like they do, and the expectation every year is to be in the SEC. By the way, I mentioned Texas is in that list too. Like, they should be in that they should be, without a doubt, a can't leave out school in that breath, if you will. And in my opinion, it's been a long time, if ever, since they've been here. I know Johnny was special, and Johnny's group did some good things.
This is taking that over way over the board of that.
Yeah, I'm talking year in, year out. They got dudes in that program that are just going. I mean, it's 10 wins every year. It's 10, 11 wins just because you got better dudes. 80% of your games you're playing with better individuals than everybody else. I'm not talking about Johnny or Mike Evans. I'm talking about across the board. Your special teams guys would start at Arkansas. Like that's what A&M potentially could be. And I think you beat Texas this weekend, and you go to your first ever SEC championship game under Mike Elko, and they've got some voids on that roster where he needs to go out and hit that transfer. He can be real attractive to the transfer portal and 5-star type players. Yeah, I think this is the real chance for A&M to arrive and establish themselves as one of the top dogs in college football.
And if you don't beat Texas, which we're going to, we're going to saw them horns off real good on Saturday night. But if you don't beat them, you're staring at another 8-4 season, man.
Which isn't bad for Mike Elko.
It's not bad for him. Yeah, like if they don't win, like Texas is the number 3 team in the country. If they, ahead of, like they're in a place where they're ahead of schedule where you are right now. Not saying that you all won't get there. So it'll be understandable, but if he wins, whoa, like this is, you beat Texas, you stop Texas, there's a chance they could come to a point where you prevent Texas from getting in, and you have a chance to go to the SEC title game, which you haven't done, because that would, I'm telling you, Tyler, as you know, and A&M fans, like I don't know, they'll be mad at Mike Elko in year 1, maybe the other stuff. But you sure as hell don't want to face man, we just came in year 1 and got in the SEC championship game, a place you ain't never been to. So, like, to me, there is a lot that can Like this is almost you know how they say the deal of Mike Elko will never have to buy another drink in College Station ever in his life if they win this game.
I'm buying him a beer at the Dixie Chicken for sure.
Like what Johnny did in that day in Tuscaloosa, he could get all the Coke and all the drinks, all the whatever he wanted.
He's got his own club now at North End, too.
Yeah, he could do whatever the hell he wants to do for that night, for that game, and bringing that Cotton Bowl in. So that and I'm seeing people on the text line. They are serious. Love what you do, Tyler. I'm a big fan, but your Aggies are getting stumped this weekend. LOL, a regular season game is the biggest game in their history. Over 100 years of football, and this game is the biggest ever.
I can't change the past, friend. We got a national title in 1939. I can't change that.
And listen, I'm not, and I want to make sure I'm not saying this is the biggest game in the history of A&M. I'm just saying this is a big game and a big moment in particular for Mike Elko and what it could mean if they won the game and how he in the space that he would be in. Like I didn't even think of that part of it. Like Clint said, Mike Elko would jump up and you're probably talking like is Mike Elko ahead of a guy like a Brian Kelly? If he wins this game and it gets to the SEC championship.
Right now he is.
Right, I'm just saying.
This year he is.
Yeah. I'm just like coaches around that. Like, does he jump up for what he did at Duke and come in here year one? And Jimbo won a national title and could never get this thing right like you thought it would be. And he comes in with some of his players and instantly makes it happen. So, yeah, I'm not calm down. Texas fans. Nobody's saying this is the greatest. I mean, I'll take that from maybe Tyler. It is. I don't think so. This is the biggest game in the history of A&M. But
I'm gonna tell you, man. I would like to see, because I'm not a historian of either program. I would like to see a short list of the biggest games in Texas A&M history. I would like to see the short list.
Yeah, and especially just like modern history, these last 3, 4, whatever decades.
You can go back as far as you want. I don't give a damn. I mean, obviously the national championship's a different animal, but I mean,
the Big 12 championship game against K-State when you stop Michael Bishop at Company, that's bigger than this game.
Okay, there's one.
I think.
I mean, yeah. I mean, is it? I mean, look, you win. You beat Texas. Not only do you punch your ticket to the SEC championship for the first time, but you punch your ticket to an opportunity to get into the national championship game. I don't recall what was on the line in that game you just mentioned, Ron, and you get to and you're playing Texas for it all. Whew. Like that's I bet it's a lot higher on most people's list than you would think at first. The first time you hear it.
Might be. Yeah, it might be. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. Again, we will keep you updated. There are a couple of guys who did not practice, a couple of really important guys who did not practice for the Texans. We'll let you know about that last night. How about the Rockets? They are playing well, and they punched their ticket in the NBA Cup. We'll give you the latest on that. And Daniel Jones is on the move, and we know where he is going now. And Deion Sanders lost it yesterday, and many times some people don't believe Deion Sanders is at least agrees with Deion Sanders with some of the things he's lost it about. This one, I gotta say, I don't know who wouldn't be on Deion Sanders' side on this one. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about Our Vision Homes for a minute, y'all. That's Houston area's premier turnkey.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Scan the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. From a band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
S.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access 20610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I want to keep it funky.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, dirty and the man that's back, baby. The man that is that has got that good look, as they would say. The blonde tip bomber is in the building, as well as Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. And we'll check in on Moneybags here in just a bit, as he was off to a rough start. Hopefully he can slowly make that trek back above 500. But we'll get to that in a bit. Remember, 5 o'clock Fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And as the Houston Texans get ready to walk into Jacksonville on Sunday, here is the injury report. Will Anderson, Danico Autry, they did not practice. Will with the ankle, Danico with the knee. Foley Fatukasi did not practice with that foot issue. And then Jalen Petrie did not practice, but we understand Jalen's going to miss some weeks as well. So those were the big headliners. Alshire, Nico Collins, limited, but Nico's, it says rest. That's the issue there, which is good. Blake Fisher returned to practice with that concussion issue. He was limited, but he did return to practice. So those are some of the big ones. I think the one that really jumps out, and that's the one to really pay attention to the next couple of days as we see another injury report, Clint, is the next time they practice, does Will Anderson Jr. practice? That's the one that you look at. Because right now you can look at it and see, hey, man, they're just getting him off his feet. You understand that it is that, he's coming off the ankles. A high ankle sprain is reported, and he got back. He looked good in the game on Sunday. But you can understand, like, hey, maybe he gets some rest. If the next time they have a practice and he is not attending and he does not participate in it, then it looks like this is more than just precaution.
Yeah, I mean, keeping an eye on Will Anderson. I think at the bottom of that list, Jimmy Ward. Given the Jalen Petrie situation and the depth in the secondary across the board, the safety and the nickel defender position as well as the corner position, Jimmy Ward, keep an eye on that. If he does have a knee, although he's just limited, if he does have a knee and it is an issue, boy, you'd hate to have him out there with a bum leg and having to play more snaps and play a different position than he's played all year long. So, yeah, I'd say Will Anderson and Jimmy Ward are the two there that I'm keeping an eye on. Yeah.
So hopefully, it doesn't become a big thing with those guys. But that is the latest there as they get ready to take the Jags. Also, Foley Fatukasi, Danico Autry across the D-line. They have not played Danico didn't play the last game. Foley's been out for a few games now. Let's hope to see if they get back and get themselves being able to practice again.
5 o'clock Fire.
All right, how about it last night as this early start for the Rockets has continued. They are now 13-6. And the little NBA Cup, they have been able to advance through the group stage. They're 3-0 in their NBA Cup games, including last night as they defeated the Minnesota Timberwolves in overtime. They were down in the fourth quarter in that game, got it to overtime, and then they win 117-111 in overtime, Clint. But they advance past the T-Wolves, another playoff-level team on the road, and they are going to be in the knockout stage, which I think this is cool. Like, I think it was really, really good last year for a team like the Pacers, a really young team, to kind of make a run, play on a bigger stage. Not a huge stage, but the NBA Cup was a deal there. If they made it, you made it to the Final Four. You were the standalone games, what everyone was watching, and then the championship game, which a lot of people were watching against the Lakers last year. The Pacers kind of grew to that and made it to an Eastern Conference Finals. And hopefully that is something that a young team that hasn't played in a lot of big games here lately, they can get that potential experience. But the Rockets are off to a great start, looking really, really good. And last night, that was a big, big win to beat another Western Conference contender.
Yeah, look, this is the first time that I've given the Rockets a real shot. And I'll be honest with you, it wasn't last night. It was this morning. I flipped the game on this morning, and I'm watching catch the fourth quarter and overtime. And I'm telling you, man, they got me. I'm hooked, Ron. This is basketball.
Look different, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks different, man. This is a basketball that I can watch. I mean, it's not just them trying to find their way with two guys. It's a legit team. There's coordination. There's several guys that are a big part of what they're doing. And last night when you're sitting there watching it, one guy gets hot and they feed that guy. I mean that kind of like there's an IQ about the team. There's a toughness about the team. There's a physicality about the team. And it was fun to watch what I caught last night. And that was a really good basketball team that they beat last night.
Yeah,
and that was a really good basketball team, Ron. That I'm sitting there watching. The commentator says, "Yeah, the Rockets look good, but there's a lot of basketball left, and there's a couple of minutes, right?" And he's fully expecting Minnesota to make a run, and they did. They made a run. They took a 3-point lead, and then by the time I looked back up at the screen, the Rockets had that sucker tied, and we're going into overtime. So they took the best shot of Minnesota on the road in their house, and stood strong, man, and overcame big time. I'm hooked. I'm in. I will definitely be watching the Rockets moving forward more often.
Well, I think it was really big for them to do it, and Jalen Green, who has, I think, been the early part of this year, been their best player, and he didn't have it last night. Right? He only played 23 minutes. He had 9 points in this game and struggled, and they still were able to play a team that people have high expectations for, like a team in the Minnesota Timberwolves with Anthony Edwards. They have high expectations for, and they were able to get through and do it without Jalen Green, who has played as the best player on this team. Fred steps up after he lost his mind earlier this week with an official, but he stepped up. Sengun had a good game. Like, everybody was able to pick it up even without Jalen Green really contributing the way that he has. If you tell me, like, hey, man, they had a big comeback like this and that they played in this game and fought back and they played in a game in which Anthony Edwards was there and he goes for 30 and 10 damn near in this game, that Jalen Green was a guy that really stepped up. And no, they're showing Jabari has had a pretty good couple of good games and contributed big time with 19 in this game. You would think it would have been Jalen that was the one leading the show, but no, they were able to beat a good team even with him having and not having the contribution that he normally gives. So good for the Rockets. As I said, 36 right now. They're off to a really, really good start. When they lost that opening game to the Hornets, you're like, oh God, what is this rolling? But no, they were rolling in there. And as I said, I hope they kind of advance and play some more important games.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Deion Sanders.
Where art thou?
Deion Sanders was hot under the collar. My father-in-law is the first person who came to me and said, my father-in-law and Courtney, the first one came to me and said, did you see this? You see Deion's going crazy. And he's going off because Travis Hunter, who is a cornerback, and he also plays wide receiver, and seems to be right now the Heisman front runner. I know, Clint, he's been your Heisman front runner for weeks now. He is up for almost every award that he can be eligible to be up for, except for one. He is not up for the Thorpe Award, which is the best defensive back in college football. He did not make the cut for that. However, he did make the cut to be up for the Bednarik Award, which goes to the best defensive player, but yet was not able to be up for his position. Here is Deion expressing his thoughts about him not being up for the Thorpe Award.
How is Travis Hunter snubbed by the Jim Thorpe Award? You can have my award, you can have it back. Matter of fact, I'm going to give him mine. It's just up there collecting dust. So Travis could have my Thorpe Award, because if this ain't the most idiotic thing in college football, that he's not a finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award.
Yeah, listen, no disrespect to Barron from Texas and Downs from Ohio State and Starks from Georgia, the three kids that are up but I don't know how this makes any sense at all, Clint.
It doesn't even make common sense.
He's up for the Defensive Player of the Year award, but he is not up for his position that he plays on defense. I don't even understand it.
I mean, he's up for the Best Player in America award, and he's not up for the best player at his position. I mean, it's stupid. I tell you what, man. I'm not typically a disruptor type of dude, but I love when people disrupt and even disrespect when common sense is just completely overlooked and not taken into consideration. Like, this is stupid. You should be embarrassed. Whoever decides these things should be embarrassed.
Well, honest to God, what could even be the explanation, Clint?
I don't know who votes on these things. So the only explanation could be that whoever, there's some voters, because you look around the country and you see people that say that claim they're voters, and they are. I mean, somehow in the media and all across America, they're voters. And they ain't never done a damn thing. They ain't got no business voting. They ain't got no and half of them hate Deion because of the way he handled his business at Colorado. And so, I mean, I'm sure it has something to do with that. I don't know exactly how the Thorpe Award is decided on, but it's plumb ass silly.
Yeah, it's just weird. I'd say that, but literally, he is up for the Walter Camp. He is up for every other award except for that one.
Yep.
As you said, man, it is like someone texted in, Deion didn't go off. He just told the truth. There was Deion went about 2 minutes, and you're right. He didn't raise his voice. You ain't got to go off to raise your voice, but. He's just matter. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That's what I got to say. How is he up? If you even want to say he's up for the Best Player of the Year award, all right, I'll get you to say, all right, man, it's everything that he does. But he's up for the Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh my God, this don't make no sense.
The other three finalists up there that are up for Defensive Player of the Year, they're also up for their personal position award. It is just the craziest thing. Good for Deion. Cut it loose. Let it loose. I wouldn't be surprised if Deion didn't just throw his Thorpe Award in the trash and let them know how much he feels about that award because of what they've done. It's just wild. Makes no sense at all.
I want the dogs.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we heard the news that Daniel Jones and the Giants were ways the Giants are going to let him go, and he cleared waivers and was able to choose the destination of where he wanted to go. And Clint, he decided to go to Minnesota. He decided to join Kevin O'Connell of the Minnesota Vikings. And I don't know about you, Clint. I'll let you give your thoughts on it. I think it's a really smart decision for Daniel Jones.
Well, I don't know what the end game is. I mean, he signed a 1-year deal. Is that? I'm assuming the end of the year here, and it's a playoff team, and you're gonna get to pick up extra checks. And if something does happen and you play, you're playing with a great supporting cast. If that's the case, I like it. I don't like a longer term deal there for him. I don't know what he signed. I'm assuming it's a 1-year deal this year.
Yeah. They've already drafted. Yeah, J.J. McCarthy's their quarterback. But I think for Daniel Jones, it is, to me, would be where can I go with the best coaches staff, the smartest people, the people that are going to give me the best chance to get better, to succeed, even if it's just for this short time. And hell, to me, even if he's going to try to, I think what Sam Darnold did is what he should be doing. Sam Darnold slid over to the 49ers with no chance in hell of being the starter there, but just saying, hey, I gotta get with smart people and people that are going to raise the level of my game. And he went to Kyle Shanahan and he raised the level of his game, and then he got the opportunity with the. And that's a really, really smart play. And to me, that's got to be the play. I thought Kevin O'Connell, Mike McDaniel, Kyle Shanahan, those teams to me made the most sense right now where he is. Not to go right, hey, immediately were my best chance to start like the Raiders or something, but to go somewhere where he can at least work on his game and get better.
Well, work on his game, be around. I mean, Kevin O'Connell is one of the better quarterback guys in the NFL, being a former quarterback, and as well as learning that system, which is one of the hotter systems in all of football. And so learning that system, putting yourself in position to where, if there is an opportunity to play somewhere, somebody hires the next head coach out of one of these systems, and they need a quarterback, then all of a sudden Daniel Jones has got a head start on some others because he's been in the system too. So, I mean, look, I think it's a great idea if that's the end game. Is there a contract out there?
No, I would imagine it's just for the rest of the year. Yeah, I would imagine it's just for the rest of the year, and then to see, where he goes. Like, to me, I don't like, even if he went there and decided to back up for a year behind J.J. McCarthy, I don't know what's going to happen with Sam Darnold. Obviously, they're 9-2, but I think that to me has got to be the thing for Daniel Jones to give himself the best shot possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, coming up, Sunday's game, the Texans and Texans fans that they really need to see, and it's more than just a win. We'll discuss that coming up next on the other side. But before we get there, fellas out there, if you're struggling,
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live on YouTube and Twitch every weekday. Just load up your phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610V. New way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, players and coaches likewise, sometimes you internalize things and you put everything on your shoulders. But in the end, it's not about one person or one player. It's a collective effort. So I think all of us just have to do our jobs a little bit better. Quarterback's going to take responsibility. He probably gets, his share of the blame on both sides of it because of the nature of the position. But CJ cares a lot. He's very competitive. He wants to do the right thing by the football team at all times. So in the end, we just got to come up with some solutions, just try to find some things that we can incorporate or improve upon and put ourselves in a better position in the second half. It's really more as a team, not one particular position, one side of the ball. It's just collectively as an entire group.
That's General Manager Nick Caserio in discussions about C.J. Stroud, stepping up and taking it and taking these bad games and taking some of the issues with the offense upon himself. He is there every week that the offense has struggled and rolling in, expressing what could be different and what could be done. And you do give him credit for that. Before we get into it, I would just like to say at this point, this may be very unfair, but I am in a space of, can you just play better? I've about run out of my, hey man, it's about 4 or 5 you to come to this podium and told us that you could, stepped up and you could play better. I guess the analogy that I could give, I don't mean to bring this up, but I thought, I've seen it, how Clint stepped up after one of the worst moments of his football life occurred, and he walked to the, and he took up and he took accountability for the game and everything right after the way. And Clint, if you walk up there and take accountability 5 more times, though, and you keep having the same problem, at some point be like, damn, man, all right, man, we appreciate you stepping up for taking accountability, but can you stop screwing up? Can you start having good games? Can we yeah, it kind of wears out its welcome a little bit of the, hey man, I'm coming up and I'm stepping up and I'm taking this one on the chin. Can you stop taking it on the chin by not having bad games?
Yeah, I mean that is, and I've said this, and people get pissed. All our listeners get pissed off. That is the problem with always protecting everybody and always pointing at you. And I'm not saying you should point fingers, but always talking about I got to play better. This low-hanging, surface-level bull crap that they give that's the danger in it, right? Nobody when you're winning, nobody cares. It just matters you win. We all just keep rolling. But when adversity strikes and you start losing a little bit, and the same old excuses continue to be given, whether it's the excuse of the quarterback, I look at myself, I got a player, and I'm thankful for this opportunity, and I'm just going to enjoy, or it's the coach talking about execution. Either way it goes, when you're losing games, that gets old real quick. And when you're losing games, to be honest with you, in my opinion, you look silly. Like you end up saying things like, "Hey, what kind of team do you think y'all are? Smash mouth." Like that's why if you're not being authentic, if you're not being somewhat transparent, if you're not being critical, if you're always tiptoeing around worried about hurting somebody's feelings and worried about how somebody's going to react and this and that, this is what you end up with. You end up 12 weeks into a season when you are arguably the softest team in football, and your quarterback is asked who you are, and he says we're smash mouth. I mean, it's that's the kind of stuff that happens. So yeah, look, I'm with you. I'm with you from a standpoint of like, hey man, if you don't have a better answer by now of how do you fix nobody has any good answers. That's the wild thing about this. Whether you're talking about CJ or you're talking about Bobby or you're talking about D'Amico, like nobody has any good like football reasons of what's happening or like football ways of fixing things. Like the thought that you can't ask these guys publicly right now, any of them, hey, what do you got to do? What do you got to do? What does this offense have to do to score points in the second half? The fact that that's met with exit and practice harder and get back to having fun is laughable at this point. You know what I mean? Like that. And it's not. This isn't about protecting. This isn't about throwing people under the bus. This isn't like it's laughable. No, it is, and it's just like at some point, like it. And I know CJ is coming from a good place, right? At just some point, it's just like, it's like your kids, like, oh man, I'm sorry. Okay, at some point, man, you got to stop saying I'm sorry, and you got to start to do what we're asking you to do. Well, it's almost delusion, right? I mean, it's like you wonder. Like I wonder right now with CJ, is it like? Because he said it so repetitively, like is he really under, like, does he think like him going to practice and practicing harder is the answer? Like, does that, I'm starting to believe, and be completely honest with you, like, it's like for the quarterback not to be able to say, hey man, we're having some timing issues, we're having some, we got to get the details dialed in. We're really struggling with X, Y, and Z, and we got to figure out some answers. Like, to not be able to have those, if it's always the silly stuff, it's almost delusion. Like, surely we're not preaching we got to go practice harder, longer to get better. You know what? And speaking of CJ, you know what the Texans, and I believe Texans fans, the ones that are listening, the ones that are out at the games, the big casual, whatever, Texans fans, they're in need right now of hope. We feel like after the last several weeks, which is culminated into what your hope is rock bottom, and that is losing at home to Will Levis and the Titans, there is a need of hope. And to me, the thing that would help and fix this thing is what the Texans and I believe the fans need is they need a game for C.J. Stroud to look like the C.J. Stroud that they have expected and we expected to see. And I think if that can happen Sunday or soon, then that to me would help a lot of the morale and feeling towards, and I think in the locker room too, about this team. Because even in the Dallas game, that's the best game they've played here of late. Even CJ had moments where you're like, damn, man, he threw just a god-awful pick. There were some balls that he missed there, and it wasn't like
the reason they won was because CJ just went off.
He's wide open, CJ.
We have not can you remember when is the last time you were like, man, CJ looked like the dude that we thought was a top 5 quarterback? I mean, it's hard. Like the Patriots game, is that it? Like where you were just, and even in that game, I don't think he threw for 200 yards in that game. Like the last time you remember CJ was just on it and was the guy. It's been a minute, and I think that would help people associated with the Texans feel and have some sort of hope and confidence. Because right now there is no hope. The hope, at least the hope is really, really low. And if they can get CJ to come out there and look like the way CJ looked in Week 3 when he played against Jacksonville last year on the road, they need a performance like that for them and for the fan base.
Absolutely, they need it, and I'm gonna tell you, CJ needs it more than anything. More than anything,
you ain't lying about that.
CJ needs it, because there's just no way that CJ watches the film and sees what's out there and sees some of the opportunities. There's no way he's not hard on himself. Now he can also look around and say, Shaq, what the hell you doing? Tank, what the hell you doing, man? What's going on here? Like there's plenty of people to look at, but as a quarterback, for the most of his career, at least here in Houston, the majority of his career, I got to believe that C.J. Stroud was the first in the room and sitting in the front row to watch film because it was so damn good, right? For the first time, it started, and it's getting worse and worse and worse as the season goes along to where there's routes that are there that he's missing when he does have protection. There's throws that he typically makes in his sleep that he's missing that aren't just incomplete; they're turning into interceptions. Right? It's like the snowball is rolling downhill. How can they get it stopped? CJ needs this more than anybody.
Yeah, it's been a while. Maybe the Jacksonville game, the last one they played, where he was 27 of 40, 345, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers. Maybe that's it. It was just like vintage CJ. It's just been a minute. Like you said, he needs it as much as everybody needs that thing to just kind of make people feel better. Text in, coming in, can y'all relax? Having a sophomore slump is nothing new. Y'all sound panicked. Oh, yeah, I am. I'm panicked from what we're seeing from C.J. Stroud. I'm not saying that his career's over.
I mean, for the season, the panic button is hit. I mean, the panic button is mashed. And you look at it, and for, I'm just going to, the thing. Hell, we ain't got time. I can't get into C.J. Stroud right now.
God, I'm intrigued. You just tricked us from that. All right. Coming up, maybe Clint will tell you whatever the hell it was he was about to say about C.J. Stroud as he just got us to the altar and then just bounced on us. But we do have Mad Dog player picks to get to, as well as T-Mill's best bets to try to make you a little bit of money and get back on track. All of that as we continue right here live on the
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. And again, happy holidays, happy Thanksgiving. Hopefully everybody enjoys their time tomorrow with family or however you do it. And we will see you guys. We'll see you guys Monday as we shut this week down, fellas. I do want to, before we get to our Mad Dog picks, because we do need to get those out of the way. And also get to T-Mill's best bets. I did want to play this audio as Bobby Slowick spoke earlier today. And listen, I have defended Bobby Slowick and just defended that, hey, he needs to lose his job and that he should be fired and that it is all on him. But I want to hear this. I want you to hear this audio. This part I'm not a fan of from Bobby. This is Bobby Slowick earlier today talking to the media about what he is seeing that's happening in the second half from defenses.
We've been talking about this for the whole season, I feel like, at this point. We've tried all kinds of different things. We will continue trying a lot of different approaches in a lot of different areas until something fits. But at the end of the day, what happened in the second half was we had an immense amount of penalties. We were bad on third down, and we couldn't run the ball. And it doesn't matter if you play second half, first half, you play at noon or you play at 7 p.m. like that, that's going to be bad football. And that's really what it is when you go back and you look at it. Every second half hasn't been bad. The ones that have been bad, we played bad football. And they've been doing really what we expect them to do. And that where I think early on kind of led to frustration that I'm sure everybody felt from just us as an offense. And now it's really like we're into December football mode. And we know what we've been doing in practice. We know what we've been doing in the meeting rooms. We know where we feel like we're going and how close we are at any given moment. I mean, how close we were to even just winning that game if you take a penalty away. So, we're right now it's just a matter of we have a lot of belief in each other, and we're excited to play December football and showcase that to everybody.
To get to a point there, Clint, of the point there that gets me is that they're not surprised by anything that defenses are doing. That they're not doing they're not doing anything special. They're not doing anything we weren't ready. And that, to me, in that case, then obviously some of the stuff you can't figure out, like some of the drops or missed throws or things like that. But to me, Clint, I do look at that. If it's not anything that you need to adjust to or anything that is special, then Bobby, it's got to be better than this. It's like if they're not coming out here and if you're not surprised by what they're doing, then consistently it does have to be better than this. And that one I do look at Bobby, of the things that he can control, that if it's not anything special, it's not anything that is being changed up, although some of it I don't know that I agree with, because I believe in particular, like the Lions game, I think in the second half they pressed up and weren't going to give up the short game and short stuff. But if you're not surprised or there's not major adjustments, then this stuff has to look better than it has where you go in like six plus games or so where you're not scoring touchdowns in the second half.
Yeah, I think to me, I took that as like he's referring to like things that they haven't seen before. They went to the Detroit game with like throwing the quick game and running the ball, knowing that at some point in time they're going to hug up the cover defenders and you're going to be able to throw the ball over the top, right? I mean, that was the adjustment they made. Now they didn't do a good job of throwing it over the top. They didn't do a good job protecting. They didn't get it done, but I don't think they were surprised. So, yeah, look, I find it really, really interesting. Like I just in the break, I watched a Dan Orlovsky video of his whole thing right now with the Texans is attention to details.
Details, yeah.
Right. Like I watched that and listened to the audio, and he talks about what I believe CJ should have completed that ball to it was actually Mechie running across the field on an over route, right? And Tank was clearing it out to the quarterback's left, and Mechie was running a deep over route right to left. That's a concept that they've run a million times. That's a concept that everybody in the league runs. That's a concept that I was running in high school 25, 30 years ago, right? That has been around forever, right? And the coaching point is Tank Dell, in this instance, Tank Dell has to clear out. Like, you don't have time to dance the line of scrimmage, right? You don't have time to do this new age two-step, left, right, one behind the other, and then decide which you want to go inside or out. Like, you got to get off the ball and go hard right now. You're cleaning out for a deep over route, right? Well, he stutters off the ball for a half a second, and then Mechie gets across the field too quick, and so it's a timing issue. Right? And you look at that and you go, I've personally never been in an offense where there was an over route and there wasn't an emphasis from the day it was installed until every time you rep it in practice that backside guy that's clearing out, you got to get on your horse, you got to get your ass out of the way. You got to go. Right? And Tank Dell stutters off the ball. Like, I know some people, and Dan Orlovsky didn't say whose fault it was. He was just talking about attention to detail. Some people will look at that and say, well, that's Bobby Slowick. I've never been where the offensive coordinator and wide receiver coach didn't emphasize that literally every day. Like, I have a hard time putting that on Bobby Slowick. In the same play, there was a screen concept, a check down to the right to Joe Mixon is where he ended up throwing it, and Joe Mixon just keeps drifting to where he's so far outside the lineman that's pulled that the DB has a direct shot at the running back, at him when he catches the ball. I've never been in an offense where there was a screen installed and repped where there wasn't a landmark for the pass catcher that was catching the screen. Right? Like, again, that was in install. Hey, running back, on this screen, the landmark is the hash. The landmark is the numbers. The landmark is this. The landmark is that. It's not just float to the sideline freely and don't realize that you're so wide you've outflanked your blocker. Right? Those are things that I can't put on Bobby Slowick. Dan Orlovsky highlighted the snag route that Mechie on the interception, the throw that missed Mechie. Like, I can't put that on Bobby Slowick. You know what I mean? Like that. Those are things like it's just wild to me how I mean football 101 things aren't getting done, and there's no way I've seen them rep it in practice 1,000 times. There's no way that when you look at this Bobby Slowick and what's Ben McDaniel, one of the best receiver coaches in the game, there's no way these guys don't have landmarks on these plays. And those are the things that the Texans are failing miserably at, right? I mean, it's just it's mind-blowing. And me personally, I know at the end of the season, there's going to be a conversation that D'Amico Ryan's going to have with Bobby Slowick. He's privy to all the information, and he's going to have the conversation with Bobby Slowick, or at that point in time, just say, Bobby, what we did all year long ain't it, right? But right now in the season, as I see it, I can't blame Bobby Slowick on that kind of stuff. The penalties, I can't put that on Bobby Slowick, right? I mean, it's just like these are things that people are highlighting and it's putting gas on the Bobby Slowick fire, and in reality, it's just inexcusable mistakes. And I think, and I say all that, Ron, to say that's got to be what Bobby's referring to, right? It's like, these teams aren't doing anything that we didn't expect. I mean, we got a touchdown pulled off the board against Detroit in the second half with an interception. We got a touchdown pulled off the board in this game this week at home with Joe Mixon and Tank Dell moving. We've got guys that don't even know how to clear out. Right, he can't say that obviously, but we got guys that don't even know how to clear out. We got a running back that's been in the league for 42 years and been in this offense forever. And he's not hitting his landmark on a screen. He drifts all the way to the sideline. Like, it's wild, man. Unless you think like these guys aren't coaching those details, which are the very basic details. Unless you think that they're not coaching those details, I don't know how you can pin that on the receivers coach or the OC or anybody other than the player.
No,
Now, but Ron, to your point, like at some point, it's got like at the end of the year, the end game, the product of this offense not being productive, and the struggles. Okay, if it's good enough, keep him. If not, get him the hell out of here. But the thought of like watching one game and going fire the guy, it's like, that's a little wild.
Yeah, no, I hear you. All right, let's get our Mag Dog player picks in real quick, Clint. I'll kick this thing off because I think I was last the last time we played. Mine is I'm gonna go with Dalton Schultz in this game. I'm gonna go with Dalton Schultz as I can use him one more time. I like this matchup, and I feel like they missed him in the previous games, so I'm gonna go with Dalton Schultz.
I don't even know who I've got left.
Oh, hell. Yeah, you're right. You can't use Tank, Stephon Diggs, and Schultz. So you got a good amount.
Well, yeah, I mean that's solid. I'll go with let me get Will Anderson.
Okay. You go. And if Will Anderson isn't able to play, we'll let you jump in.
If Will Anderson ain't able to play, I'll take the other one, Danielle Hunter.
The other one. That's a pretty good duo to choose from. And then I got mine here for you, Ron.
Who you got?
I am going with the dude who has clearly made himself a number one receiver in the NFL, Joe Collins.
All right, yeah, I got him one more time, too. I've saved that one. All right, so you got Nico. All right, Tyler, what